In just 10 years, I unified the vast continent of Kanglan. However, on the day I was crowned emperor, my real-life wife asked me for a divorce. It was because I had been playing games every day for the past 10 years and had given up a high-paying respectable job. Lu Hanyan felt that I was not ambitious enough and decided to divorce me. However, I never expected that after my divorce with Lu Hanyan, the Kanglan continent in the game actually merged with the real world. As I watched the coronation ceremony before me, a bitter smile crept onto my face. It was Lu Hanyan who enjoyed playing this game and wanted to become a queen, so I tirelessly honed my skills day and night. Yet, after 10 years of effort, although I successfully unified the Kanglan continent, Lu Hanyan changed. She became more and more materialistic with each passing year. Not only did she spend money extravagantly, but she also enjoyed immersing herself in the so-called upper-class society. Today, she even dragged me to complete the divorce procedures. Ritual concluded. As the words of the senior official of the Ministry of Rites fell, the ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven and earth was completed, and the enthronement ceremony officially began. Tens of thousands of people knelt before me, and as I regained my composure, I solemnly addressed the people. From this day forth, I officially ascend the throne as the Emperor of the Celestial Empire. The people knelt and proclaimed, "Long live your majesty, long live for eternity." Amidst the resounding cheers, a mechanical voice suddenly mixed in. Ding! Detection of the successful unification of the Kanglan continent. Commencement of reality integration. Upon hearing this, all players were shaken, and before they could react, they were forcibly logged out of the game. Soon, beams of light descended from the sky. Some became grand generals suppressing one region, some became high-ranking officials governing territories, while others remained mere wanderers or commoners. As for those who did not play this game, they could only become beggars and refugees. At the same time, a data panel appeared before my eyes. Ding! Matching completed. Identity detected as the sole emperor of the Kanglan Empire, the supreme emperor of the Azure Sky Empire, Emperor Lu Yun-2. Exclusive skill, mouthful of heavenly constitution, true dragon body. Exclusive item, Imperial Jade Seal. Martial cultivation manifestation completed. Your current cultivation level is Grandmaster of the Golden Elixir. A surging power suddenly rushed into my body. In the Kanglan continent, martial strength is divided into 9 grades, with those above the 9th grade being innate Grandmasters, and above them, Grandmasters of the Golden Elixir. Achieving the status of an innate Grandmaster allows one to be called a celestial being, capable of cutting rivers with a sword, splitting mountains with a finger, and flying in the sky at will. The Grandmaster of the Golden Elixir is a terrifying existence on the level of a human nuclear weapon. In the entire Kanglan continent, there are only 2 Grandmasters of the Golden Elixir, one being me, and the other being the Lord of the White Emperor City, Mumbai. However, after a brief thought, I decided to collect all the rewards from the system and not reveal my identity for now. After all, there can only be one tiger on a mountain, and even though I am the Emperor of the Azure Sky Empire in the game, the Great Xia Alliance in reality is not to be underestimated. So, I decided to go downstairs first, take a walk, and see what kind of changes the integration of the game and reality would bring to society. At this moment, there was a lot of discussion among the crowd at the barbecue stall downstairs in the residential area. Ha, I am the Vice Hall Master of the Iron Eagle Hall, a master with a cultivation level of 5th grade. This lousy bunch, whoever wants to challenge, can come forward. It's too crazy. Just now, I saw a few martial artists fighting, and they even collapsed a bridge. Isn't there anyone coming out to control the situation? In this situation, unless the Grandmaster of Golden Pill, White Emperor, descends, only such a figure can suppress the turmoil and restore peace. What about the government? I remember His Majesty is also a Grandmaster of Golden Pill. Where is His Majesty? Yes, if His Majesty comes out and calls for it, gathering civil and military officials will definitely help quell the chaos. However, they would never have imagined that the Emperor, whom they were talking about, was actually sitting behind them at the small stall, enjoying a skewer. It's been a long time since I indulged like this. As an Emperor, especially one in the early stages of hard work, I have endless matters to attend to in the game every day, not to mention finding time to accompany Lu Hanyan. So, I have never given myself time to relax. Now, after 10 years of tension, my nerves have finally relaxed. However, at that moment, a loud noise came from behind, and a table was smashed directly. A young man with a fierce tiger tattoo on his body shouted angrily at the stall owner. "You keep dragging on about the management fee. If I don't give you a slap now, I'll do it later. I am a 3rd-grade warrior. I can easily kill a cow, and one hit from me will make your head explode like a watermelon." The stall owner helplessly smiled and said, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to pay. The Scorpion gang just came by and collected the management fee. I've just opened and really have no money left. The young man impatiently said. What Scorpion gang? This place belongs to our Holy Tiger Hall from now on. I am Rwandong, the steward of the Holy Tiger Hall. Just give me the money, and if they come again, just mention my name. But I really have no money left. You're asking for trouble. Rwandong was furious and about to act. Just then, I uttered a word. Leave. The immense pressure made him kneel down instantly. I didn't want to kill. The pressure was just a fleeting attempt to make Rwandong back off. The high pressure disappeared. But Rwandong gritted his teeth and said to me, you dare to provoke our Holy Tiger Hall. We are a 5th grade gang registered by the court, with 5th grade masters and over 1,000 disciples. If you know what's good for you, stay out of this, or I'll have to call for backup. Seeing Rwandong still acting like a thug, I calmly said after taking a bite of lamb skewer, go ahead, call for backup. I'll be waiting. Rwandong immediately took out his phone and made a call. Boss, we have a guy who seems to be a 5th grade warrior trying to take over our territory, completely disregarding us, asking the entire Holy Tiger Hall to come and apologize to him. Upon hearing this, the hall master on the opposite side was furious and said that he would send someone over immediately. On the other hand, Lu Zhang also made a call. Not long after, the Sacred Tiger Hall came with a full 100 people, and the one leading the way was that 5th grade martial artist, Hall Master Zhao Hu. And just as they had surrounded them, a dozen cars pulled up on either side of the intersection, and 2 teams of officers and soldiers with loaded guns surrounded the men. Nobody move. Crouch down. I know some of you have high force levels, but you can't carry a single bullet. Don't try to resist. We'll shoot. Yang Xinghua stepped forward with a gun and shouted violently, and everyone was scared and crouched on the ground. Who called the police? He asked again. Lu Zhang, who was still sitting on the small bench, raised his hand. It's me. Rwandong saw this and said angrily, how dare you call the police? How can a martial artist do that? Really don't even have a face. No martial virtues. Lu Zhang said with a faint smile. Follow the law. That's the rule. Even in the middle of the Kanglan continent, those Jianghu forces had to abide by the rules. Keep the rules he set. Good point. Take them all away and escort them to the car. Yang Xinghua gave Lu Zhang an appreciative glance and waved his hand for his men to arrest everyone from the Sacred Tiger Hall. Right at this moment, Hall Master Zhao Hu suddenly stormed up. A large knife appeared in his hand and slashed down towards Yang Xinghua's head, which was close at hand. Boom! A gunshot rang out and Zhao Hu was shot in the shoulder. His body flew backward and landed on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Zhang could not help but have a phrase come to mind. 7 paces away. The gun is fast. Within 7 paces, the gun is fast and accurate. However, this Zhao Hu's kung fu was poor, and he had yet to truly adapt to the strength of a 5th grade martial artist. In fact, if he was able to utilize the true speed and power of a 5th grade martial artist, within 7 paces, there was a real possibility that he would be able to cleave Yang Xinghua with a single slash. After a martial artist steps above the 7th grade, their skin is as tough as steel. Even if a normal pistol could hit a martial artist, it would not be able to cause serious injuries. The 8th grade can produce a protective astral aura, and even if a rifle is fired in bursts, the defense cannot be broken. In general, the existing coercive forces in reality do not fully deter and oppress martial artists. On the contrary, to ordinary people, the presence of a martial artist would create a great sense of oppression. Lu Zhang looked at Yang Xinghua, who had put away his pistol, and asked with a smile, Sir, do I need to cooperate with a statement? No need. It's a special time. Special treatment. These guys who disturb the peace, all of them should be arrested and managed centrally. Yang Xinghua hurriedly left with his men after he finished speaking. There's chaos all over the place right now, and there's a severe shortage of manpower to waste time. After the officers and soldiers left, Lu Zhang continued to eat the skewers. The stall owner brought in a plate of freshly grilled skewers and smiled fawningly. This brother, I see that you're not bad. Why don't you just manage a piece of it, and I'll pay you the management fee. Lu Zhang got up, shaking his head and smiling. I'm going away. Don't worry, after a while, it should calm down. He didn't have the heart to care about these messy things, but based on his experience as an emperor over the years, as long as the fusion period was over, a new order would be born very quickly, because only stability can bring about a quality life. Those honorable generals who have followed him in the war for many years as well as the 100 officials and ministers will definitely find ways to stabilize the situation, and they are also capable of doing so. At the same time, within the 5th region's Fengdu city, in the middle of a certain large conference room, a middle-aged man slowly opened his mouth. My fellow officers, thank you for being able to take the initiative to cooperate with me at this time. This matter of game fusion is very sudden, but since we have official positions on us, it is our responsibility to deal with it. Identity embodiment and martial cultivation embodiment should be just the beginning, and after that it will definitely limit other things. In today's world, a huge change is taking place, but no matter what, we have to stabilize the situation. On the game level, the Songdom Empire has just completed its great unification. It is the time when we need to strengthen our internal management. The first thing we need to do now is to put the Jianghu forces under control. We can't let them continue to make trouble and repeatedly challenge the bottom line of the Grand Xia Alliance. At this time, a young man got up and spoke, winky face. Lord Prime Minister, I think that as long as His Majesty can step in now, he can definitely deter everyone and let those Jianghu forces manage themselves. It's still imperative that we find His Majesty first. His words elicited a number of choruses. Right. As long as His Majesty shows up and starts a live broadcast, which of those gangs will still dare to blow up? Our official positions have materialized, and many of the players who joined the army must have materialized as well. As long as His Majesty raises his arm, with the battle power of the Imperial Dragon Guards and the 6 legions, suppressing these Jianghu forces will be a breeze. Now the question is, where did the Emperor run off to? Right. Prime Minister Lu Chung coughed lightly to quiet the crowd, then said, I also want to find His Majesty. If His Majesty appears, many problems will be solved directly. But have you ever thought about how His Majesty should get along with the official Grand Xia Alliance if he does appear? With His Majesty's honor, can he accept others telling him what to do? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. It was obvious that everyone thought that Lu Zhan was so domineering and great that he would definitely not be willing to be arranged, so there would most likely be even more turmoil. Therefore, His Majesty's choice not to show up is the very embodiment of wisdom. Right now, it is not the time for him to appear, but the problem, which has already arisen, needs to be solved by us. Therefore, my proposal is for us to work with the official Grand Xia Alliance to stabilize the order as soon as possible. Lu Chung hammered away, and he, who was already the district governor of the Daxia Union, had this confidence that he could coordinate the success. While the ministers were exhausting themselves, Lu Zhang, who had eaten and drunk enough, slipped away and returned to his residence. But he saw Lu Hanyan, who had left at noon, standing at the door at the moment. Chapter 5. Dancing Lady Lu Hanyan, come to beg me to remarry? Requesting for follow-up reading. Seeing Lu Hanyan return, Lu Zhang asked in surprise, did it leave something behind? Lu Hanyan did not answer, but said gently, we'll talk about it inside. Lu Zhang opened the door and let her walk in. After the divorce, Lu Zhang's mood was in a state of lightness, and he had no grudges or likes or dislikes towards Lu Hanyan. Just as a person he once knew, going to the living room and sitting down, Lu Hanyan asked directly to the point, Lu Zhang, I remember when you played San Long Continent 4 years ago. You were already a vassal with 100,000 soldiers, so you must be even more powerful now, right? Have you become a noble of the Tsundao Empire? Sealed a marquis? Lu Hanyan knew that Lu Zhang's game character name was Lu Yuantu, but she did not know that the Tsundao Empire's emperor's name was also called Lu Yuantu. It wasn't just her. In the entire game, there were only a handful of people who knew Lu Zhang's name. After all, his status soared after he made his fortune. Who dares to call him by his name when others have only honorifics for him? 4 years ago, Lu Zhang became a vassal on one side, and was arguably a firm step away from dominating the world. Therefore, he couldn't help but share his joy with Lu Hanyan, only to be taunted by the latter once again with his playfulness. At this moment, Lu Hanyan was eager to confirm this matter with Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang nodded and smiled. I did become a noble of the Cthulhu Empire. There's nothing wrong with royalty being nobility too. Lu Hanyan immediately revealed a look of excitement as she stepped forward and hugged Lu Zhang as she opened her mouth. Lu Zhang, I regret it. I can't let you go. Let's remarry. I know that you still love me, right? Lu Zhang did not answer her, but asked softly, are you still the same person you were when you quit the game? Lu Hanyan let go of Lu Zhang, and with a turn of her eyes, she revealed a petulant expression as she nodded her head. Right. I'm still a first-class dancer by trade. You wait, I'll perform a song for you. After saying that, the clothes on her body changed abruptly, turning into a set of long-sleeved dresses of the same color as Celadon. Immediately after, she tapped on a piece of music on her phone and began to dance to it. The dancer has a set upgrade process. The lowest level is the third-class dancer, then the second-class dancer, the first-class dancer, and the flower girl. The flower girl was also categorized into sought after by 10,000 people, famous in a province, a country of beauty, and magnificent. 4 levels. Lu Hanyan is a first-class dancing girl. This level is still there. After a dance, it is also considered pleasing to the eyes. Lu Zhang applauded facetiously and gave a comment. Nice. Lu Hanyan was mortified. Just nice? Don't you like it? Let's go and get remarried tomorrow and have me declared a marquis. That way I can dance for you every day. Lu Zhang replied flatly with a sniff. Just nice. I quite like it, but a remarriage, even if it were to become a marquis, is out of the question. The position of marquis is not for a dancer. The game has a reputation attribute, and a margrave's reputation will be tarnished if he makes a dancing girl his main wife. Lu Hanyan sniffed angrily. That's just a game identity. You didn't stop me when I chose this profession in the first place. Now that you've become a marquis, you dislike me. At the time we were married and you were just there for fun. Now that we've separated, you've come to me just as a dancer. Remarriage. You don't deserve it. Lu Zhang spoke indifferently, without any emotional fluctuations in his words, as if he was recounting an insignificant matter. You're so desperate. Fine. Then I'll go. If I leave, you'll never get me. Lu Hanyan made a gesture to leave and waited for Lu Zhang to stop her, but she didn't see any movement from him. For a moment, she stood in place somewhat awkwardly. Really gone. She was resigned. The game came down to reality, and it was an event that changed the entire world. Judging from the skills and possessions they had obtained, everyone would be given the status and wealth of the game world, and Lu Zhang, who had once been a vassal with 100,000 soldiers and was now in what she considered to be the marquis of the Tsingtao Empire, must have untold wealth. If she remarried him, then she herself would be a marquis, and not only would she have great wealth, but she would also have servants to serve her and enjoy an honorable position. Gritting her teeth, she turned her head and knelt on the carpet in front of Lu Zhang, pleading in a pitiful tone. Isn't it okay for me to be wrong? It's okay to let me be your concubine. I'll let you see the sincerity of my repentance. We're done. Lu Zhang just returned these 5 words to her. Lu Hanyan was completely taut. She stood up and glared at Lu Zhang with indignation. You will regret it. Don't think you're fearless just because you become a marquis. There are still dukes and emperors above your head. I will definitely get my revenge back. Just wait. With that, she turned away with seeming panache and slammed the door. Lu Zhang expressed great appreciation for her ideas. But I am the emperor. Lu Hanyan's appearance was a minor hiccup to Lu Zhang, and did not cause him to raise any interest. It was getting late, and even though sleep was not a necessity given Lu Zhang's current cultivation level, he still managed to get a good night's sleep. He hadn't had a day so well rested in the last 10 years. When you wake up, organize your belongings. Lu Zhang realized that he could put many things directly into his storage compartment. A storage compartment is a regular storage condition in the game, where each compartment can hold only one type of item, but 99 of the same thing can be stacked. This grid, which comes standard at 10 per player initially, can be expanded subsequently. Lu Zhang had to carry too many things after so many years of conquering the world, so there were more than 5,000 storage compartments with him. Most of these compartments were filled with stuff, and only about 500 were empty. But that's enough. Putting his things away, Lu Zhang locked the door of his house, mounted his bicycle and rode towards the east. In the morning, I saw some news discussed on the net, saying that some people had seen a pillar of golden light appearing within the 12th district of Jiangzhou City in the east, and that it was most likely the vision shown by the cultivation manifestation of Mubai, the Jindan Grand Master. Lu Zhang was going to find this old friend, meet him in person and have a good drink. In reality, Lu Zhang did not drink alcohol, but after his martial cultivation had materialized, drinking would not make his body uncomfortable, and moreover, there were many precious and famous wines from the Kanglan continent stored in his storage compartment. The in-game feel is simulated after all, and it's a treat to actually feel the deliciousness of this good stuff. And joy needs to be shared with friends to be happier. However, finding Mubai for a drink was only an ultimate goal within a short period of time. Lu Zhang was more interested in seeing the scenery outside, so he would not be in a hurry to go that way, but just rode his bicycle leisurely, watching the hundreds of people on Earth, all shapes and sizes of people. Many people were wearing the ancient clothes of the Kanglan continent, and even if they were the clothes of the common people, they all held their heads high, which seemed to be forming a new trend. Seeing that there were still some people using lightweight skills to fly between floors, Lu Zhang could not help but shake his head. Chivalry is a violation of the prohibition by martial arts. These rangers and thieves, the forces of the jungle, are always a destabilizing factor. As he was thinking this, Lu Zhang realized that a quarrel had appeared in front of him, and like an ordinary person, he put away his bike and came over to join in the fun. Chapter 6, Are You the King's Law? Mouth of the Heavenly Constitution. Requests for readings. A woman with a thick layer of foundation on her face was clutching the arm of a young guy who looked to be in his early 20s and shouting out of the side of her mouth, "Everyone, come see! I caught a dead pervert on camera." Wang Yi, who was caught in a death grip, saw the contemptuous gazes cast by the people around him and hurriedly explained, "I wasn't filming her surreptitiously. I was filming the clouds in the sky." and she blocked my shot and twisted her head to say I was stealing it, and I was wrongly accused. The thick powdered woman exclaimed. You're still sophomoric. I'm such a big beautiful woman standing in front of you. You must have had evil thoughts inside you a long time ago. When I stood under your lens just now, you really filmed me in, so it's obvious that you've been premeditating for a long time, just wanting to secretly film me. I don't like you like that. Wang Yi felt nauseous when he looked at the shaky foundation on the woman's face. This statement, however, was not enough to convince the self-confident thick-powdered woman, who instantly shouted, You're just being sophomoric. Grasshopper men go into heat when they see a female, not to mention seeing a great beauty like me. You come with me. I'll arrest perverts like you. May guys, everyone join me and send this ugly grasshopper man to jail. Seeing her like this, those girls instantly unleashed their natural lover's ability, and each one of them was filled with righteous indignation, wanting to send Wang Yi away. At this time, the aura of a first-grade martial artist erupted from Wang Yi's body and he directly broke free from the woman's hand. He was red-faced and angry. I didn't steal the movie. Seeing that he suddenly became so strong, those Jimeis were all scared and hurriedly backed away for fear of being punched. But there was another woman standing firmly behind the thickly powdered woman. Li Qian's mind moved. The body suddenly produced a change. The original modern clothes turned into an official robe of a 7th-grade magistrate of the Tsangdao Empire. There were women who were officials in the Tsangdao Empire, and among the 6 ministers in the dynasty, there was a woman. There were women among the officials below. After all, this game can be played by anyone, except that the official path is very difficult all the way, and only 1 out of 100 female players at most chooses to try it. And out of 100 who try it, perhaps only 1 or 2 will be able to stick with it. The magistrate is the head of a county and holds a lot of power, which is reflected in her skills. Only to see Li Qian beckoned. 4 figures steeply emerged in midair. All of them were wearing the clothes of government officials. 2 of them were holding mahogany water fire sticks. 1 was holding chains, and 1 was holding a yoke board. This is the magistrate's exclusive skill, Summon Magistrate, which can protect itself from mobs when necessary. In order to join the magistrate, one needed at least the strength of a 2nd-grade martial artist. As soon as the 4 magistrates appeared, they surrounded Wang Yi, giving him a great oppressive force. Li Qian smiled at the thickly powdered woman next to her. May, don't worry, I will help you get justice, and never allow such scum to live in this world. The thick powdered woman said with a sudden excitement. It's true that only girls can help girls. I wish this was a world with only girls. Thank you, May. No need to thank you. If I don't help you, won't I let these grasshopper boys be reckless and treat us girls like slaves? Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory result. Li Qian said, turned her head to Wang Yi and drank. You mob! This official will now arrest you and imprison you for the crime of hooliganism. If you dare to disobey, you are resisting law enforcement. Shoot on sight. As her words fell, 4 magistrates immediately stepped forward to arrest Wang Yi. Wang Yi was instantly furious. On what grounds? On the basis of her side of the story. You convicted me. Is there any king's law left? How could the Tsung Dome Empire let a brainless woman like you become an official? When Li Qian heard that Wang Yi even said that she was brainless, she immediately said in a cold voice, King's law? I am the king's law. Insulting a court official is an additional offense. Arrest him for me. Lu Zhang was speechless for a while when he saw this. Sanlan Continent before was after all a game. Although the difficulty was high, but after all, it could not really test a person's virtue in 3 views. That's what allowed an oddball like Li Qian to get an official position like county magistrate. Game and reality integration, at the very least, should be similar to Li Qian. Such a grassroots officials all removed. After all, originally just a game. Entertainment. Now, it's true that a single word can determine a human life. But you are the king's law? Where do you expect me, the emperor, to lose face with those words? Stop it. Lu Zhang opened his mouth. As he snapped, the 4 magistrates immediately stopped. As rule-based creatures generated in the game and subordinate to the Imperial court, they had no possibility of resisting in the face of the words of the Imperial Supreme. Even if Lu Zhang asked them to commit suicide now, they would not hesitate. Seeing that her subordinates had stopped at the command of an outsider, Li Qian immediately shouted angrily at Lu Zhang. Are you in cahoots with this sneaky criminal? I advise you to mind your own business, or else, this official will arrest you in the jail together. Lu Zhang quietly watched her finish, then said faintly, favoring the law, cut off the official position and relegated to the common people. Skill, mouthful of heavenly constitution. Effect, the words you speak can be turned into a law, determining the identity of all citizens within the empire by a single word. Lu Zhang issued a single word, and in the next moment, the official robe on Li Qian directly disappeared, once again changing back into modern clothing. Li Qian was shocked to find that all the attributes on her panel disappeared and only 2 words remained. People. It was surprising that he himself had really been relegated directly to the status of a commoner. No, this can't be possible. Who are you? How can you directly cut my official? Only a great official of the 3rd rank or above among the mandarins can do that. Who the hell are you? Li Qian opened her teeth and claws, as if she was crazy, and seemed to want to pounce towards Lu Zhang, but she was deterred by Lu Zhang's pressure and was unable to get close. Lu Zhang didn't bother with her. What this woman did in the game was irrelevant, and in reality, collecting her official abilities would prevent her from doing wrong under the banner of the Tsang Dome Empire. As for giving the woman any kind of punishment, he didn't have that in mind. That was something the official Dasha Alliance should do, not something he needed to do. It's just someone who doesn't matter, so I can't continue to waste time for her. I just came over to watch the fun. Turning around, he was about to leave, but he suddenly heard a loud shout. Stand still! You bullied my woman and still want to leave unharmed? Lu Zhang looked sideways, only to see a group of people wearing black cloud emblazoned grey-bottomed clothes holding swords and knives walking towards the side. The one who spoke was the one at the head. He was tall, carrying a straight sword in his hand. His entire aura was released. His martial cultivation had clearly reached the 6th grade. 6th rank was not weak enough to enter the Imperial Dragon Guard as a minor flag position. Seeing this person, that Li Qian, who had just gone crazy, immediately rushed over directly and cried, Brother Lu, this person wants to beat me up. You must teach him a good lesson for me. With that, she turned her head to look at Lu Zhang again, viciously. My brother Lu is the helmsman of the Wind and Cloud Society, a 6th-ranked expert with hundreds of men under him. You're dead. Lu Zhang was truly speechless. Just now, he had guessed that he was a great official of the 3rd rank or above, but now he was saying that he was dead. Could it be that a helmsman of a district Jianghu gang, a 6th-rank martial artist, dared to take action against a 3rd-rank official of the Tsangdao Empire? So much so that Lu Zhang almost couldn't help but ask, is there any king's law left? Chapter 7, the Imperial Dragon Guard commander is late in escorting the driver. Requesting for follow-up reading, Lu Haiba put one hand around Li Qian, suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise, why aren't you wearing your official robes? I still like the way you look in your official robes. Li Qian's face stiffened at his words. Lu Haiba is a bagman in reality and she is just a salesgirl. She wasn't much prettier looking. To be able to evening Lu Haiba is because she is a magistrate, wearing official robes, so that Lu Haiba is very interested. If the other party knew that they could no longer wear official robes and had been reduced to a commoner, I was afraid that they would fall out of favor. She pouted at once. If you want to see it, I'll wear it for you when I go back. For now, let's deal with this smelly man who hit me first. Lu Haiba sniffed and felt that this was reasonable. After all, he couldn't do his business on the street either. Immediately, he turned his head towards Lu Zhang and waved his hand at a few of his men. Drinking, give me a beating. Hit him so hard that he can't use his hands and feet. Lu Zhang couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. It seems that the grassroots bureaucrats of the Tsangdao Empire really need to be properly governed. Not only are the officials of good and bad quality, but they are also too deeply colluded with the local Jianghu forces. One didn't want to be an emperor, but now one was actually in control of this huge empire. The people's insecurity and the natural and man-made disasters will eventually be counted on himself as the emperor, just as he wanted to teach these people a lesson. Suddenly, a flash of blade light flashed by. The next moment, a scream came to his ears, only to see that the row of people who had been so aggressive just a moment ago had all fallen to the ground covering their bleeding wrists. Even Lu Haiba is the same. Sheathing his sword, the visitor directly bowed down on one knee to Lu Zhang. I, the Imperial Dragon Guard Commander Yi Wushuang, came late to escort the Emperor. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. His clothes left and right there are 2 rows of python outside. In the front chest back plus front sitting python pattern. The color has red and yellow both alternating with each other. This is exactly the Imperial Dragon Guard's Imperial Python clothes. Is the Emperor to give to the subjects of the most top level, the most solemn clothes? Lu Zhang had been fighting for 10 years in the Kanglan continent, and Yi Wushuang had followed Lu Zhang for 9 years, being one of his most trusted subjects. Therefore, Lu Zhang personally appointed Yi Wushuang as the 2nd Great Imperial Dragon Guard Commander-in-Chief, taking charge of the Imperial Dragon Guard, monitoring all officials, and acting on behalf of the Son of Heaven, and also the Imperial Gift Python clothes. The title from the first Great Dinghua Gong can be said to be extremely favorable, even though it's said to be a game. For many people it's another track of their life. And now, the game fused with reality. The 2 life tracks fused, and that sentiment made Yi Wushuang have an unspeakable reverence for Lu Zhang. Yi Wushuang was an innate patriarch, and Lu Zhang's mere momentary display of pressure just now had allowed him, who was in the vicinity, to detect it. So come immediately, And hearing his words, everyone around him was shocked, and some had even knelt down. The longer one played among the virtual reality game of Kanglan continent, the more profound that awe of power became. In the presence of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tsung Dome Empire, even the legendary Imperial Dragon Guard commander knelt. So how could they, these grasshoppers, stand? As for that Lu Haiba and the others, after hearing Yi Wuxuang's words, they directly slumped to the ground. 2 years ago, when a Jianghu force rebelled, Lu Zhang suppressed it forcefully, slaughtering thousands of people in an invincible manner. In that battle, all 3 of the innate masters died. No one dares to assassinate the emperor anymore. There are no more Jianghu forces that dare to go against the government. If Lu Zhang had directly said that he was an emperor, Lu Haiba would definitely not have believed him. But now, the strength Yi Wuxuan had displayed plus the clothes he was wearing, it spoke volumes. There was no doubt about Lu Zhang's identity. Your Majesty, my humble servant has eyes to recognize and tie and offended the face of heaven. Please atone for your sins. Your Majesty. Lu Haiba knelt on the ground, trembling violently like sifting chaff. Lu Zhang did not want to draw too much attention to himself and looked directly at Yi Wuxuan. They will be handed over to you to deal with. In addition, pass on my decree. Let all the Imperial Dragon Guards move. Control these Jianghu gangs, make trouble by cancelling the qualification of official recognition, and directly take the question of culpability. As he spoke, the Imperial decree and the Imperial pen floated in front of him, and there was no need for him to hold the writing himself. The royal pen moved on its own and wrote its will on the Imperial decree, followed by the appearance of the jade seal of transmission, which was stamped into effect. In the next moment, the holy decree flew in front of Yi Wuxuang. Yi Wuxuang immediately received the decree with both hands and raised it above his head, saying excitedly, "Subject, Yi Wuxuang, receive the decree." With this holy decree, he could directly order all of the Imperial Dragon Guards to gather and listen to his orders. Although he was the commanding general, he was not able to unify his orders to all the Imperial Dragon Guards, because of the huge number of Imperial Dragon Guards and the fact that many of them had secret identities. Once they were mobilized, many things would be revealed and even lead to murder. So the number of Imperial Dragon Guards he could mobilize was limited. But now, with this holy decree, he could gather all 694 Imperial Dragon Guards in active service, no matter what the occasion. Nearly 50,000 people. That's an extremely powerful force. What's more, the weakest of these people were at the lower 4th grade of martial cultivation, and their battle power was extremely strong, and when integrated together, they were a powerful legion. By allowing him to directly mobilize all the Imperial Dragon Guards, Lu Zhang was giving him full trust. Seeing Yi Wuxuan receive the holy decree, Lu Zhang patted his shoulder and transmitted his voice. Go ahead and run your errands, and when you're done, we'll have a drink sometime. After saying that, he directly stepped into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. With the cultivation of a Jindan Grandmaster, with his speed, even the highest level cameras nowadays couldn't capture his figure clearly. Therefore, it was easy to get out of the crowd. Yi Wuxuan put away the holy decree. This holy decree was not the treasure that Lu Zhang was holding, but a detachment. And with the holy decree detachment, it was actually possible to directly communicate with Lu Zhang. The holy decree was magical, and quite a few treasures were magical, which was considered a specialty of the Kanglan continent. Lu Haiba was still kneeling on the ground, and when he saw that Lu Zhang had already disappeared, he hurriedly prostrated himself in front of Yi Wuxuang and cried, "Lord Commander, spare your life." Yi Wuxuang said in a deep voice, "Where are the Imperial Dragon Guards?" As his words fell, a dozen figures jumped from all directions and saluted him. "My subordinates have met your lordship." They had received Lu Zhang's holy decree just now when it was issued. That's the peculiar thing about holy orders. They don't need to be read by anyone else. Those who should know about them can immediately know through the system. For example, one of them is a Jinui chief flag named Wang Sun, who in reality is a hotel chef. He was frying vegetables just now when he suddenly saw a line of prompts pop up on the panel. Holy decree, all Imperial Dragon Guards are at the disposal of Chief Commander Yi Wuxuang to rectify the forces of the Jianghu. It was not unusual for Wang Sun to be concerned about the holy decree. The Imperial Dragon Guards belonged directly to the Emperor, and the orders they received on a daily basis, apart from those from their superiors, were the holy decree, and in the face of holy orders, they have only one attitude: to obey at once. Disobey the decree, you will be punished for treason. Light is directly deprived of the official position. Abolished cultivation. Heavy is directly killed for you. Equivalent to the game account is gone. Need to reapply. Everything starts again. Who can stand this? Yi Wuxuan was ordered by the holy decree to transfer all the Imperial Dragon Guards, and by his command, Wang Sun turned off the gas. directly changed into the flying fish suit, and came to the front to listen to the order with the embroidered spring sword in his hand. In reality, with this martial arts cultivation there was also the identity of an official, which he didn't want to lose, and when Lu Haiba saw a dozen Imperial Dragon Guards appear, he directly fell into a meltdown. Chapter 8 City Real Estate Embodiment. Song Dome Imperial Palace descends. Requests for follow-up reading. If Yi Wuxuan was the only one accountable, then there might still be room for reprieve. Now that Yi Wuxuan had directly called someone, this was the rhythm of doing it to him. As soon as Lu Haiba thought of the various punishments of the Imperial Dragon Guards in the game, he couldn't help but howl. It's over. Furious, she saw Li Qian on the side, and immediately violently and fiercely slapped at her. Bitch, it's all you. How could His Majesty beat you? If His Majesty wanted to beat you, you would have been a puddle of flesh long ago. It's all because of you. Li Qian was hit by the furious Lu Haiba and her brain buzzed. Seeing that everyone was far away from her, she glanced at the thickly powdered woman as if grasping the last straw. Ji Mei, help me. Girls help girls. As a result, the thick powdered woman turned her head in fear and ran away without the slightest intention of staying. Yi Wuxuan looked at the farce and frowned. Dave, arrest them all and take them away. Wang Sun and the others immediately led the order and took out shackles from among the storage compartments, locking up all these people from the Wind and Cloud Society. But immediately afterward, Wang Sun asked awkwardly, My lord, where are these men to be taken? The police station? Right now. The game figurations are just figurations of identities, personal belongings and martial arts cultivation, and there's a lot more to it than that. This includes government offices such as offices and prisons. It was at this moment that a sudden tremor came from the earth. At the same time, a prompt came to Wang Sun's ears. Ding! The city's real estate materializes. You currently own a 3-story courtyard and a 5-story restaurant in the Tsingtao Imperial capital. An overlooking map appeared in front of his eyes, and Wang Sun could easily see where his courtyard and the tavern were located, which was where the Tsingtao Imperial capital was located. The imperial capital of the entire Tsangdong Empire, the Imperial City, had unexpectedly descended into a wilderness. Immediately afterward, Wang Sun revealed a look of ecstasy. He struggled for years in reality with the goal of being able to get a restaurant of his own, but there is no future in working part-time. After struggling for so long, I've only just bought a small house in the city, so that I can give my family a shelter from the wind and rain. Now, it was a straightforward 3-entry quadrangle courtyard covering more than 300 square meters, and a 5-story tavern of his own. Yi Wuxuan's expression was also somewhat moved. As a Duke of State, his courtyard was naturally bigger. The Duke of State's residence was considered the largest place in terms of floor space other than the Imperial Palace, and there were hundreds of servants working inside alone. And apart from the mansion, there were as many as 34 other properties in his name, half of which were rewarded to him by Lu Zhang. However, in the initial manifestation of his personal belongings, he got 170,000 taels of gold and more than 3 million taels of silver as well as a huge amount of jewelry. So in the face of the embodiment of these mansions, it did not show too much excitement. What he cared about most was still His Majesty the Emperor's regard, or the supreme authority of being the chief commander of the Imperial Dragon Guards. Lu Zhang's ears were also prompted. Ding! The city's real estate has materialized. You currently own 1 Tsingtao Imperial Palace, 7 royal palaces, 12 royal courts, 232 residential properties, and 326 commercial properties. In an instant, Lu Zhang saw his privately owned property through the small map in front of him. Lu Zhang was still very clear about his assets. The empire's financial treasury and his own internal money are separate. The imperial palace usage, his own food and clothing, etc., are the internal money is responsible for. The treasury is only used to take care of the empire operation, public and private. In the game, wealth is just a number, but in reality, after seeing that the smallest of his residential private properties has a footprint of over 10 acres, and that a random commercial property is a small 5-story building, Lu Zhang couldn't help but sigh. I'm so extravagant. He's also poor and scared. The early years of his business were difficult, and he endeavored to develop his industry, and all his money was spent in expanding his strength. By the middle of the period, he would need to watch what he spent on himself in order to maintain decency and preserve royal dignity. When you feed more slaves, you have to open up more sources. Therefore, the hoard of properties in the hand becomes more and more, and the industry in the hand also becomes a lot, much to the point that in the later stages, these industries are a number in his eyes. Really do not even bother to look at it. Seeing the industries spread all over the map, Lu Zhang felt that this was actually not bad, at the very least to wherever there was now a place to land. Suddenly, he realized something. The properties came up in conjunction with the city, a city rising out of the ground. but without affecting the rest of the terrain. That is, the entire planet has expanded as a result. It could be imagined that after the entire Kanglan continent merged with reality, the entire planet would directly expand by more than 10 times. That's interesting. And as the property materialized, the internet blew up again. There is an extra city directly over in the western suburbs. That's awesome. Real estate can also materialize. I should have known that I would have bought a few more suites in there. But unfortunately, right now, I only have a measly 3 sets of Dome Imperial capitals, 3 entry quadrangles and 6 tea houses. I just made a down payment for a small 60 square meter house the day before yesterday. Now that I have a courtyard in the game that covers more than 600 square meters, what do I need that little tie house for? Good lord. So many extra properties straight away. The real estate industry looks like it's going to collapse straight away. Worked hard all my life until now and didn't pay off the loan of the current suite. I didn't expect my son to have a manor covering more than 1,000 square meters in the game. It looks like I'll just have to live a life of nibbling on the small ones. Long live the Cthulhu Empire. I don't think there's anything wrong with the empire system now. 3 generations of poor peasants. Finally I can live the life of the rich. Where is His Majesty? I high and low have to kowtow to his old man. His Majesty should have gone to the Dome Imperial Palace. That said, that Dome Imperial Palace should only be occupied by His Majesty nowadays. And with a palace that covers more than 3,000 acres of land, it should be very lonely to be empty and alone, right? I'm willing to go and live with His Majesty. Upstairs, then you go into the palace and become a eunuch. I'm a girl, by the way. His Majesty today's harem has been empty so far. Now is our chance. May guys, the position of the Empress is there. And if you guys don't become the mistress of the 3,000 acres of the palace, then I'll go for it. His Majesty can't even find anyone. And you guys still want to go and have a palace fight? Give it a rest. Let me do it. Real estate materialized and many people flocked to those newly emerged cities. Even those who do not play this game would like to take a look at it. After all, from the images seen in some of the bloggers' videos, the ancient charm, with a touch of metaphysical color, makes people very curious. The stock market in the real estate sector thundered and fell within an hour. Liu Chang, the right Prime Minister of the Dome Empire, who had just reached a basic cooperation agreement with the officials of the Great Summer Alliance, was once again called back to make a planning arrangement for this real estate crash. Gu Chongcheng, the head of the Grand Xia Alliance, looked at the Dome Imperial Palace complex shown on the map and asked with a frown. The Jianghu forces have temporarily settled down because of the Emperor's decree, and this real estate manifestation has caused such an uproar. And with such a large population movement, I'm afraid that all walks of life will have to come to a halt. Do you have any good suggestions? Liu Chang sniffed both hands and opened his mouth. My advice is to leave it alone. Chapter 9, Meeting a Friend in Another Country. A gentleman's friendship is as light as water. Requesting for follow-up reading, Gu Chongqing blared at the words. What kind of talk is that? What do you mean you don't care? Although the matter is complicated, you can't just leave it alone. If you can't make a decision, get the emperor back as soon as possible. The emperor didn't want to come back because he was looking after the big picture. I remember him talking to a group of us before the empire was established, and he said that after the battle for supremacy was over, the governance of the empire would be left to those of us in the cabinet. The implementation of the policy is up to us, and he is only responsible for monitoring it. Now that the Dome Empire has completed its great unification, he doesn't want to show up on the one hand because he must be taking into account the official side of the Grand Xia Alliance, and on the other hand, he's tired and doesn't really want to continue to labor for such a large empire, or at least he won't be able to waste his sleep and food like he did before. Liu Chang said so. Kanglan continent was a game, and although Liu Zhang got along with his men with an element of superiority and subordination, it was not exactly the same as the traditional imperial system. Liu Zhang respected Liu Chang as an elder when he treated him as a real practical talent. The cabinet is run by older people who in reality are leaders on one side of the table and display outstanding internal affairs skills. Liu Zhang was but a youngster, and naturally he would learn more and make peace with this kind of sophisticated elder. The process of getting along was harmonious, and Liu Chang and the others all treated Liu Zhang as if he were one of their own juniors. In a sense, Liu Zhang was the emperor they had raised. It was like raising a son. 10 years with such an accomplishment. It gives them a great sense of pride. As the right prime minister, Liu Chang was considered one of the people who knew Liu Zhang the best. He knew that Liu Zhang was not a person who liked to fight for power and gain, and that fighting for the world and accomplishing a great unification was just one of the goals that Liu Zhang wanted to accomplish. Not fighting for the sake of 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 fighting. Not wanting to show up now is probably a sign that he's really tired and wants to delegate. Moreover, he didn't completely let it go. Didn't he even issue a holy decree to help stabilize the situation? Gu Changqing revealed a helpless look as he sighed and said, "Well, young people still lack commitment." "Never mind. What did you mean by that just now? What do you want to do about it?" "Just don't deal with it. We only need to grasp 2 points. The first is that there should be no riots and to stabilize the order. The second is to maintain the supply of food, so that everyone has enough to eat." "That's enough. The fusion of the Kanglan continent is still continuing. We can't keep changing our policies, so it's better to just watch the outcome of the fusion. As long as we keep the management firmly in our hands, we won't be afraid of a big mess," Lu Chang said firmly. At this moment, it was as if he had returned to the imperial court of the Kanglan continent, becoming that one-man, 10,000-man cabinet chief minister, the right prime minister of the Tsingtao Empire. It makes sense. This is indeed no way out. How about this? I'll leave the stabilization of the modern cities to me, and the management of the cities of the Tsingtao Empire is your business. Gu Changqing sighed tersely. This was all that could be done now. Lu Zhang had no intention of returning within the Tsingtao Imperial Palace, and after returning, he would definitely be surrounded by a group of ministers and would have countless things to do. He still continued to ride his bike in the set direction. Although he had exposed his identity once, no one could take a picture of his face and upload it, so he still didn't need to worry about being recognized as he walked down the street. Unexpectedly, while cycling past a river, I was suddenly called by name. Turning his head, he saw a man with a fishing rod treading water from the surface. This person's force was not weak, reaching the 6th rank, and looking at the light skill, it was not of a low grade, at least a 9th rank martial art. Fong Muji, you really have some spare time. Now that the game is so chaotic all over the figurative world, you still insist on coming out to fish. It's rare. Lu Zhang chuckled lightly. Fong Muji was Lu Zhang's high school and college classmate. After 10 years of marriage, there were few friends that Lu Zhang was still in contact with, and Fong Muji was considered one of them. At that time, Fong Muji still came into contact with the game Xonlan continent because of Lu Zhang, and his goal of entering the game was to fish. Fong Muji said with a smile after coming to heel, "You're still talking about me. It's not like you're idle here. You even came from Jinyang City to this Minglan City. You can't have come here specifically to look for me, right? You're overthinking this. It's not like I knew you moved here, and today was purely a chance encounter. I'm going to the east side to find a friend, and I'm going to ride my bike to see the sights along the way and take a break," Lu Zhang replied. When Fong Muji saw Lu Zhang riding out alone, he thought of something, but didn't point it out. Instead smiling, "You've come at the right time. I've just caught a big fish. Go back and let your sister-in-law stew it for you. Let's have a drink." The so-called 4 great joys in life are meeting rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in another country, the night of the wedding, and the time of the gold list. Lu Zhang was still happy to meet his old friend by chance. He gladly accepted the invitation and returned with Fong Muji within a neighborhood. Fong Muji over here had just opened the door, when a hedonistic roar came from inside. "Fong Muji, old mother told you, if you go out fishing again, don't come back. Now you still have the face to come back." As she spoke, a woman in an apron came out of the kitchen, cleaner in hand, looking like she was tidying up. Ran Xiaodong walked to the living room and saw Lu Zhang, who was following Fong Muji, and the anger on his face instantly turned into a smile. "It's Mr. Lu who's here. Look, you didn't say anything in advance so I could clean up. Have a seat. I'll cut you a fruit." "Okay, thanks sister-in-law," Lu Zhang said with a smile. Ran Xiaodong had met Lu Zhang during the video between Lu Zhang and Fong Muji, although Lu Zhang was nothing more than an elementary school teacher. In Ran Xiaodong's opinion, this was a highly learned person, especially when it came to the education of that child in her family. She had asked Lu Zhang for a lot of advice. Just now that the lion's roar did not reduce Lu Zhang's impression of Ran Xiaodong. This bone is a virtuous wife and mother. Just now that look is the small love affair of the two families. Fong Muji has been kicked out of his house a dozen times because of this fishing thing, and he hasn't seen any real problems in their relationship. "Come on, honey, I'll just cut the fruits. I got a big fish today. Quickly stew it for my old brother. It's not easy for him to come here. This meal must satisfy him." Fong Muji walked towards the kitchen carrying a large fish of nearly 40 centimeters. When he got inside, he closed the door, but in a very small voice, he whispered in Ran Xiaodong's ear, "Wife, Lu Zhang seems to have had a change in his marriage and is riding his bicycle out alone to take a break. Don't mention it in that regard later." Ran Xiaodong sniffed and nodded, then glared at him. "Don't try to muddle through today. I'll settle your score tomorrow." Fong Muji returned to the living room with the fruit cut smilingly, not realizing that what he had just said had all been heard by Lu Zhang's ears. As a Jindan Grand Master, he could hear the sound of a pin dropping within 10 miles. It only blocked out all the murmurs, and was still audible to all the surrounding voices. That's a pretty good friend. Although the two hadn't gone through any storms together, hadn't had any experiences in times of trouble, and had a normal relationship when they were classmates, it was just the way it should be. A gentleman's friendship is as light as water. Fong Muji made a phone call, purposely asking the child's grandparents to go and pick up the child from their place for the night, and then said to Lu Zhang, I remember that you have been struggling in the middle of the Kanglan continent. Is it that now that you have become a big official and have a lot of real estate and treasures, all of a sudden you feel as if you don't have the motivation to struggle? So you are thinking of coming out to swim in the mountains and play in the water? Chapter 10, I have people in my court? The dynasty is full of my people. Requests for readings. That's pretty much the analysis. Lu Zhang nodded and smiled. That's just it. I've been busy all these years and wanted to relax. Why? I see that your martial arts cultivation should not be low. Haven't you gotten rich? That's not really true. Fong Muji said with a bitter smile. Songlan continent can't be charged. All the money has to be earned by oneself. I went in there just to fish. And the other thing is to learn some martial arts to satisfy my dream of being a martial artist. So I'm just casual in there. Not being an official. Not doing business. Not joining any clubs. So naturally I don't have much income. The only thing I'm happy about is that it materialized that supreme fishing rod of mine as well. And now the fishing is even more enjoyable. Ha ha. Lu Zhang was dumbfounded at his words. This situation might have been a deliberate attempt to be miserable if it was anyone else, but when placed on Fong Muji, it was real and reliable. That's how he is. Gaming fused with reality. Do you have any plans? Lu Zhang asked. As a friend, he didn't mind helping out in passing. After all, it was a show of hands for him, but it all depends on the other side. Fong Muji directly sighed when he heard this question. I'm just a physical education teacher. Not much else. Now that martial arts cultivation has materialized, where is the need for a physical education teacher? I'm afraid I'll be unemployed. I'm planning to go to the newly emerged city to see if I can join a martial arts school or become a city defense soldier or something. There has to be a stable source of livelihood. Hearing this, although it was a little bit bitter, Lu Zhang could not help but laugh out loud. After the game fused with reality, the profession of physical education teacher has become very embarrassing indeed, and it is not guaranteed that an elementary school student of others can hang you. Who practices sports when they have Budo? Fong Muji said glumly, can you avoid me a little before you laugh? Lu Zhang waved his hand. How pointless that would be. Mockery of course has to be felt in person. What? Do you need my help? Although I don't have much interest in being an official, I have people in the dynasty, so I won't have any problem at all arranging an idol position in the Sungdao Empire for you. Holy, really? You know such an awesome person in the court? Fong Muji asked in surprise. Lu Zhang smiled and nodded. This was true. After all, the court was full of his people. Ha ha, good. I won't be polite with you. After all, I still have a wife and child to support. And without a stable job, I'm fishing without peace. Fong Muji said with great joy. Ren Xiaodong had by now stewed the fish and tossed a gazpacho for the two to eat first, just in time to overhear the conversation. Her face was also filled with joy. I knew Mr. Lu was extraordinary. Our family is counting on your help this time. Lu Zhang said with a smile. Sister-in-law is polite. It's just a matter of lifting a hand. The next drink is here, so let's have a drink first. With that, his hand swung toward the table and a jar of wine landed on the tabletop. Seeing the name of the wine on the altar, Fong Muji was shocked. Asterisk. Isn't this the drunken immortal's immortal drunk? In the game that's a high price of 50 taels of silver for a bottle of wine. You're so generous. Silver had a firm purchasing power in the Cthulhu Empire. 1 tael of silver for 1,000 copper coins. While 1 copper coin could buy 2 large steamed buns, 50 taels of silver, equivalent to $50,000. It's ridiculously expensive for just 1 bottle of wine. This wine is good, not too punchy, and it strengthens your body. Come, taste it. Lu Zhang poured a cup each for Fong Muji and himself, raising his glass and smiling. When Fong Muji smelled the fragrance, he felt like he was already getting drunk, and immediately raised his glass and laughed. I didn't realize that the wine I couldn't afford to drink in the game was a chance to drink it in reality. I've taken advantage of you. Brother, I'll drink to you. I'll drink. With that, he took a mouthful directly into his throat. In the next moment, his body felt hot, his true chi became much more active, and his body was much lighter. Good wine. Fong Muji couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. The next time the three of them chatted together, neither Fong Muji nor Ran Xiaodong mentioned the matter of Lu Hanyan. Fish stewed and had a great meal. That night, Lu Zhang stayed at Fong's house for a night, and early this morning, he left without saying hello and leaving a note. After Fong Muji and Ran Xiaodong woke up, they found a wooden box on the table. Ran Xiaodong hurriedly picked up the note and read it. I have already left. there is no need to be concerned. Thank you for your hospitality. In the box is 1,000 taels of silver, gifted to my brother for his living needs. I have already made arrangements for the official position, and someone will be looking for you soon. Lu Zhang. Fong Muji opened the box, and the silver inside reflected a dazzling light. Picking one up to check it out, the words official silver were printed underneath. Just as the two men were looking at each other, still in a daze, there was a sudden knock on the door. Ran Xiaodong hurriedly said to Fong Muji, "Put it away for now and put it away." Fong Muji closed the box and received it directly into the storage compartment. Ran Xiaodong went to open the door and froze when she saw what the visitor was wearing. "Excuse me, is this the home of Fong Muji?" the visitor asked. When Fong Muji heard someone say his name, he also walked over to check it out, and after realizing what the other person was wearing, he was startled. Imperial Dragon Guard. This lord, I don't know what we've committed that we're bothering you to come to the door? Reacting, Fong Muji hurriedly walked forward, pushed away Ran Xiaodong who was still frothing, and asked in a low voice. Song Tingjun looked at Fong Muji and smiled. "You're Fong Muji? Why don't you let me in first?" Fong Muji nodded. "Yes, I am Fong Muji. Please come inside, my lord." With that, he turned his head to Ran Xiaodong, who was still frozen, and drank. "What are you waiting for? Serve your lord tea." Song Tingjun waved his hand after entering the room. "No need to bother. I have important matters to attend to." Fong Muji received the decree. Hearing the words of receiving the decree, Fong Muji immediately knelt down, and Ran Xiaodong followed suit. Song Tingjun, however, helped him up and smiled. "No need to kneel. It's just an oracle. His Majesty has decreed that Fong Muji is of good character, and has authorized the post of Imperial Dragon Guard 1000 household, in charge of local inspection duties. Your Honor." After the imperial decree was read out, Song Tingjun took out something and placed it on the table. "Lord Fong, from now on, we will be colleagues and take care of each other. I am Song Tingjun, the Imperial Dragon Guard Jinfu envoy, and from now on, you will be working under my command. However, since your cultivation is still too low right now, you can only temporarily subordinate 50 people. Is that understandable?" Fong Muji returned to his senses, his body shaking tremendously. Imperial Dragon Guard 1000 households. That was an official of the 5th rank that required the strength of an 8th-ranked martial artist to serve. The Zhengqiang Empire under the jurisdiction of 39 states. Set up a governor. For the 3rd grade, state under the prefecture. Set up a governor. For the 4th grade, under the prefecture for the county. Set up a county magistrate. For the 7th grade, 5th grade officials. Already greater than the county magistrate, only second to the governor level. He, Fong Muji, was but a commoner and only had the strength of a 6th grade martial artist. Even if he entered the Imperial Dragon Guard, he would at most be a small flag officer, but at this time he was directly promoted to 1000 households. It's a step up. Until after Song Tingjun left, Fong Muji's heart still could not calm down for a long time. He was eager to find Lu Zhang and ask him about it. "Brother, you said you have someone in the dynasty. That person wouldn't be the emperor, would it? P.S. Your Majesty, if you have a good time reading this, please reward me with a free recommendation or a 5-star review." Chapter 11, The Minister requests to choose a consort. Lu Hanyan wants to become the empress. Requests for follow-up reading. Arranging a job for Fong Muji is a show of hands. If he wanted to talk about internal affairs work like county magistrates, Lu Zhang wouldn't just order people, but for departments like the Imperial Dragon Guards, which were supposed to take orders from himself and have all the staffing arrangements decided by himself, he could still install people. As for the 1000 taels of silver, there was no way. Among the storage compartments where he kept his belongings, they were all this kind of boxes, and the smallest box was the one that contained 1000 taels of silver. Each storage compartment could store 99 things of the same specification, and for silver alone, Lu Zhang had filled more than 400 compartments, which meant that he was carrying more than 40 million taels of silver with him. There are also more than 70 compartments of gold and more than 7 million taels of gold. The rest of the pearls, gems and such, were in large boxes. 1000 taels of silver was the smallest value of the chest he had at his disposal. The purchasing power of this silver in Kanglan continent was roughly equivalent to $1 million, which was just right for a gift of thanks. After all, he is also an emperor in size. Give too little, let people laugh. Eating with Fong Muji was a small interlude, and Lu Zhang was still in a pretty good mood when he met his old friend in his hometown. But the best friend in his heart was still Mu Bai, so once again he set out on a journey to find him. And of course, to continue to see the scenery along the way. That day he had just come to rest within a park when he suddenly saw a prompt on the panel. Left Chancellor Fenggao requests to be presented in person. There are a total of 14 seats in the cabinet system of the Tsungao Empire, the right Prime Minister. The the first minister of the cabinet, the left prime minister, the second minister of the cabinet, the ministers of the 6 ministries of officials, households, rights, soldiers, penalized and engineers, and the ministers in charge. Anyone who enters the cabinet has an imperial decree that can go directly to heaven. In any empire centered on the will of the emperor alone, the courtroom will be roughly divided into 2 factions. One is the practical faction, and the other is the fortunate advancement faction. It's not that the latter is not an officer, it's just that the latter is more inclined to keep the emperor happy, and the former didn't care if the emperor was happy or not. What they valued was whether or not what was to be done was beneficial to the development of the empire. Among Liu Zhang's men, Right Prime Minister Liu Chang was in charge of war and internal affairs, and he was in charge of the 4 parts of the Ministry of Appointments, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Criminal Affairs, and the Ministry of Public Works. The Left Prime Minister Feng Gao, on the other hand, was in charge of economy and diplomacy, and he had more people in the ministries of households and ceremonies. Liu Zhang took out the holy decree, which unfolded, and immediately afterward, he saw a middle-aged man wearing the court dress of a first-ranking official of the Dong Empire appear above the brightly shining cloth, and he looked over with a respectful face. This is one of the most peculiar things about holy orders. You can make video calls over long distances just like a cell phone. Seeing Liu Zhang appear on the screen, Feng Gao immediately bowed and saluted. Feng Gao. See your majesty. Liu Zhang waved his hand as he sniffed and said, Iching, excuse me, old Feng is there anything you can't handle that you have to let me make the decision? Hearing Liu Zhang's tone, Feng Gao also revealed a relaxed smile and said, it's a matter of your personal business, and I need to discuss it with you. He didn't address you as this was what Liu Zhang had requested before, and they got along more like friends. Feng Gao and the others were still very moved by Liu Zhang's approach. Everyone fought with Liu Zhang, and Liu Zhang treated them, the elders, with courtesy. Now that he was called the emperor, he held great power, and the entire empire could kill anyone with a single word. Yet he didn't have the slightest bit of greed for such power. Straight away, they chose not to show up and left everything to them people. You could say it's total trust, even if this was just a game. But meeting such a monarch, an emperor that he had watched grow up and was as close to him as a family member, it would be impossible to say that there was no emotion within. All hearts are made of flesh, and there are very few people who are truly hard-hearted. At least none of the ministers around Liu Zhang. What is it? You tell me. Hearing Feng Gao say that it was a personal matter, Liu Zhang was really a bit curious. Feng Gao, however, was suddenly serious again at this time and opened his mouth. The forces are in turmoil right now, and even some of the officials and generals are very restless. With the world converging, we have to stabilize our fundamentals, and right now, there's a very simple but effective way to do that. Liu Zhang rolled his eyes and urged, just don't sell it. I'll hear it and let you implement it if you can. Feng Gao chuckled. Choose a princess. Liu Zhang was stunned at his words. Now, his harem is still empty. The matter of filling up the harem had actually been suggested by many ministers, as things like the king's heir would also affect some of the internal indexes, but they were all rejected by Liu Zhang. There was no other reason, because at that time Liu Zhang was a family man. He was dedicated, banking on the fact that Liu Hanyu could change back to his old self. But now, it's not impossible. He was already planning on enjoying life, and that was a treat, wasn't it? And when Feng Gao saw Liu Zhang froze, he thought that he was concerned about his wife in reality. So he hurriedly said, it's just a formality, just need to give the daughters of those big powers a name and stabilize them. According to the ritual system, the emperor was to have an empress, 4 wives, 9 concubines, 27 lineal wives, and 81 imperial wives. All we need now is the position of 81 royal wives, which is enough to settle all the forces, while the rest of the higher positions are left for His Majesty to promote according to preference. However, I would suggest that the position of empress be left vacant for a while, and not given directly to your real wife for the time being. Liu Zhang nodded as he sniffed and said, good, you guys arrange it. In reality, I am also alone, and this message can be revealed to those people. Hearing Liu Zhang say that he was now alone, Feng Gao thought of something but did not point it out. This news could be considered good news. The position of empress will be coveted by many. By directing all their attention to this matter, you can avoid some uncontrollable mess. My lord, obey. Ending the conversation, Liu Zhang smiled indifferently. Choosing a consort was a process to consolidate power and appease the people. And right now he wasn't in the mood for a woman. He hadn't seen all of this great country yet, so how could he have the heart to ponder that kind of thing? However, to show his support for Feng Gao and others, he wrote an imperial decree. Just less than an hour later, the news of the emperor's choice of consorts spread throughout the entire internet, and almost everyone was abuzz. The emperor is definitely the pinnacle of personal power. And to be queen, that's the dream of many women. Now that the opportunity is right in front of them, they all want to fight for it. For those imperial officials and great powers, becoming an imperial relative was undoubtedly a very good way to stabilize the power in their hands. After experiencing the strong suppression of the imperial dragon guards in the past 2 days, they all realized how powerful the imperial power of the Tsang Dome Empire was, and that as long as they could establish a relationship, they would be able to gain a foothold in the midst of this unprecedented great change. Jinyang City, in a certain hotel, Lu Hanyan, who got this news, jumped up in excitement. She looked in one direction and said viciously, "Lu Zhang, just you wait. When I become the empress, I'll make sure you know how much it costs to bully me." And her best friend Yang Chang, who was sitting across from her, said contemptuously, "You're not even a perfect body anymore, and you still want to be the queen. It's a struggle to get into the palace." Chapter 12, Jianghu Power. Wind Cloud Villa gathers people to revel. Requesting for follow-up reading. After Lu Hanyan heard Yang Qing's words, the smile on her face instantly froze. "Indeed, I have long heard that the most basic requirement for the selection of a draft girl in ancient times was that the woman must have a perfect body." She turned her head viciously. "It's all you. If you hadn't urged me to divorce Lu Zhang, I would be the Marquis at this point. Don't you dare put on me." In the face of Lu Hanyan's angry rebuke, Yang Qing was not the least bit intimidated and directly got up and disliked her back. "You're the one who doesn't know enough and wants to steal Yun Lin from me. If it wasn't for you stirring things up, I wouldn't have become the Lin Group's youngest grandmother long ago." Lu Hanyan sniffed and sneered. "You're nothing but a lousy product. And you still want to be a young granny. Do you really think that people with money are all little cuties? What about? People are just playing with you, even without me. He wants to dump you now. He's just using me as an excuse." "You." Yang Cheng glared angrily and wanted to curse, but then thought of something, but sat back on the bed and sighed. "That's just it. It's useless to say anything now. My Lin Group's young grandmother and your marquise have both fizzled out. So let's just think about how we're going to mix it up next. There is no other choice but to enter the palace. Even if you can't become a showgirl, even if you just become a palace maid, you have to enter the palace. Only after entering the palace can you be seen by the emperor, and if you are favored by the emperor, you may be able to directly become a noble consort. When the time comes to have another child, the position of queen can be fought for. Many queens in history were widows or even married. For the sake of heir succession, they would even specifically pick the older ones. I think I still have a chance," Lu Hanyan said firmly. Seeing that she was so determined to enter the palace, Yang Cheng also gritted her teeth and spoke. "You have a point. I'll go with you. The two of us will go to the palace together, and we'll have a care. And when the time comes, either you or I will be the queen. We must give each other a royal consort." "Good. It's a deal." Lu Hanyan grabbed Yang Cheng's arm, and the two of them had a look of yearning in their eyes, as if they were already sitting in that motherly position. Lu Zheng didn't know that his ex-wife and his best friend who had urged his ex-wife to get a divorce were now hesitantly trying to sit in the position of the queen. And if he knew about it, he would have laughed his ass off. He didn't care about the matter of choosing a consort. Instead, it felt a bit strange to see some hurriedly looking stragglers on the road, gathering in one direction. He called out to a pedestrian, who was a bit impatient, but after seeing the 1 or 2 silver pieces that Lu Zhang held out, he was all smiles. "What's up, boss?" Lu Zhang asked with a smile. "I see quite a few people heading that way. What are people going for?" The man sniffed and looked around, pulled Lu Zhang to the side behind a large tree and whispered, "Zhao Tianlong, the master of Wind Cloud Villa and an expert on the 9th rank, called everyone together online, saying that he was going to hold a conference that would give us stragglers a chance to turn over a new leaf. It is rumored that outside of Wind Cloud Villa, there are also some big factions such as Yiping Tang and Heavenly Sword Pavilion that will be there, which is a big event in the Jianghu." Lu Zhang asked with interest. "And what credentials are needed to enter inside?" "No need. According to the banker, like-minded people can join," the man said casually. Lu Zhang said with a smile, "It just so happens that I have nothing to do. My name is Lu. What is this brother's name?" "Hello brother Lu. My name is Zhang Quan. Let's go in together then." Zhang Quan smilingly brought Lu Zhang along with him as they walked in the direction where the Wind and Cloud Villa was located. The Wind and Cloud Villa was a huge complex, and originally, the villa didn't only have 4 courtyards to live in, but also huge fields as well as farms and pastures, and even a mine. Those are the financial resources that keep the lodge running. As a Jianghu power, the core of the sect was the martial arts masters, and all of these people were rice bowls that ate a lot. Just eating every day is a lot of money, and at this moment, in the entire mountain villa, at least 20,000 people had gathered. Letting all these people have a meal, they might even go straight into bankruptcy. Lu Zhang saw quite a few Jianghu forces in the crowds, but the vast majority are still ordinary people. Not the ordinary people of the Kanglan continent, but the ordinary people of this world. The Kanglan continent blends with reality, and those who don't have a game character in this world automatically become penniless, humble stragglers. It makes them become terrified inside. Because of the emergence of real estate towns and cities, the geographical area has expanded, the terrain has changed, and in many places the roads have been broken and transportation has been affected, coupled with the impact on real estate, the emergence of all kinds of silver and gold leading to inflation of precious metals, and the near collapse of the financial system. The whole world, and all modern industry, has been greatly affected. Income is not guaranteed, life can't go on, and many people are desperate to find a way out of the situation, and it is naturally very tempting for these stragglers to get a chance to turn over a new leaf. That was why so many people were easily called to come into the Wind Cloud Villa. Lu Zhang heard what these people were talking about and sensed their trepidation. Although he was the emperor of the Tsang Dome Empire and possessed immense power, but the matter of the game coming down to reality was not something he could influence. Things have happened, and the situations that we are experiencing now are all an inevitable part of the process. Everything will have to wait until the end of the complete integration before a radical change can take place and ultimate stability can be obtained. Lu Zhang thought of something and came within an unoccupied room. Where are the Imperial Dragon Guards? In an instant, the Imperial Dragon Guards within 10 miles around were immediately inspired and quickly converged towards Lu Zhang's side. The first Imperial Dragon Guard to arrive took just under half a minute to push his way in. I, Zhuo Suiliang, the Imperial Dragon Guard's 1,000 household. Greet your majesty. His face was a bit excited. This was the first time he had seen the emperor since he became an Imperial Dragon Guard. Being summoned by the emperor himself made him feel greatly honored. Seeing that someone had appeared so quickly, Lu Zhang could not help but nod his head. It was impossible for the Imperial Dragon Guards not to notice such a blatant act of mobbing. And before that, he had just issued an imperial decree for them to regulate the forces of the Jianghu. So there was absolutely no way that the Imperial Dragon Guards would sit back and do nothing about this matter. With that in mind, he again directly summoned the others to stay away for now. Turning his head towards Zhuo Suiliang, Lu Zhang opened his mouth to ask, "Get up. What's the arrangement here?" "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhuo Suiliang got up and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, I have mobilized 1,000 good men to mix into the ranks, and once I find a leader causing trouble, I will immediately behead him. If the thieves lose their leader and cannot accomplish anything, they will then be gathered and put under guard, waiting to be sentenced." Nice guy, this is going to be a killing spree. Lu Zhang thought about it for a moment, and this was indeed his own style of handling such things in the game before. It's one word: kill. Kill until everyone is afraid. Kill until they shudder greatly at the thought of the word rebellion. Then no one will mess up. After all, he was still busy with the unification cause at that time, and he would never allow any chaos in the rear. Plus it's just a game where left and right are nothing more than a bunch of stats anyway, and at best you get trolled by a bunch of players, so the tactics are a little more ruthless. He rubbed his forehead and shook his head. It's reality now. We can't use such a rough way. You first pacify your men and wait for my order to act. My lord, obey. The Wind and Cloud Conference was about to begin, but Lu Zhang suddenly heard a conversation. Chapter 13. Wouldn't the king and marquis rather have seeds? Begging for recruitment. Requesting for readings. Go back in time a few minutes. Wind and Cloud Villa. In a room in the attic, Zhao Tianhu spoke with some apprehension. Big brother, do we really have to do this? But if things don't turn out as we expected, then won't we be wanted by the court? It's already this time. Why are you still hesitating? There's no turning back from the bow. Whether or not you can become an official directly depends on this hand. It's all at this time. You can't drop the ball for me, Zhao Tianlong said with a glare. But I'm still afraid. During this period of time, the Imperial Dragon Guards have arrested tens of thousands of people and escorted them to the dungeon. And even the official Daxia government has cooperated, arresting quite a few people together. Zhao Tianhu still had some drums in his heart. Although he had a martial arts cultivation on the 8th rank and had also mastered quite a few profound martial arts and powerful martial arts techniques. But when he thought of the fierce and overbearing doings of the Imperial Dragon Guards in the game, he felt that this matter was not plausible. Zhao Tianlong was helpless and continued to pacify. That's how it's played out on TV. And there's a lot of this kind of thing in the history books. Just don't worry, as long as we recruit quickly enough, there won't be any danger. Think about it, the Emperor issued an imperial decree some time ago, and with us gathering the stragglers with such fanfare, those Imperial Dragon Guards must have long since set their eyes on us. So, as soon as we flag it, they'll probably contact us tonight. When the time comes, we'll just surrender and give up those few gangs that really want to commit treason, and we'll surely be able to get a job for our sins. Whether or not our Zhao family can honor our ancestors depends on this. Tiger, stand up for me. After saying that, Zhao Tianlong no longer cared about Zhao Tianhu and directly pushed the door out and walked onto the high platform. Upon seeing the appearance of the manor master, the disciples of Fengyun Mountain Villa immediately silenced the entire room. Zhao Tianlong didn't use a microphone either, and by running his true qi, the sound he made was deafening, allowing everyone to hear clearly. Thank you all for giving Mr. Zhao face and coming here to discuss great matters. With that, he gave a bow before continuing. I won't talk too much about nonsense. The reason I gathered everyone here today is to seek a future. Nowadays, the Kanglan continent is fused with reality. Originally everyone was an ordinary person, but now some people have become nobles and have become human beings. It's not fair. Either we're all the same, or we're all given a chance to become nobles. I don't want to be stepped on. You don't want to. Nobody does. The game fusion thing is irreversible. We can't go back to the old days. But it's still a messy situation. Various things aren't a done deal, and we still have a chance to turn it around. As the saying goes, would the king and his vassals rather have seeds? This Tsang Dome Empire is also just a civilian player's hand to fight out. Why can't we recreate the world? To create a new empire belongs to us? All of you are here today with a swan in your heart, so let's create a new era together. As his words fell, his men, who had long been set up by him, began to cheer and lead the beat. Start a new era. To be a human being, the people's emotions were driven. And next, the disciples of Windcloud Villa compiled the stragglers who came to gather. Newly formed Great Wind Walled City, officially pulling the flag to rebel. Zhao Tianlong is the Walled City Lord, and at the same time set up 3 deputy Walled City Lords, respectively, the First Class Hall, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion as well as the Golden Lion Gang's gang leader. These 3 were all 8th grade gangs, with their strength only below that of Windcloud Villa. The matter of rebellion was still first proposed by the First Class Church. Morong Lin, the Hall Master of the Hall of One Piece, brought Zhang Baichuan, the Hall Master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, to find Zhao Tianlong to discuss the matter of electing a martial arts alliance leader to counteract the Imperial Court and safeguard the martial arts. However, Zhao Tianlong was well aware of the power of the Imperial Court, so he had no intention of confronting the court at all. However, on second thought, he felt that this was an opportunity, a chance to gain official status and join the court directly, so he agreed and single-handedly directed the party. All that is being done today in such a loud voice is just to beg for recruits. He felt that now that the globe was in turmoil and able to handle such a rebellious matter without bloodshed, the Imperial Court would have taken this relatively soft approach. So, while the many stragglers were being compiled into an army, he sought out Zhao Tianhu and handed him a letter. You go to Chef Ma Yang. He should be the Imperial Dragon Guard. Give him this letter and you go with him. Zhao Tianhu froze for a moment at his words, and then was stunned. Make me a hostage? Are you stupid? Zhao Tianlong patted his shoulder and then continued. If you go ahead and turn yourself in, you won't be implicated. Moreover, with my identity, only if you go, will you be credible. You have to hurry. Whether we can be successfully recruited by the court depends on you. Although this younger brother had a bad brain and was a bit unreliable, he was definitely the person Zhao Tianlong trusted the most and the only person he could trust with his life. Zhao Tianhu clenched his teeth at the words and nodded his head vigorously and said, Don't worry, big brother. I'll make sure we both get to shore safely. After saying that, he quickly headed in the direction of the kitchen, and in a certain room, Lu Zhang couldn't help but smile when he heard the conversation between the two. He hadn't volunteered to do anything, and someone should be along soon. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Chitu's Wasuelion knocked on the door and entered. Greetings, Your Majesty. There is a letter here, written by Zhao Tianlong, the Lord of Wind in Cloud Villa. In the letter, he said that he had organized today's party in order to uncover those scourge elements who wanted to disobey the court. He gives a list of people with insubordinate intentions, but he says that the ordinary people here are innocent and are just being forced to ask the court to recruit them. How to do it? Please, Your Majesty. Lu Zhang nodded and said, Call both Zhao Tianlong and Zhao Tianhu. Yes, sir. Zhou Suiliang didn't even ask what he was going to do, and he did whatever Lu Zhang asked him to do. In reality, he was originally a laborer with an annual salary of more than 100,000 yuan, but the game gave him a hall of 5 officials, not only has the status and position, mansion wealth, and a powerful martial arts cultivation, so there is a strong sense of identification with this current identity. He was the sharpest sword in the hands of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tsangdao Empire, a part of the Imperial Dragon Guards, Lord Qianhu. To Lu Zhang, the Emperor, he certainly defended him with all his might and reverence. When Zhao Tianlong and Zhao Tianhu learned that the Emperor was within the mountain villa, the two of them almost directly softened their legs and gave a knee. If he had known that this person was here, Even if Zhao Tianlong had been given 10 guts, he wouldn't have dared to say any words about recreating the Qianquan. That was a Jindan Grandmaster. A humanoid impeachment weapon that destroys a city with a single slap. If this person was enraged and really wanted to make a move, these 20,000 people were not even enough for him to kill for 2 minutes. I'm a nympho. It's over. The two brothers were brought to Lu Zhang by Zuosuiliang with trembling legs and stomachs, and after seeing Lu Zhang, the two of them knelt down together. Zhao Tianlong cried as he kowtowed. Your Majesty, I plead guilty, but on account of the fact that the herb is still remorseful and has not yet made a big mistake, please be gracious. Your Majesty, I am willing to pay for my sins. Zhao Tianhu followed. Me too. Chapter 14, Is it okay to be annihilated before you can act? Requests for readings. Seeing the two big men crying and wailing, Lu Zhang was also speechless. It seemed that these two people were really frightened by themselves. Waving his hand, he said, all right, get up. I won't kill you all. You are allowed to wear your sins. Although it was said that these two people had gathered this time in order to be recruited, not really wanting to rebel, but after all, things had already been done. The guilt is definitely there. Lu Zhang had never been a merciful person. This situation in the game must be directly killed all over again. But in reality, such a rough killing is not desirable. But again, just letting it go is not an option. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll do whatever Your Majesty needs me to do, Zhao Tianlong hurriedly said. Me too. Zhao Tianhu followed and chimed in. Lu Zhang said smilingly, I want you to continue the rebellion. Hearing these words, the dragon and tiger brothers who had just stood up immediately knelt down again. Your Majesty, we really didn't mean to rebel. We won't dare to do it again. Please be merciful. Nice guy. I thought I had escaped, but I didn't realize that the Emperor was going to let them continue their rebellion. If this matter is confirmed, no matter what, when the time comes, we must behead the bandit leader in order to maintain the majesty of the court. Why did Zhao Tianlong approach the Imperial Dragon Guard to beg for recruitment in the first place? That's not even just the fear of being held accountable. Now it is good. The Emperor, this is too much nowadays. Crime is not enough to kill two people. To give them to sit down the crime. Seeing these two people looking so wimpy, Lu Zhang was also speechless. He couldn't help but wonder how in the world these two brothers had become the bosses of this ninth-rate gang. Alright, I said I wouldn't kill you, so I won't kill you. All up, listen to me. No matter what, we are also modern people, kneeling without moving. Even within the Tsangdom Empire, non-solemn moments, there is no need to perform a great salute. Lu Zhang changed his self-proclaimed name, and His Majesty immediately came up. Frightened, the two brothers jumped straight up from the ground and stood side by side. Lu Zhang continued, I will give you 2 Imperial Dragon Guard Deputy 1,000 households. In the future, you will be the Imperial Dragon Guard's secret guards, and they will directly belong to the chief commander and me. Now that the game has just fused with reality, the situation is still chaotic, and there are quite a few people who are dissatisfied with the status quo and want to cause trouble. I need you as a guide to lure out those who are hiding and plotting against me, so that I can help the court stabilize the current situation as soon as possible. When this is done, you may be knighted and given other rewards. Zhao Tianhu asked in sudden surprise at his words. Your Majesty, are you really going to ordain us? When these words came out, Zhao Tianlong directly gave him a kick and chided. His Majesty's golden words. It's not your turn to question it. Immediately after that, he immediately looked at Lu Zhang again and knelt down on one knee. Your servant, Zhao Tianlong. Obey the decree. The joy in Zhao Tianlong's tone was hard to suppress. He had gone to the trouble of planning such a party so that he could be recruited as an official. Now not only as an official, but also by the Emperor entrusted with important responsibilities, but also can be directly up to the heavenly hearing, which is the holy favor is prosperous. What could he not be satisfied with? Of course it was to do his best to do what the Emperor had told him, and maybe he could actually get a knighthood in return. Lu Zhang immediately issued identity tokens, official robes and weapons to the two men. The Imperial Dragon Guards above the rank of Deputy 1,000 households were uniformly issued by Lu Zhang, and for positions below the rank of Deputy 1,000 households, the Imperial Dragon Guards above the rank of 1,000 households could decide whether to recruit or not, but all have to record their files and submit them for review. The two immediately accepted the token, and Lu Zhang wrote another holy decree and gave it to the two, formally recognizing their identities. Zhao Tianlong, who had changed into the official robe of the Imperial Dragon Guard at the first reading, was very excited, and with both hands holding up the holy decree, he excitedly knelt down and worshipped. I, Zhao Tianlong, am willing to die for your majesty. Zhao Tianhu was also wearing an official robe and was just as excited. Me too. Lu Zhang beckoned for Zuosuiliang to come to his heels and ordered, I'll leave this place in your hands. Coordinate with the Prime Minister and the others to make sure that casualties are minimized and the transition is smooth. Zhuo held his sword in one hand and clasped his fists with the other. My lord, obey. Lu Zheng didn't wait for things to be completely resolved here before leaving. He just gave an explanation and was riding his bike to continue traveling. He hadn't wanted to go to work in the first place. He would not have taken the initiative to get involved in this matter if he had not been a teacher with a minimum of humanitarian concern in his own right. Just give a program and make arrangements. He's not going to do it himself again. If this emperor's position wasn't uniquely bound, he'd simply zen it. With countless riches in my hands, mastering the topmost power, and finally accomplishing the great unification after 10 years of war, I still can't enjoying. The matter of the Wind Cloud Villa soon came to an end. The Imperial Dragon Guards, in conjunction with the local Daxia Union officials, made arrests in peaceful disorder. The leaders of the Yipentang, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, and the Golden Lion Gang were caught, and the rest of the thieves involved in the rebellion were also arrested, and the ignorant people were centrally instructed and demobilized and sent back. Only the two brothers, Zhao Tianlong, the head of Feng Yun Villa, had fled and were nowhere to be found. Songdao Imperial Capital, Cabinet. Right. Prime Minister Lu Cheng finished reading the report and said with a smile, "It seems that even though this His Majesty of ours has gone on a power trip, he still worries about the world." Before the Wind Cloud Villa's rebellion could even begin to take action, it had already been annihilated by His Majesty, and all the problems were solved in an invisible manner. This kind of solves a big problem for us, so let's do it like this. Take advantage of the integration period to expose and solve all the problems, and when it really settles down, people's lives can get back on track. Left Prime Minister Feng Gao also laughed. His Majesty, the idle man, has done so much. It is only right that we must also push forward with what we have in hand. The matter of choosing a concubine has already been arranged on my side, and we will start pushing forward today. Hearing Feng Gao mention the selection of a concubine, the smile on Lu Cheng's face tightened. He spoke with a slightly hesitant face. This is a double-edged sword. Although it can stabilize many people for a while, there is only one empress, and in order to take that position, I'm only afraid that the forces behind those women won't be easily compromised. Feng Gao, however, laughed lightly. The position of empress still depends on His Majesty's wishes. Nowadays, the emperor is not even within the imperial palace, and it is impossible to compete for favor. As for when everything stabilizes, it will depend on how His Majesty decides. That's not something for us two old guys to worry about. Lu Cheng rolled his eyes. You're too cunning. Even His Majesty is calculating. He just wanted to relax. And you laid such a big thunderbolt for him. There's no way that's nonsense. I didn't count him out. After so many years, he doesn't even have a child. This child is an orphan with no relatives, and I'm also half his elder, so I must not worry about this matter. I don't want to be like you, who is dedicated to public service and only cares about state affairs. I have to think more for His Majesty. Feng Gao chuckled. Good. The good guys are letting you be the good guy. Okay, you're the only one who can solve this matter of choosing a concubine. Don't make any mistakes. Lu Cheng waved his hand and walked straight away. Although he also regarded Lu Zheng as a junior son or nephew, compared to Feng Gao, as a practical person, he was indeed a little more concerned about national affairs. Let the professionals do what the professionals do. Feng Gao wanted to worry a little more for Lu Zheng, so let him do a good job. On the other side, Lu Zheng continued to ride. When you arrive at a place, look for a small restaurant to have a bowl of noodles. Suddenly, a prompt came to his ears. Ding! Field mineralization. Chapter 15, Field Mineral Realization. Lu Hanyan's candidacy. Requests for follow-up readings. Ding! You currently own 1. 274. 968 hectares of fields. 1. 327 minerals. Why is Lu Zheng so rich? It's not that he moved the money and food from the Ministry of Revenue, but he has a way of making money. He is the largest landowner, mine owner, and has a complete business empire that can influence the Imperial Palace's economic operations to a certain extent. With enough money in hand, it is much easier to spend money on things, but it's such a lot of money in his hands right now. The entire land of the Tsung Dome Empire's Imperial Palace added up to a total of only 37 million hectares, and he alone accounted for 1/30th of it. Counting other wealth, he alone should have 1/20th of the entire empire. That's a very scary number. If he wasn't the emperor, and if any other person possessed such financial power, he would definitely be eliminated by the Imperial Palace's senior management in a joint effort. But he's the emperor. When an emperor has such wealth, it means he has absolute control over the entire empire. Now, when he saw his various field properties floating on the map in front of him, he was fretfully rubbing his head. The Kanglan continent is a large area. It's at least 10 times the land area of the clouded blue planet. now that all of this land has been integrated into the cloud blue star. It has caused what can be described as an earth-shattering impact on the terrain of the mountains and rivers and the distribution of the cities here. It doesn't matter if the land area expands. To Lu Zheng, it was just that it took a little longer to find someone on a bicycle. But what he considered was that it would not be a permanent solution to leave so much land and minerals uncultivated and unmined, just lying fallow. Sooner or later, it's going to cause pandemonium. Even though he didn't want to work anymore, after all, he had been an emperor for so many years, he still couldn't help but stand up for the interests of the entire empire. Therefore, at the first moment, he found a hotel, entered within the room, took out the holy decree, and communicated with Right Prime Minister Lu Chang. Lu Chang, see your majesty, Lu Chang said respectfully. Feng Gao, who was next to him, also followed along. Feng Gao, see your majesty, Lu Zhang nodded and said, be excused, Duke Lu, Duke Feng, it so happens that you are both here, and you all know about the field minerals. What are your thoughts now? Lu Chang opened his mouth. Your majesty, the old minister has just discussed this with the left prime minister. This matter is not difficult to handle. The embodiments are private property, and we cannot seize them, but these riches, too, should not be allowed to be occupied by individuals in their entirety, resulting in the loss of imperial property. First of all, these fields and minerals should be remeasured and registered to get an accurate data. The second is to recruit stragglers to be converted into farmers, and through modern machinery, manage and collect taxes according to farm enterprises from those landowners whose land has reached a certain size, so that the empire's wealth income can be guaranteed while those stragglers are resettled. Lu Zhang thought of a key issue at once. The stragglers here are just a judgment of the game world. Many of them actually have jobs and industries in reality, so how would they want to be farmers? Feng Gao chuckled. It's simple, pay more money. Most modern people are not so conditioned to work. And with so many unemployed people, would they not be willing to farm for a guaranteed income of over 10,000 a month? Besides, we couldn't do anything about it before in the middle of the game. But now that we can mechanize farming since we're integrating reality, our big farm is just the right place to promote it. Lu Zhang also figured it out when he heard this, and he couldn't help but nod his head and laugh. With the two court elders here, it seems that I was overthinking things. I'll leave it to you guys then. I'll go and swim in peace. You guys just take more trouble. With that, he was about to put away his holy orders and end the conversation. Your Majesty, wait. Feng Gao came forward to stop it. Regarding the matter of choosing a consort, I made a sangha with various questions, and I need you to confirm it to give a reply. Do you think we should contact each other via cell phone or something? Lu Zhang took out his cell phone and said, let me add you. Take a picture of me and send it to me. Read it and get back to you. Previously, Lu Zhang had not taken the initiative to contact the minister through his cell phone, mainly because he was worried that his information would be leaked and cause him some trouble. After all, this information security can't be guaranteed these days. However, many people had already seen him by now, and if they were to look into it in detail, he wouldn't be able to hide his identity for long. But it's only going to be exposed to a fraction of the population anyway. Lu Chang and Feng Gao knew what to do. Putting away the imperial decree, Lu Zhang leaned back on the sofa and browsed through the details of the consort selection given by Feng Gao. By and large, it was the same as what Feng Gao had reported earlier, with more arrangements made in the details. The selection of consorts officially opens tomorrow. Within 10 days, all women above 20 and below 30 years old who have not had sex can go to the Dome Imperial capital to run for the election. The preliminary selection will sift out 3,000 showgirls, then gradually select them, and finally choose 81. That is, 81 candidates for the royal wives. In addition to this, a selection of courtesans will be chosen. Showgirls can be given priority to become courtesans, and courtesans are not required to do anything other than the requirements of being under 35 years of age, being in good health, and having a decent appearance. Lu Zhang roughly skimmed through it and directly gave the approval to pass. Half an hour later, the matter of the consort selection ceremony was officially announced on the internet, and many netizens launched a hot debate. Last time, after Feng Gao and Lu Zhang had spoken about choosing a concubine, they had spread some news on the internet, which was used to test people's emotions. Now that the time and process of choosing a consort is directly determined, the crowd's reaction is even more hilarious. It's really time to choose a concubine. I knew it. The emperor is also a man. Men are all the same. It's not like it hasn't been chosen before, but it turns out that it's just called a talent show. What's all the fuss about? Can this be the same? The original is nothing more than an elected plaything. Now it's going to be in the palace. That's an official position. Right. Not to mention becoming the empress. Even if you become imperial concubine, that's also an official position of the first rank. status, wealth and power, all within your grasp. Jime guys, I am the one who will have a better man waiting for us. Now's our chance. Towards the throne of the queen. Charge. TSK. What are you so excited about? Look at the requirements. The perfect body. Looking around, all of you Jime should be useless, right? The body has pulled the plug and stopped the water and electricity. And you still fantasize about being a queen. Disgusting grasshopper man. Even if this fairy becomes a courtesan, she won't cheapen goods like you. In the hotel, Lu Hanyan was so excited when she saw the news of the consort selection ceremony that she immediately took a car with Yang Qing overnight and arrived at the Dong Imperial capital. Originally, due to the lack of game natives, there were very few people among the Dong Imperial capital, but now it is overcrowded. Looking around, quite a few girls were dressed up in flamboyant colors, and looking at the direction of their movement, they were all heading towards the side of the palace. The purpose of coming here was self-evident. Seeing so many competitors, Lu Hanyan couldn't help but worry. With so many beautiful young girls, can we still enter the palace? Yang Qing, however, said confidently, they should all be aiming to be chosen as concubines and become showgirls, whereas our goal at the beginning was to be little palace maidens. 30 years old is the right age to be able to take care of people who can do things. And with our looks, we'll definitely be able to do it. Chapter 16, Confident Lu Hanyan. Student Mak Yunlan. Begging to be read. Yang Qing's words gave Lu Hanyan a great deal of confidence, and the two of them went directly to the palace maid enrollment office. There's a lot of people here, too. Modern women are open-minded and seldom have intact bodies, yet they are not willing to marry ordinary men and also possess a dream of being a queen, so they are willing to gamble. As long as you become a palace maid, after entering the palace, you will have a chance to become a concubine by finding a way to climb into the emperor's bed. Then with what she thought were great palace fighting skills, she eventually ascended to the throne of the empress step by step. Let's just say that these older beauty queens have surprisingly consistent dreams and ideas. Seeing that the competition here was also so fierce, Lu Hanyan couldn't help but be staggered. But having come, she couldn't possibly just give up. Mentally, he swore, Lu Zheng, just you wait, I will definitely reach the top step by step. Step by step, I will become the empress and make you kneel in front of me. Wagging your tail and begging for mercy, the two made their way to the registration desk. There was a water bowl next to it, freshly changed with fresh water. The man in charge spoke up. Wash your face, remove your makeup, and in the future, you can either enter the palace with a veiled face, or you can only wear light makeup as prescribed. Modern magical makeup belongs to the crime of deceiving the king. Yang Qing's eyes widened at the words and her mouth opened wide. Before the internet said that now the woman's makeup to the ancient times was seen by the emperor as the crime of deceiving the king, I did not expect that now actually came true. Willow Hanyan confidently finished removing her makeup. Back then, she was able to make Lu Zhang like her, and apart from filling in the companionship and care that Lu Zhang lacked due to his family's changes, this appearance was also part of it. What teenager doesn't like pretty girls? So, she's got a good bottom. Once she was cleaned up, the guy in charge scored her a point and sent her to the next place. Yang Chang also got a decent face score. She was able to evening out the rich second generation. Naturally, she also had some good looks. The rich kids have experienced so many women that they can tell at a glance if they are really naturally beautiful. The next item was a medical examination, which they also passed with flying colors, in good health and free of disease. Finally, there is a comprehensive consideration of self-expression and demonstration of competence. Yang Qing could wait on people, knew how to massage, and got the final qualification of an ordinary unimpressive little palace maid. And Lu Hanyan demonstrated her skills as a first-class dancer and was appreciated by the person in charge. Originally, there were specialized dancing girls within the palace. The Cthulhu Empire dancers are also rewarded with official bodies and are managed from top to bottom. Among them, the first class for the amazing dance girl. Only one place. You can get the official body of the 7th grade, in charge of all the dance girl, directly under the order of the Harem 6 Bureau of Shangyi Bureau under one of the 4 divisions of the Division of Music. The second class is the dragon dancer from the 7th rank. Only 2 people. The third class is the flow wind dancers of the 8th grade. And it takes 4 of them. The 4th class is the back to snow dancers from the 8th class, top 8. The 5th class is the shapely dancers of the 9th grade, 16 in number. The 6th class is the flying dancers from the 9th rank, only 32 of them. The others are unassuming, ordinary dancers without official bodies, called flutter dancers, and there is no limit to the number of them. Where ordinary banquets are concerned, there is only one flying dancer to lead the dance, and the rest are just fluttering dancers. According to the regulations, the emperor banquets officials above the 5th grade. There should be the 5th class of dancing girls, banquets above the 3rd grade of the big officials. Required the 3rd class of dancing girls, only state banquets. Outsiders can see the first class and the second class of dancing girls appear. Lu Hanyan's first-class dancer was just a game rank, not the same as a harem status. However, this strength also allowed her to directly obtain an official body from the 9th rank of flying dancer. The feeling of being a direct official made Lu Hanyan very excited. Yang Qing was also very envious. Smokey, it's still you who is more powerful. Now that you've become a dancer from the 9th rank, as long as you wait for the opportunity to perform in front of His Majesty, you may be directly chosen as a noble consort, or even hand-picked as the empress. Don't forget to take me with you when your sister gets rich. As she spoke, she squeezed Lu Hanyan's shoulders. To this attitude of hers, Lu Hanyan felt very flattered. Just being a small dancing girl from the 9th rank, she could be flattered like this, which greatly stimulated her ambition and desire to fight. Don't worry, as long as you help me ascend to the throne of the empress, I'll definitely give you a first-rate imperial concubine. Lu Hanyan said atmospherically. She was confident that with her looks and dance moves, she would be able to mesmerize His Majesty the Emperor after some more time of enhancement. Only a man like His Majesty the Emperor who sat on the world was worth fawning over and paying for. And when she thought that she had even been played by an unambitious man like Lu Zhang for 10 years before, she felt that she had lost a lot of money. Wasn't it just spending Lu Zhang's $4 million inheritance? As long as she becomes the empress, if His Majesty casually spends a little on her, it would be tens of millions or even a few $100 million. A mere $4 million. She can't even look at it. What's this money compared to the youth you've spent? Songdong Imperial Capital, Pastor's Mansion. Mak Tiangao looked at the good girl in front of him and looked at her with some disbelief. This girl can be said to be knowledgeable, dignified and elegant since she was a child, and is definitely a model amongst the great ladies. I didn't expect to be so stubborn today. Girl, why do you have to go to the palace? Dad doesn't need you to go camping for anything? I'm already the secretary of the Delizy, ranking at the 3rd grade, and our family has amassed so much wealth. There's no shortage of anything. You can find someone who loves you. What is like inside the palace? Even if the drama is not real, can read the history books can also see something. That's not a good place to go, and if you don't get it right, your whole life, you'll be wasted. Mak Yunlan, however, changed her usual obsequiousness and said firmly, Dad, I naturally have my reasons for doing this. I just can't tell you yet. When you entered this game at my suggestion, you honed your case handling skills, and now you have even directly obtained such a position. I can see that I have never been wrong in my choices, and this time, I won't be wrong either. She didn't have a chance before. Now, she's going to try once for her own happiness. Mu Yunlan was Lu Zhang's student, brought to graduation in Lu Zhang's first class, and had now graduated from university and was working as a teacher as well. In her ignorance, she had developed admiration and fondness for the man who was as gentle as jade. Later, after graduating from junior high school, she visited Luzhan once a year. After learning that it was playing the game, Sanlan Continent, it also joined it and became a private school instructress. Because he learns that Lu Zhang needs talent development, he brings his lawyer father, Mu Tianqua, into the game. Nowadays, Mu Tianqua had become the chief official of the Delizy, the highest legislative body of the Songdom Empire, a hallowed 3rd grade official. Because he had been reused by Lu Zhang, the game materialized, and Lu Zhang rewarded him with all sorts of possessions, but also made his family directly rich, with hundreds of millions of assets. Mak Yunlan felt that he had gotten a lot out of his teacher. In the past, she had buried that fondness deep in her heart because she knew that her teacher had a family, but now that she knew that her teacher, who was the emperor, would agree to the choice of a consort, then she must already be alone again. Here's your own chance. This is what one has been waiting for. She had to catch it. She had to be the woman who was a gentle gentleman. In the end, Mak Tianguo was not able to dissuade him, and then Mu Yunlan ran for the showgirls under the game name Mu Yuxiao, and after the layers of selection, she became one of the 81 imperial wives, and her identity information and appearance images were presented and sent to Lu Zhang's cell phone. Chapter 17, Sharing the Teacher's Worries. There are always great evils. Requests for follow-up reading. 81 imperial wives are not exactly the same in status. Among them, there were 27 Bo Lin, who received the 6th rank, 27 imperial ladies, who received the 7th rank, and 27 Kai ladies, who received the 8th rank. The starting point is the positive 8th grade. You should know that this is a salary to be given according to the official position. According to the salary standard of the Songdom Empire, an official of the 9th rank was paid 8 taels per month. An official of the 9th rank was paid 10 taels per month. An official of the 8th rank was paid 15 taels per month. And an official of the 8th rank could get 20 taels per month. That's not even counting things like holiday bounties and year-end awards. Let's not talk about whether or not we can get the emperor's favor. For an ordinary peasant's son, as long as he was chosen as one of the 72 concubines of the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Just her salary alone would be enough to keep the family fed and watered. For women who enter the palace, their salaries are paid out of the court's pocket, because in a sense, they came to work at the palace, but food and clothing are the emperor's own responsibility, and his own woman, of course, must be raised by himself. There are also palace maids within the palace. These are also the emperor's own money to raise. This was the rule set by Lu Zhang. He has money of his own anyway. There is a clear distinction between public and private. If you serve your own people, you should be responsible for paying for it. Back to the main topic. The 81 imperial wives were to be divided into 3 levels, which required Lu Zhang to make the division himself. Fengao listed out the photos and characteristics of the 81 people as well as their identifying information to Lu Zhang and waited for him to give a reply so that he could determine the grade of the 81 people. Lu Zhang quickly skimmed through these people's information. Unsurprisingly, more than half of them belong to the daughters and granddaughters of some important court officials or relatives, or the descendants of some families of the Daxia Union, and only a dozen are considered to have no backing forces. Their families are clean, and they are all promoted by virtue of their own talent and appearance. But Lu Zhang wouldn't promote those people, ordinary people either. Without support, being in a position of power will in turn make them a target, which is not good for them. This time the selection of the consort is in order to balance and stabilize the forces of all parties to come up with a show. Of course, must let everyone satisfied with the person out. The courtiers promoted some, and the descendants of the great families had to come up a number. Suddenly, Lu Zhang saw one of the photos and was stunned. Isn't this that Yunlan girl? Lu Zhang looked at the name and introduction, and after seeing the name Mu Yuxiao on it, he could not help but frown. What's this girl coming to join the fun for? Could it be that Mu Tianqua asked her to attend? It shouldn't be. This girl is Mu Tianqua's little cotton-padded girl. How could she give it up? Mu Tianqiao did not know Lu Zhang's identity, nor did he know that Lu Zhang Mu Yunlan still had a relationship, but Mu Yunlan knew Lu Zhang, and she was considered the only person who knew his real-life identity and his game identity. Lu Zhang thought about it briefly, not realizing why, but entering the palace, altogether, was up to you, and it wouldn't put her in any danger. This, in turn, is a form of protection. Lu Zhang suddenly thought of something. Perhaps she entered the palace to seek refuge, pick and choose, and a class position that balances the forces is ready. On that day, the holy decree was issued. Mu Yuxiao got the status of Bao Lin, received the 6th grade official position, given 6 accompanying palace maids. A picker girl gets 2 accompanying courtesans, while a royal lady gets 4, all of which are in the enjoyment class. Mu Yunlan was given his own palace, 3 sets of regular clothes, 3 sets of ceremonial clothing as well as 1 set of spring and fall official clothes. Yang Qing was one of the palace maids assigned to Mu Yunlan. Looking at Mu Yunlan, who was wearing a 6th grade Bao Lin official's uniform and was all noble, Yang Qing couldn't help but say with envy, "Your Excellency is truly blessed, directly being appointed by His Majesty to the 6th rank, but all of a sudden, she is even more honorable than Lord Magistrate, the parental official who manages one side of the country. If it was really an ancient courtesan, she would never dare to talk like that. If you really want to say that, I'm afraid that you will immediately be pulled down and taught a lesson for having no respect for your honor, or even directly sent to the Raccoon Bureau to do hard labor." But after all the people here were modern people, and Mak Yunlan was also a gentle person. Hearing this, she thought of something and smiled. "Your Majesty's choice, naturally, cannot be wrong." The thought was, teacher really does like me after all, giving me such a high position straight away. I must work hard and strive to sit as the empress and share teacher's worries. Another wave of shame welled up inside her at the thought. In the future, you can't address your teacher anymore. You have to address your majesty. Yang Qing looked at the gorgeous dresses and exquisite headdresses, not to mention the salary or other rewards. But this beautiful thing must be worth millions or even tens of millions. She couldn't help but think darkly in her mind. I told you how those women in the ancient harem would fight to the death over a hairpin or a headdress. Such a beautiful thing. If I had the ability to get it, no one would want to snatch it away from me. Whoever comes to grab it will get her killed. Immediately after that, she began to fantasize about her wonderful life of being seen by the emperor and becoming his new favorite after a night of clouds and rain. The matter of choosing a consort was just a hiccup for Lu Zhang. At this time, it was already 10 days after the field minerals materialized, and the place where he was located was a small county named Dongli. There was nothing special about this place, and what really made Lu Zhang care was the city named Yunjiao that materialized outside Dongli County. The day the city properties materialized, all of the cities and towns of the Tsingtao Empire appeared within or around the map of the Great Summer Alliance. Many of the cities and towns that hit most of the properties actually belong to the game's native inhabitants, so they have no owners and are uniformly categorized as imperial assets. Yunzhou City was originally just an ordinary county city, and there were very few officials who had industries within it. After the property materialized, there were very few people who went inside. Lu Zhang had gotten word that just yesterday, a group of people who called themselves the Beggars Gang had seized Yunzhou City, inciting the people under the banner of rebelling against the Tsungdao Empire and chasing freedom, and had gathered many people inside. It just so happened that Lu Zhang came over here today, and after the matter of choosing a consort was expedited, he immediately called over the Imperial Dragon Guards in charge of this place. I, Zhang Yu, 100 of the Imperial Dragon Guards, greet your majesty. The Imperial Dragon Guard 100 households is also not a small official. Only those with a martial arts cultivation on the 7th rank can serve, and receive the title of the 6th rank. Lu Zhang waved his hand. Get up! What's going on in Yunzhou City? Didn't the Jianghu forces already carry out a pacification once? How could something like seizing the city still occur? Zhang Yu had just stood up, and when he heard Lu Zhang questioning him in such a manner, he was so frightened that he once again knelt down on one knee. I deserve to die. This matter is due to my negligence. Previously, I only pacified the local gangs belonging to the Tsongdome Empire, but I didn't expect that a group of outsiders would come here and gather a group of people. My people just poked around and found out that these people, in reality, are a group of criminals. They call themselves the Beggars Bunch and make trading arrangements through the game, doing business and trading men and women and selling body parts. I have already sent men to infiltrate, so I can make an arrest of the leader of the thieves today. Lu Zhang couldn't help but frown at his words. There are always great evils in this world that can't be avoided, but still have to be killed. Let's go. I'll go with you. We can't let any of these people go. His tone was full of coldness, carrying a powerful imperial pressure, as well as the powerful oppressive force belonging to a Jindan Grand Master. Chapter 18. When an emperor is angry, he ambushes millions of corpses. Requests for follow-up reading. After 10 years of being an emperor, Lu Zhang was burned out on the job. He wanted to cloud the world to drop everything, but there were always some principles of being a human being that still had to be maintained. Facing such goods as the Beggars Association, Lu Zhang would have made a move even if he was not the emperor. What's more, he has the occupation of emperor in place nowadays. Surprisingly, there were still people who used the Tsonglan Continent's game system to conduct grey transactions, which was simply a provocation to the Tsongdome Empire. Lu Zhang didn't just have a hateful mentality towards the criminal actions of these criminals within his heart. What made him angry was that the Tsongdome Empire that he had worked so hard to create had become a hotbed of evil for these bad seeds. Although he was tired of his job as emperor, he was still proud of his accomplishments over the past 10 years. As a large-scale comprehensive virtual reality fantasy hegemony game, 10 years to successfully unify the Central Plains and become the founding emperor. Lu Zhang was satisfied with his feats, and after learning what these people from the Beggars Association have done, it is undoubtedly a great stain on his great achievements. The two factors combined, and his anger reached a breaking point, and the first one to sense Lu Zhang's mood swings was 100 household Zhang Yu. After feeling the aura released from Lu Zhang, a layer of cold sweat immediately surfaced on his forehead, for big words came to his mind. Long Yan was furious. Sensing Lu Zhang's anger, Zhang Yu became more cautious and quickly advanced, leading the way for Lu Zhang, and the two of them soon entered within Yunzhou City under the reception of the Imperial Dragon Guards. Within a certain closed compound in Yunzhou City, more than 50 Imperial Dragon Guards stood warily to the side. Lu Zhang stood in front of the door to the main hall and swept around, all of them not daring to make a sound. Within the large courtyard, it was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. The structure of the organization of the Beggars Association, the whereabouts of all the people, have they all been determined yet? Lu Zhang opened his mouth and asked. Trial 100 Tenant Chen Bailu walked up stiffly and saluted. Your Majesty, the members of the Beggars Association organization total 473 members, except for a vice master named Han Shi who is not present. The rest of them have been put under surveillance and can carry out arrest operations at any time. Where did Han Shi go? Lu Zhang looked towards 100 household Zhang Yu. The latter immediately stepped forward and reported. Han Shi went to Tongya City. My subordinates have already reported it to Lord Knight Yuhan of the 1,000 households. And Lord Knight wrote back that he's already following it up, and that Lord Knight wants to find some of the people associated with this organization, to eliminate them all at once. Upon hearing Knight Yuhan's name, Lu Zhang nodded his head. This woman is 1,000 households that he promoted. In reality she is a police department staff. Now she has taken over. Han Shi cannot run away, but also can follow the vine to catch out the umbrella and upstream and downstream personnel of these bad seeds. This is a good thing. He was quite satisfied with this arrangement, and finally his face eased a bit. Then let's move. Not a single one should be spared. Lu Zhang ordered. My lord, obey. Zhang Yu was as if he had been pardoned, and immediately led the crowd out of the courtyard and gathered towards the inmates. On his way out the door, he heard Lu Zhang add 3 more words: kill without mercy. Zhang Yu and the others' bodies shook, and their footsteps became a few points faster. Lu Zhang flew into midair as he came to watch from a high place. Although he was more assured of the Imperial Dragon Guard's ability to do their job, this was after all after the fusion of reality, with guns and some other unstable factors. He needed to make sure that none of them were let go. In reality, the vast majority of those 400 people involved in the deal, even if they were caught, would just get a few years in jail, but since they were in the middle of this Tsang Dome Empire's Yunzhao city, then they would follow the laws of the Tsang Dome Empire. All participants, kill. Zhang Yu and the others tangibly sensed Lu Zhang's anger. As the saying goes, when a piker is angry, blood is spilled. And when the emperor is angry, he ambushes millions of corpses. Zhang Yu knew that this time, if he did not kill all 472 members of the Beggars Association in the city, the consequences would be very serious. If Lu Zhang personally took action, he didn't dare to imagine what it would be like. He only remembered that amongst the gameplay footage he had seen earlier, Lu Zhang had slapped out a palm, and the capital city of the Jing Kingdom had been destroyed, with more than 300,000 people dying outright. More than 20,000 of those players had their accounts gone outright. Terrifying in the extreme. Kill. Not a single one of them should be let go. Zhang Yu let out a low roar and gave all the Imperial Dragon Guards the order to make a move. The next moment, the shouts of murder shook the sky. Blood splattered into the sky above, staining the surrounding walls red. There were also some 5th or 6th grade martial artists among the Beggars Association, and one by one, they used a variety of martial arts to fight against each other, and a single slash of their strong true chi could cut a wall into 2 pieces. With one punch, a house directly collapsed. However, the Imperial Dragon Guards were all 4th grade martial artists at the lowest, with specialized equipment, martial arts techniques and internal skills, although not top of the line, were still advanced things, and all had a certain advantage when fighting at the same level. They are well trained and determined to kill. Even though this was the first time they had ever done it in reality, there were certain things in the virtual reality game that gave them direct muscle memory when it came to both martial arts fusion and identity fusion. It was as if Lu Zhang had gained Imperial might, and they had become Imperial Dragon Guards in their bones. They, the sharpest knives in the Emperor's hands. The ordinary people in the city were so flustered that they were coaxed into the city and directly pulled the flag to revolt. Now that the officers and soldiers suddenly appeared, they were all scared and scattered, all thinking that they were going to be exterminated together. However, at this time, the 4 gates of Yunzhao city were closed, each guarded by several Imperial Dragon Guards, and no one could go out. Roar! A deafening roar appeared, and a 7th grade martial artist was seen holding a large bronze bell and letting out a roar. This person is Ma Bo, the leader of the Beggars Association. With the help of the advanced martial art lion's roar unleashed by the big bell, Ma Bo produced a powerful sonic true chi attack that directly shook the 2 people surrounding him, Zhang Yu and Shen Bailu, so much so that their knives flew out. And after a successful strike, Ma Bo immediately put the big brass clock into the storage compartment, and then utilized his light power to quickly fly up towards the high altitude. This guy has also mastered a very good light kung fu. Ma Bo had thought that he could escape with his life this time, but he didn't expect that just after jumping on top of a roof, he saw a man with a majestic breath standing in the air. His pupils dilated steeply, and he was horrified inwardly as he blurted out, "Innate Master, the realm of the innate." Ma Bo reacted and turned his head to run. However, just as he jumped up, his body completely turned into a mist of blood, only to see that Lu Zhang gently struck out a palm. Marble's body suddenly exploded, and under the tremendous pressure, the body was broken into tiny powder and violently pushed into the distance. Far up in the air, a huge vacancy appeared above a cloud. From Lu Zhang's angle one could see that it was in the shape of a palm. This was an attack that Lu Zhang had casually struck out with the Grandmaster level martial skill he had mastered, the Pai Yun palm. The word platoon is not just a figure of speech. Once Lu Zhang had slapped a city into powder with just such a slap, and Ma Bo should be considered honored that he had taken such a slap all by himself. The 2 of them, Zhang Yu and Shen Bailu, who had risen and flown from the midst of the broken house, saw this appalling scene and confessed together, "I am late to save the Emperor." 10,000 deaths. Chapter 19, Border Japanese Attack. Requesting an order to go on an expedition. Requesting for readings. Zhang Yu and Shen Bailu were horrified by Lu Zhang's divine and demonic tactics, and were very afraid of being condemned, and were extraordinarily terrified inside. Lu Zhang, however, didn't care and waved his hand. "I don't need you guys to escort me. What you need to do is to maintain my majesty. Keep doing what you're doing. My lord, obey." The 2 of them were like amnesties, and immediately went to kill the remaining Beggars Association people quickly. Many people in the city were shocked by that horrible scene. Originally, that lion's roar of mabos shook their brains, but when they saw that a person was beaten into a bloody mist and floated away, and the clouds were struck with a large handprint, they sobered up in an instant. Is this human? If that palm landed inside the city, the whole city would be gone, right? Thanks to the deterrent of this palm, people settled down, and the siege of the Beggars Association by the Imperial Dragon Guards ended very quickly. Zhang Yu and Shen Bailu brought people to the county office in the city to resume their orders. Lu Zhang said in a deep voice, "I'll leave the pacification of the people in the city to you. The seizure of the city is a one-time occurrence, and if it happens again within your jurisdiction next time, you will not wear this official robe." The crowd immediately fell to their knees in fear, their heads pressed to the ground, not daring to raise their heads. "Please, Your Majesty." Lu Zhang waved his hand. "Well, hurry to pacify the people. The candidate for the post of county magistrate should be reported as soon as possible, so that the Ministry of Appointments can finalize it to ensure the lives of the people in the county." The crowd hurriedly retreated. Lu Zhang, on the other hand, took out his holy decree and directly contacted Knight Yuhan. Every Imperial Dragon Guard at the level of 1,000 households possessed Lu Zhang's holy orders, ensuring that they could be contacted directly. It didn't take long for a cool face to appear in the holy decree suspended in midair. Dressed in a red flying fish costume, she is shown 2/3 of her body, holding a sword in one hand and a fist in the other in a salute of worship. Knight Yuhan, see Your Majesty." Knight Yuhan was a little excited inside, not expecting the Emperor to contact him specifically. Back then in the game she was the one who was promoted by Lu Zhang, directly from an Imperial Dragon Guard from the 7th grade small flag officer to the position of the 5th grade 1,000 households, which can be said to be a moment of favor. But it wasn't long before the Imperial War opened, and she never saw Lu Zhang face to face again. "Now we finally meet again," Lu Zhang said with a smile. "How is the Knight Aid Minister today? I'm sorry for Your Majesty's concern, but I'm in good health and can continue to share Your Majesty's worries." Knight Yuhan replied forcefully. Lu Zhang nodded, got serious, and asked, "The rebellion in Yunzhou City has been pacified. The matter of the Beggars Association. How is the investigation going?" Knight Yuhan froze for a moment at his words, then immediately replied, "Your Majesty, the City Council and I have already made arrangements to close the net tomorrow. Han Shi and the others, along with the umbrella behind them, will all be eliminated." Lu Zhang slowly spoke. "I'm afraid there are quite a few people involved behind Han Shi, and with your rank, there may not be a way to take them all down. I'll issue an order to Commander Yi Wushuang to join forces with those above him, and absolutely not allow anyone involved in this matter to still be alive." Knight Yuhan was once again stunned at his words. She understood what Lu Zhang meant. Everyone involved in this is going to die. The Emperor's anger? Not a district of more than 400 beggars can be quelled. Involved in it, one cannot escape. "My lord, obey." Knight Yuhan led the order in a loud voice. She also had a deep hatred for these people, and with the support of His Majesty the Emperor, it was only natural for them to kill during this still chaotic time. No one can stop it. After ending the conversation with Knight Yuhan, Lu Zhang contacted Commander Yi Wushuang, asking him to step in to help and resolve this matter. Having made the arrangements, Lu Zhang did not think about these things for the time being. He was out for a pleasure trip, and it was just a matter of solving the problems that upset him and passing. As for the matter of comprehensively deepening the solution to similar problems, that was something those in the cabinet would have to go through a headache. Having been out for almost a month, there was still a distance to Jianzhou City in the 12th district. He was delayed by all sorts of nonsense in the middle, or else he would have arrived long ago, even if he was on a bicycle. Now, it'll probably take 2 more days. He thought that there should be nothing to disturb him for the next 2 days, but as a result, on the evening of the following day, Lu Zhang received an expedited petition from both Right Prime Minister Lu Chang and Imperial Dragon Guard Yi Wushuang. The entire Sangha is small, 10 words when distilled. The border is being attacked by Japanese invaders. Please decree to march. Lu Zhang opened the video that Lu Chang had sent to him, and at the same time, he took out the holy decree and linked up with Yi Wushuang. "Your Majesty, the Japanese invaders have attacked the border city of Yuyang, numbering around 1,000 people. And we already have more than 200 soldiers from the Shenbing Legion as well as more than 100 Imperial Dragon Guards going to defend against the battle. I thought that the Japanese invasion of the border this time, absolutely not a momentary plan. Thousands of people team is only its vanguard team. The follow-up will certainly have a large army. Therefore, I ask for an order to gather 10,000 Imperial Dragon Guards and go to support Yuyang City." Compared to the feedback given by Yi Wushuang, the feedback given by Lu Chang was more complete. Sanlan continent descended numerous fields and minerals, changed the terrain, One of the very significant changes is to expand the area of 10 times after the Cherry Blossom Island and the Tsang Dome Empire's country connected. Since then, Yanxia Alliance officials have detected a number of Sakura Nation people roaming the borderline of the now unknown demarcated land. Yanxia is a big place and there are still a lot of internal conflicts to deal with in this game fusion, so we can only wait and see on this matter first, and have not made a clear statement, including this time when the Japanese invaders violated the border. Yanxia was not prepared to send the official army, because the people who landed in the Sakura country to attack were ninjas, ronin and samurai who had been transferred in the game in the Tsanglan continent. They were not the official army of the Sakura country, and could not be counted as a judgment to start a war. That's why the officials notified Liu Chang of the matter in the first place, allowing him to utilize the power of the Tsang Dome Empire to fight back. Yi Wuxuan got the news so quickly because the Imperial Dragon Guard was the most powerful intelligence department in the Tsang Dome Empire. When the Japanese invaders violated the border, this matter was passed to the commander at the first time, and Yi Wuxuan also reported to Liu Zhang, the emperor, at the first time. Thus, although both Yi Wuxuan and Liu Chang had delivered the message to Liu Zhang almost simultaneously, they did not know to each other if the other had already learned of the news. The Imperial Dragon Guard and the cabinet officers. These are two systems. The Imperial Dragon Guards, which belonged directly to the emperor, of course would not give the news to the cabinet first, but would present it directly to the emperor. Yi Wuxuan's proposal was indeed feasible, because the empire's army is not strong enough today. It can only rely on the Imperial Dragon Guard. The ones who served as Imperial Dragon Guards were basically players. After all, they were the existence of Imperial power licenses, and even an ordinary Imperial Dragon Guard had the official status of a full 8th grade. The ordinary soldiers of the 6 legions could not have official status and were very dangerous, and it was very difficult to move up step by step. Therefore, among the 6 million army, there were only about 60,000 players, and most of these people were officers, and the ones who were juniors were those who had just joined the game not long ago, and their number was not much. 60,000 people sounded like a lot. Scattered over a land the size of the Cthulhu Empire, it would seem like very little. If Yuyang City could gather more than 200 soldiers, half of them must be Shiqiang, Tunjian or Centurion, and there are not many ordinary soldiers. However, mobilizing the Imperial Dragon Guards, this was a troublesome matter. While Liu Zhang was hesitating, the game prompt sounded again. Ding! Ministral Fei manifests. You currently have. Chapter 20, the Ministry of Foreign Beasts materialized, and the 6 million strong army swept across. Ding! The ministries and beasts have materialized. You currently have 6 million ranked armies, 3,100,000 ranked ministries, and 124 beasts. A map surfaced before his eyes, showing the location of the barracks, the place where the ministry had appeared. The Cthulhu Empire has 6 legions. The Xian Ice Legion is a navy with 3 powerful fleets that guard the coastline of the Cthulhu Empire. The Kamikaze Legion is an air force, mastering top-notch light skills, equipped with special gliding equipment, and specializing in city raids. The Jingo Legion was cavalry, Jingo and Iron Horse. Each one was a powerful cavalryman armed to the teeth, and the arrows that were enchanted with true chi. Each arrow was as powerful as a sniper rifle. The Fiery Legion was artillery, and the giant cannons made by combining true chi and the characteristics of the Tsang Dome Empire, as well as the hand cannons with explosive power, were an absolute nightmare for the enemy. The Blood Soul Legion and the Thunder Prison Legion did not have specific characteristics to divide them into. Their task was to defend the city, and any city that Liu Zhang captured was given to them to guard, and no matter how many enemies attacked, they never lost it. As for the 100,000 ranked ministries, one of them was the Imperial Dragon Guard, and the other 2, for the time being. Liu Zhang looked at Yi Wuxuan, and a look of surprise surfaced on the latter's face. Apparently, the news of the ministry manifestation was received by him as well. When the Imperial army descends, any Japanese Sakura country can be swept away directly. Amidst Yi Wuxuan's expectant gaze, Liu Zhang spoke. Pass the decree to the 6 legions. Each legion's superior general will pacify their respective legions and garrison the city's defenses. Anyone who violates the borders of my Tsang Dome Empire will be executed even though they are far away. After a pause, he added, General Shui Wuhu of the Xianbing Legion, listen to the order. No one will be left alive for the Japanese in the territory. No survivors. If it was in the middle of the game, Liu Zhang would definitely directly have his army march out and sweep away the enemy country. But this is the reality. The Legion Ministry has just materialized, and many of the officers that players serve as officers are too late to reset. The army can't move in haste. What's more, the world situation today was not yet very clear, so he could not make a rash move and become a target. Game fusion isn't over yet, and it's unwise to act rashly before all the dust settles. Tens of thousands or millions of deaths are irrelevant in a virtual game, but this was in reality. Any soldier could be anyone's father, anyone's child, and their lives were by no means something that Lu Zhang could decide at will. After Lu Zhang had finished declaring the decree, within the Xian Ice Legion's camp, within the upper general's tent, Xue Wuhu floated the holy decree in front of him. Lu Zhang's voice was as hard and clear as golden stone. After hearing this, Xue Wuxi knelt down on one knee and received the decree with both hands. Your servant, Xue Wudi, accepts the decree. He was originally at home. As a veteran, his age has reached more than 80 years of age. He would have been physically unable to do so. Coming from the midst of that war-torn era, he had a passion for the military. Therefore, 9 years ago, he picked up the virtual device and entered the Kanglan continent to start a campaign career. I thought that the game was a game, but I didn't expect the game to descend into reality. And the cultivation of the innate master materialized, directly making him healthier than his grandson's body. However, in reality, he was still an ordinary person after all, and didn't do anything special. Until today, the Xian Ice Legion he led materialized. As an admiral, His Majesty the Emperor himself appointed a full first-grade military officer, a general of heaven's policy. No matter where he was, with a single thought, he could return to the side of the Legion's flag, which was why he was now within the barracks. Now, he's going out on a limb. Pass on my military order. The Vanguard Corps of 100,000. Send troops to Yuyang City to exterminate the Japanese. No one will be left behind. Although the Xianbing Legion was a navy, it also had land combat units and made up the majority of them. 600,000 of them. After all, it doesn't take that many people to maneuver a ship, and in many cases, landing operations are required. Having arranged for the army to strike, Lu Zhang was not entirely at ease. He also ordered Yi Wuxuang to cooperate with the Legion's actions, making sure to ensure the safety of the people of the Empire while annihilating the enemy as much as possible. In order to be able to directly observe the battle, Lu Zhang sent out 3 Fey beasts. The 3 Fey lookalikes are identical. They were a Fey species with a wingspan of over 2 meters, with grayish-white, hard as iron feathers, and an overall appearance of an owl. Its most prominent feature is that it has 3 eyes, hence the name Three-Eyed Owl. They have excellent visual ability, both day and night, can see a grasshopper on the ground at a height of 10,000 meters and accurately judge its movement trajectory and speed to complete the hunt. At the same time, it also possessed the special ability of spirit projection, visual sharing, which allowed it to feed the images it saw back to the linked crystal ball. In other words, it can be used as a high-precision, long-distance, and always monitoring camera. The best application scenario is for military surveillance. Previously, Lu Zhang had been able to achieve many victories, and this kind of foreign beast had helped in no small way. He had a total of 12 three-eyed owls in his hands, and this time, he directly sent out 3 of them to quickly fly in the direction of Xingyang City to provide Lu Zhang with first-hand information. The ability to monitor in real time at this point is invaluable. As a result of the land fusion, the entire planet has expanded in size and volume, causing all satellites to have been rendered useless. Immediately after that, Lu Zhang sent 2 more three-eyed cat eagles to fly to Zhangzhou City to see if they could find Mubai. The significance of finding Mubai is still significant, not just as a friend. As a Jindan Grandmaster, Mubai's battle power was incomparably powerful. A man who has fought 3,000 miles of war, a sword that once served as 1,000,000 divisions. Any place that had Mubai guarding it, Lu Zhang would have no worries. Lu Zhang had some concerns about this matter of the manifestation of foreign beasts, because the Fey are not just controlled by people, there are many uncontrolled and very powerful beings. Among them, there were even top-notch foreign beasts that were enough to rival a Jindan Grandmaster. If a foreign beast crisis did occur, Mubai and Lu Zhang, both would have to act before they could. At this very moment, outside the city of Yuyang, the battle is raging. Yun Qianxiu, the 100th member of the Imperial Dragon Guard, bellowed, and the embroidered spring sword in his hand slashed directly at the neck of a Japanese pirate. Dogs, suffer death. The black dragon True Qi erupted, and above the blade, there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar. The Japanese pirate was so frightened that he scrambled to raise the taijutsu in his hand to fend it off, but he saw that the taijutsu was directly cut off like tofu, and the blade landed on his shoulder, and half of his shoulder was chopped off along with his head by Yun Qianxiu. Yun Qianxiu practiced a martial art called stacked wave strength, storing up power for a few moves in succession. The power of that knife just now directly exploded twice the power of his body's chi limit before he could manage to kill a fellow 7th grade martial artist with a single slash. Seeing this, the remaining Japanese invaders were as if they had seen a demonic god, and they were scared to the point of shivering. Even the strongest first captain among them was killed by a slash. So how could they dare to continue fighting? and they all started to run for their lives. The vanguard brigade of 1,128 men was decimated by 124 Imperial Dragon Guards and 258 Shan Ice Legionnaires to the tune of 849, with less than 300 remaining men fleeing in disarray. Due to the fear that there were still a large number of reinforcements behind it, both 100 household Yun Shenshu and 1,000 husbandman Zhao Zhoucheng did not continue the pursuit. They quickly took their injured colleagues back to the city for medical attention. They had only injured 28 people in this battle, and no one had died. So it could be said to be a great victory. Everyone seemed very excited to kill the Japanese, and it was a humongous experience. On the other hand, seeing the samurai and ninjas who fled back in a hurry, the Edo Kingdom's Grand Admiral Suzuki cavalry stormed out. Chapter 21. 1,000 Japanese invaders are no match for a single Han son or daughter. In the middle of the Tsong-Lan world, there were only 3 continents, and in the middle was the central continent where the Tsang-Dome Empire was located. The Tsang-Dao Empire occupied 1/3 of the entire central continent. The main land areas are concentrated in the east and south, while the north is divided into 2 parts. The northwest is occupied by nomadic kingdoms such as the Kingdom of Huns, and the northeast is occupied by the people of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom who established several kingdoms along with the Goryeo people. Of these, the Sakura Nation people still exist in a total of 2 kingdoms, the Nara Kingdom in the north, and the Edo Kingdom, which is now at war with the Cthulhu Empire. In other words, none of the Sakura Nation people are unified within themselves today. But now, it was actively provoking the Tsang-Dome Empire to come. Of all the forces in the entire Kanglan world, all of them were still in the era of chaotic kingdoms, and only the Central Plains had accomplished a great unification under Liu Zhang's Iron Fist. And under these circumstances, the Edo Kingdom dared to come back to provoke the Tsangu Empire again. It was really courageous. It's actually easy to guess what they're thinking. After all, nowadays, the game world had just merged with reality, and the more gigantic the country, the more serious the internal conflicts. The Cthulhu Empire is the largest empire in the game in terms of land area, with powerful forces and a tough court. Such an empire, fused with the real Yanxia alliance, they all felt sure that a huge chaos would erupt. Moreover, now that the lands of the Edo Kingdom and the Tsangu Empire are connected, they are no longer separated by the sea as they were before. As long as you can attack and plunder some territory, you can keep it for yourself. The Japanese will never stop trying to kill us. Liu Zhang knew this very well. However, in the game, the great unification of the Central Plains and the establishment of a great empire was the goal that Liu Zhang pursued. After all, his original idea was to obtain a 100 million cash reward after establishing his empire so that he could make his wife, Liu Hanyan, come back to him, so he naturally didn't have the heart to care about anything like the Edo Kingdom, the Goryeo Kingdom, and so on. With the strength he had at his disposal, if he really wanted to attack, in the middle of the game, he could destroy the country along with them in 3 days. Therefore, it did not care about it. But now after the fusion of realities, everything can't be so casual. Still, he didn't care how many enemies were killed, he only cared how many of his own sons and daughters were lost. The lives of 1,000 Japanese are worth less than one of my Han sons. Edo Kingdom, border, within the front army tent, Suzuki Cavalry's eyes glared as if they were bullfrogs as he angrily rebuked. Baga, 1,000 people, against more than 300 people. And you were killed by others with less than 300 people left to run back. You guys still have the face to come back. Are you all pigs? Koji Tanaka, a high-ranking Nakanobu equivalent to a 6th grade martial artist, bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Grand Admiral, we suffered an attack from the Tsang-Dome Empire's Imperial Dragon Guards. They were very powerful in battle. Captain Matsu was cut in half by one of them, and we escaped back just to deliver the news to you. Facing Koji Tanaka's sophistry, Suzuki Cavalry slapped him straight on the face. Baka, Matsu Gekuen is an upper shinobi, splitting him in half with a single slash. Could it be that you encountered an 8th or even 9th ranked martial artist from the Tsang-Dome Empire? If it was an 8th or 9th ranked martial artist, there's no way you guys would have come back alive. Hi, but the subordinate is telling the truth. Koji Tanaka continues to bow his head and admit his mistake. Suzuki Cavalry's face was gloomy. He had actually believed Tanaka Koji's words. After all, if they hadn't encountered such a horrifying scene, these people wouldn't have been scared so badly. He's just angry. A mere fishing young city, a small frontier city of the Tsang-Dome Empire. If we can't take this down, how can we open up a new frontier for the Edo Kingdom? Nowadays, the Edo Kingdom, the Nara Kingdom, and the people of the real Sakura Kingdom within the Sakura Union formed a kind of three-legged temporary stable situation. No one wants to break this, at least not by being the outlier. This was because whichever of the 3 parties declared war first would inevitably suffer a siege from the other 2 forces. Therefore, the Nara kingdom chose to forge ahead in the direction of the Goryeo alliance, while the Edo kingdom was heading in the direction of the Tsangu Empire, trying to minimize internal conflicts with external conflicts. Stirring up a war was Sakura's usual way of resolving sharp internal conflicts. The Edo kingdom wasn't considered weak, at least because the land area was 10 times larger than the Sakura Union in reality, and the number of troops under its command amounted to as many as 800,000. Of course, over 600,000 of them are ministry in the game, with just under 200,000 players. However, the number of its players is also more concentrated, which is why it was decided to start a war in a short period of time and sent a brigade to test the waters. Although it was very unwise to provoke a behemoth like the Dome Empire, it wasn't the first time they had done this kind of thing. Already a repeat offender. Now that the land is connected, it is at the chaotic stage of the early stage of the game fusion. Such a great opportunity. They can't hold back that wolf's ambition. Gathered 100,000 Ronin, samurai and ninja to form a large army, led by the High Admiral Suzuki Calico, who was of the higher shinobi force level. The army was stationed at the borderline. If the results of this one brigade's trial were good, then Suzuki Cavalry would have the 100,000 strong army pour out and launch a direct attack on the 10 Dome Empire border cities that had already been identified. Make sure to take 10 cities within 10 days as a bridgehead for the Edo Kingdom's annexation of the Cthulhu Empire. Although it sounded like a delusion, this had always been the truest thoughts and desires of the hearts of certain people in the Sakura Union. They, very eagerly, want to replace such a big central empire as the center of the world. But now, out of the blue, 1,000 people went out and were killed by less than 300 others with less than 300 left. While he was hesitating, the game's prompt suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Ministral Fey manifests. You currently have. For a moment, he was refreshed. The ministry materialized, and the Edo Kingdom's current total strength of less than 200,000 could be expanded directly to 800,000, and the force under his direct control went from 100,000 to 200,000 men, though it occurred to him that the Cthulhu Empire's army must have materialized as well. But he felt that because of this, the Dome Empire needed time to consolidate that huge army, and it was simply impossible to spare time to deal with an unexpected incident in a small border town. So he did order it. Senior Colonel Shiraki, you lead 10,000 men and immediately make a strong attack on Yuyang City, and I want to hear news of the entry before nightfall. Otherwise, you'll go and thank the heavenly locust for your sins. Shiraki Ryosuke immediately bowed forward at his words, bowing his head. Hi! Shiraki Ryosuke left the tent and quickly went to mobilize his troops. Now that Yuyang City had just won a great victory, he felt that now was the time when its defenses were lax. And this time he went there. He was bound to be able to build up his success at once. It's just a small border town in the district. Could there be any accidents? The movement of their army was immediately reported to Yun Xianqiu by the Imperial Dragon Guard Knight not to be collected squad responsible for surveillance. Yun Xianqiu did not hold back and immediately passed on the news to Qin Hu Shaowuji, who in turn crossed over to the officials such as Zen Fujio and Commanding Tongji above and reported directly to Commanding General Yi Wushuang. The requirement for wartime military intelligence transmission is that the theater hand passes directly to the highest level. Yi Wushuang quickly gave a reply. Yuyang City will hold firm for half a day, and at dusk, the army will arrive. P.S. Your Majesty, if you have a good time reading this, please reward me with a free recommendation or a 5-star review. Chapter 22, Brothers, Kill the Japanese. Kill the Japanese! Kill the Japanese! After receiving the order to hold out for half a day, Yun Xianqiu pondered over the current gap between the power he held in his hands and the enemy he would face. According to the feedback that came from the Nightless Squad, the Japanese would have at least 10,000 troops to descend on the city at around 3 p.m. Yuyang City was just a small city with walls that weren't very high. A martial artist of the 4th rank or above could easily go over it with the help of light power. The strength of his own men combined with the Xian Ice Legion soldiers here was just over 300, with some of them being injured. Such a situation is not promising. If he said that he had reached a desperate situation and fought to the death to die for his country, Yun Xianqiu would naturally not be ambiguous. But it's not in that situation right now. It can also lend a hand. Thus, Yun Xianqiu brought the 1,000 husbandmen Zhao Jiuqing to him and spoke his thoughts. I'm going to spread the news of the Japanese invaders violating the border and call on the masters in the neighboring cities to come and help. His Majesty has said that the lives of any of the soldiers and people in my Sangdao Empire, the sons and daughters of the Han family, are precious. If we only hold on with the power in our hands, in the end, even if we hold on, I'm afraid that over half of our brothers will die. Such a result would be unacceptable to me, and His Majesty would not agree to it. Zhao Jiuqing nodded and said, Good. Then I'll call my brothers and we'll all publicize it out together. But make it clear that only martial artists above the 4th rank are allowed to come. There was nothing controversial about this matter. Zhao Juqing did not want to see his brothers die a horrible death. And he did not want the city to be taken by the Japanese in his own hands. Therefore, he decisively supported Yun Qianxiu's idea. The two also got the officials of Fishing Yang City to retweet it together to create heat. Half an hour later, a post titled Japanese invaders violated the border. Yuyang City is in danger topped the #1 hot search. The closest major first-tier city to Fishing Yang City was Niue City, where there was an 8th grade gang, the Qiankuan sect. Sect master Liang Tianji saw this video and clicked on it to see what was inside. Today at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a Japanese army of 10,000 men will descend on Yuyang City, and the 300 or so defenders and thousands of people in the city will defend it to the death. We are now releasing a hero post, inviting all heroes and heroines of the 4th rank and above. Defend the country's gates and kill the Japanese. How dare a mere Japanese pirate bully me like this? Liang Tianji angrily smashed the table next to him with a slap, then shouted, pass on my order. The door of the sect, martial artists of the 4th grade or above. Follow me to Fishing Sun to kill the Japanese. Those who are afraid of the war and do not go, will be expelled from the sect. There were many people who were as angry as Liang Tianxi. The Japanese have been violating the border, and this has been a problem for many years. For the Japanese, almost all of the people of the Tsangdao Empire carried a great hatred. Martial artists are inherently combative. These martial artists of the Tsangdong Empire were barely at peace under the suppression of the Imperial Dragon Guards, but they had been holding a breath in their hearts and were worried that they had no place to vent it. And now you hear that there are Japanese invaders on the border? Good, good, good. I haven't even thought of a reason to take a shot at you yet. And you're the one who put your face on the line, aren't you? Since you're looking for a fight, it's to beat you to death. It's kind of a sign of respect. This video was sent out just after 10 in the morning, and just before 12 noon, more than 500 people were welcomed to Fishing Sun City. By the time it was past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, more than 13,000 outsiders had gathered in Fishing Sun City. Most of them were brought directly from an entire gang. The Yanxia people's hatred for the Japanese invaders is engraved into their bones, and how many of them have been waiting for a moment in their lives. When the horn blows, they're going to war. Now, the opportunity has come, and this is not to be seized. The time had come for a single page of the genealogy to be opened, and no purebred Yensha could resist the glorious temptation. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Shiraki Ryosuke led his army to the outside of Fishing Sun City. To Shiraki Ryosuke's bewilderment, the gates of Fishing Sun City were open. He asked, looking suspiciously at Koji Tanaka, who was off to the side. Tanaka-kun, what's the situation? Could it be that the Tsangu Empire's army has fallen away? Looking at the empty gate, Koji Tanaka was also puzzled. Perhaps that's the case? They are not many in number. They should have scoped out our large army's press in advance. So they fled in fear. It was at this moment that a dynamic zither sound came from above the city walls. Bam! 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 Shiraki Ryosuke and the others looked up at once. Only a man on the city wall was playing the piano, and the sound was coming out of the stereo. And beside it, more than 20 soldiers in armor swayed their bodies, looking very comfortable. To be so indulgent in the face of a great enemy, are they not afraid of us? Ryosuke Shiraki was shocked. At this time, Major Yoshida Kuchi, who was next to him, suddenly spoke up. I know, it's an empty city. The romance of the 3 kingdoms in the Sakura country that is almost no one knows. No one knows. Shiraki Ryosuke also felt that this scene was a bit familiar just now. And now that he was reminded of it by Yoshida Kuchi, he immediately remembered. He couldn't help but laugh out loud at what turned out to be a bluff. Ha ha, a mere empty city is trying to scare me away? The gates are open, saving us from attacking the walls. Samurai, here's your chance to serve the heavenly locusts. Charge in and seize the walls. Anything you grab will be yours. With that said, Shiraki Ryosuke took the lead and led the charge with his personal guards. Tanaka Koji saw the army rushing into the city like locusts in great numbers, and always felt that there was something wrong, but he wasn't able to react either. On the city wall, Yun Qianxiu, who saw the Japanese army pouring into the city, laughed. What Brother Liang said is true. This Japanese pirates really do know a lot about the 3 kingdoms one by one. They really thought this was an empty city plan. Ha ha. Next, let's show them again what it means to catch a turtle in a jar. Liang Tianji kept his gaze on Shiraki Ryosuke and opened his mouth. I'll take the head of this leader of thieves. Don't try to steal the credit with me. A grassroots. Lord Yun. Yun Qianxiu patted his chest and said, don't worry, Brother Liang. After this battle, I will personally ask for credit from His Majesty for Brother Liang and all the good men and women. Ha ha, good. Let me kill the leader of the bandits first, Liang Tianji said, directly activating the Qianquan empty shadow steps. In an instant, leaving a residual shadow in place, his real body had already descended on top of Shiraki Ryosuke's head after entering the city. At this time, the 10,000-man army of the Japanese invaders all poured into the city, so it was a good time to strike. He held the sword with both hands, his true chi infusing his entire body as he slashed down. Qianquan one blade. Shiraki Ryosuke, who was riding the exotic beast Black Cloud treasure cult, sensed the danger and immediately unleashed the jutsu Kizuna. In an instant, a branch was left in place, and Shiraki Ryosuke had flashed to the side, and the Black Cloud treasure pony that he had discarded was miserable. A slash from the head to the ass, directly splitting it in half, including the dozen or so soldiers who had originally followed Shiraki Ryosuke. They were chopped to pieces by this ferocious slash. Basically, none of them looked good, and even the ones that didn't die on the spot were worse than dead. Shiraki Ryosuke wasn't able to completely dodge it. Although his jutsu launch was already fast, the blade had a wide range of waves, and the ferocious impact of the astral energy caused his internal organs to ache violently, as if they were shattered. The blade fell as if it had flicked some switch. Originally quiet fishing city, the next moment shouting and killing sounds, tens of thousands of people from the houses, streets and alleys jumped out, toward the Japanese army surrounded. Brothers, kill the Japanese, kill the Japanese, kill the Japanese. Koji Tanaka's face went white in an instant as he finally realized what was wrong. Chapter 23, something that can't go on the stage. Give Master Death. Koji Tanaka now understood what was wrong. They of the Sakura country boasted of their knowledge of the three kingdoms, but they forgot that the Yanxia people were the very creators of that three kingdoms of unrivaled chaos in their schemes. Anyone can see that it's an empty city. Does the other side still think that they and others don't know? It all makes sense now. This was clearly a ploy within a ploy, deliberately luring them into the city. Make a fool of yourself and then get caught in a jar. Seeing the Yanxia people pouring out in all directions, that one with killing excitement in their eyes, Tanaka Koji thought for a moment that he was the one who had suffered the invasion. The people of the Tsung Dome Empire are truly terrifying. I have to run. This is not a case of greed. I have to deliver the message to His Excellency the Grand Admiral. Koji Tanaka would have been in the center of the group, so he didn't suffer the attack in the first place. He immediately launched his earth escape technique and ran towards the outside of the city. Among the many ninjutsu, the most difficult to master ninjutsu is this transportation technique, each of which is difficult to master, but can indeed save one's life. Shiraki Ryosuke's mastery of Kizuna allowed him to avoid the fatal blow, and Tanaka Koji also dodged various attacks with his earth and escape technique. Seeing that Shiraki Ryosuke had dodged his attack, Liang Tianji immediately swept up with his sword. The latter drew his taijutsu to fend it off, his body taking to the air and flinging dozens of bitterness shurikens in rapid succession. These darts are all quenched with poison. Under the innate master, as long as they are injured, they will definitely be affected by the operation of the true chi, resulting in a great reduction in strength. It is a toxin that specifically targets martial artists. Liang Tianji's body suddenly released a golden light shield, which was clearly the effect of the 9th grade defensive martial skill, Golden Bell Shield. Those darts landed on top of the golden light and all bounced off. Japanese rats. They only use these unseemly things. Die. In an instant, with the blade power added to his body and his true chi surging, Liang Tianji's figure directly disappeared in place. By the time Shiraki Ryosuke caught Liang Tianji's figure again, he saw 9 sword lights from different directions intertwined together. Qianquan 9 consecutive slashes, directly blocking all the doors of escape. Qianquan up and down, cannot be avoided. Shiraki Ryosuke, even if he wanted to cast the wooden escape technique to escape, there must be an exit to do so. If he had mastered the earth escape technique, to the point that he could escape from the ground, but he was only a wooden ninja. In the moment, it could only be fought hard. Immediately, the taijutsu in Shiraki Ryosuke's hand also spun rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was as if hundreds of blade-like blades had formed around his body, surprisingly blocking Liang Tianji's 9 consecutive slashes. Kizuna, Sword Art, Chiba. This move was Shiraki Ryosuke's most powerful tool, combining ninjutsu and sword techniques to unleash the strongest strike. Instead, the Qianquan 9 consecutive slashes were just a means Liang Tianji used to trap his enemies. After the 9 consecutive slashes, followed by the final blow, the Qianquan slash, the huge blade slashed and fell. Boom! Shiraki Ryosuke's martial art Thousand Leaves was broken open, and his entire body was sliced in half by this terrifying slash. Even the ground he was standing on had a huge crack more than 10 meters long. Liang Tianji raised his sword and shouted loudly, "Kill the Japanese! They've gone crazy! All of them! The momentum was overwhelming as they grabbed the upper hand right from the start. Then again, it was overwhelming in the battles that followed, leading to a lopsided battle within the city. The ninjas and Ronin fought desperately to resist, but in the end they could only be killed one by one. The bodies of more than 10,000 people were spread over the entire street. The scene of bloodshed truly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and by the time the battle was over, some people were in a trance. It's amazing that they actually killed so many people. Fortunately, Songlan Continent was a virtual reality game, and they had experienced quite a bit of killing in it, or else many of them would definitely have psychological discomfort when they returned to their senses, or even outright mental problems. Spare a thought, and there were quite a few people who threw up. Liang Tianji, however, was quite excited as he walked up to Yun Qianqiu and Zhao Zhoucheng and laughed. This time, if I behead the enemy general in front of the battlefield, how can I also be a first credit? Of course, I'll immediately write up the battle report and report it to His Majesty. Yun Qianqiu also said with bravado. This fight went very well. Tens of thousands of people fought, and no one died. Only a few were seriously injured. However, with modern medical conditions and true Qi-assisted treatment, this kind of trauma could be cured as long as the head wasn't directly decapitated. At the cost of 0 battle losses, almost all of the enemy forces were wiped out. This is a real big win. This time, Brother Liang's strategy of pretending to be an empty city, but actually luring the enemy deeper and catching a turtle in a jar can be considered excellent. If you are interested in joining the army, I can introduce you to the general, and you will certainly be able to do something. Zhao Zhoucheng is interested in recruiting Liang Tianqi. The martial arts attainments displayed by this person were not just of the 8th grade. It looked like there were signs of a breakthrough to the 9th grade. 9th grade masters. There weren't many in the army, so to be able to pull one together was considered a feat. Liang Tianji waved his hand. Thank you Brother Zhao for your kind words, but I'm used to being idle, and I still have a bunch of brothers to feed, so I'll forget about joining the army. I just hope that His Majesty can give more rewards. By the way, can anyone escape out this time? Seeing him deliberately digressing from the topic, Yun Qianqiu also picked up the conversation. Let one go. Now that there's still the internet, we can't hide our battle, so it's better to just let the Japanese understand how powerful we are, so they'll be scared and run away. Liang Tianji sighed. I wish they could come with more people for me to kill. I think Brother Liang wants more credits for more rewards, right? Ha ha ha. Zhao Zhoucheng teased and the three of them laughed together, and the only one who escaped from Yuyan Castle, Koji Tanaka, didn't dare to stay at all, and ran back within the Edo Kingdom's front army tent in one breath. Looking at Koji Tanaka, who had once again rolled and crawled his way inside the tent, Suzuki Cavalry thought he was hallucinating. Could it be that he didn't wake up? It's the same scenario as in the morning. Grand Admiral, it's no good. They're all dead, Koji Tanaka said in a panicked voice. Baga. Suzuki Cavalry gave Koji Tanaka a big smack in the mouth first to clear his head, then asked drily, everything is dead. Where's Osamu Shiraki? And why did you come back alone? Koji Tanaka covered his face, which had swollen up like a pig's head, and cried out, Major Shiraki is dead, and so is Major Yoshida. We were trapped. They opened the gates wide and danced on the walls to lure us into the city. Then tens of thousands of men came pouring out and surrounded us. All dead except me. Suzuki Cavalry grabbed Koji Tanaka by the collar and glared at him angrily. What are you babbling about? Fishing Yang City is just a small border town. It's at least half a day's journey away from the Tsangdong Empire's Legionnaire station. How could they have ambushed tens of thousands of troops in the city in advance? With that, he slapped Koji Tanaka again. You soul! Get this straight, Koji Tanaka said with a sobbing face and blood in his mouth. It's true. Everything I said is true. They're not the military. They're dressed differently. Like gangs in the Vaulted Empire, civic organizations or just ordinary people. Suzuki Cavalry storms out again and chokes Koji Tanaka. You mean to tell me that the army of the Edo Kingdom was killed by a group of people without leaving a single one of them? Chapter 24 This island. Just sink it. Order to kill the Japanese. The video of the battle against the Japanese in Yuyangcheng quickly spread across the internet. Whoa! The results came out so quickly. Aren't there 10,000 little cherry blossoms? Have they all been killed? I haven't arrived yet. Good killing. It's only good that all the things with a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs are dead. No. Has the game materialized for so long? And there hasn't been a single warrior to go and sink that island? I've known for a long time that this group of dogs will definitely not let go of this opportunity of global turmoil, and will definitely bare their teeth at us once again. This time, we must take off all their dog heads. Aha! Why didn't I play the game properly in the first place? Now I'm just a mere first-grade martial artist in the district, not qualified to go into battle at all. I hate it so much. This is a chance for a single page of the genealogy. And it's just gone? Is there any more? Leave me 10. I won't get there until about noon tomorrow. At the same time, the battle report was also passed to Lu Zheng through the Imperial Dragon Guards as well as the Ministry of War. There's really no need for a battle report. Lu Zheng had seen the entire battle, including the ranger gangs from all over the world rushing to Fishing City from the very beginning. Through the foreign beast, the three-eyed cat eagle, he saw the image of various masters uniting together to fend off the Japanese invaders and defend their homeland. It made him quite excited. It's not the same as unifying the Middle Kingdom. The great unification of the Middle Kingdom is just an internal struggle. It can withstand foreign insults, something that is in the bones of all Yanxia people, especially in the aspect of fighting against the Japanese invaders. Lu Zheng's thoughts were the same as those of most Yanxia people. This island, just sink it. He actually had the strength to do this, but he wasn't able to do so due to his status. Although there was only one powerful empire in the Kanglan continent, there were quite a few great powers that were comparable to the Grand Xia Alliance in reality. In the eyes of Yanxia people, there have never been only two countries, our country and foreign countries, considered as a whole. It is not yet possible to open the war without confronting the united forces of foreign nations. Now that Lu Zheng had gotten this battle report, he was considering the same situation. At this moment, a video conference was open on the cell phone, and apart from Lu Zheng, there were 4 other people involved in the meeting. Right Prime Minister Lu Chang, Left Prime Minister Feng Gao, Secretary of the Ministry of War Zhou Justice, and Imperial Dragon Guard Commander Yi Wushuang. Watching Lu Zheng fall into thought, Lu Chang spoke up. Your Majesty, this time, we need to be cautious in dealing with the Japanese invaders violating the border. Once the Tsungdao Empire sends its troops, it is bound to take all of Edo Kingdom in one go, but the trouble that will follow will far outweigh the gains. The Sakura Kingdom people won't be willing, and those in the West won't sit idly by. Even though the Tsungdao Empire is powerful, it can't be targeted. This was indeed an old-fashioned remark, and Lu Zheng had taken this aspect into consideration. Feng Gao followed up. Your Majesty, the court can't help but take a stand on this matter. The Japanese and I have always had a grudge against each other, and this is a time when people's hearts are in turmoil. So if we can't deal with it properly, I'm afraid that people with a heart of gold will take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble and create civil unrest. Yi Wushuang followed suit. Your Majesty, I thought that public opinion can be used and cannot be disobeyed. The strong soldiers of Yuyang City should be rewarded. Lu Zheng nodded his head and looked at the Minister of War, Zhou Justice, and asked, what does Zhou Xingshu think? Zhou Justice is the youngest of the 6 ministers. At the age of 34, not even old enough to be laid off. But now even if he was laid off, he was fine. After all, he was now the secretary of the Ministry of War of the Tsungdome Empire, a dignitary of the 2nd rank. Hearing Lu Zheng's question, Zhou Justice looked up and said, Your Majesty, I thought that those brave men should not only be rewarded, but heavily rewarded and encouraged. Lu Zheng instantly became interested and asked after him, tell me more about it. Justice Zhou spoke eloquently. With this provocation from the Edo Kingdom, we are bound to respond. Now that we have destroyed 10,000 of its troops, we should have made it afraid. If we take advantage of the victory, there is only one way to directly annex the Edo Kingdom. However, they are not the king's land in the Central Plains, and they do not submit to education, and they do not engage in large-scale killings, so it is difficult to pacify them. The situation today is such that it cannot be done. Therefore, both the official Daxia Alliance and the court of the Tsungdao Empire could not directly send troops to attack, and defense would suffice. But if it is the spontaneous behavior of the folk ranger people, then naturally we are not responsible. All that was needed was for His Majesty to issue an order to kill the Japanese, so that all the great men and women of the world would go and kill the Japanese invaders, nominally sweeping away the invading Japanese invaders within their borders, and it would be up to the people below to do what they wanted to do. We just need to make sure that whenever someone dares to invade, we destroy them. Feng Gao sniffed and praised first. This is a wonderful move. There's another advantage to this. Originally these Jianghu forces had nowhere to be placed. Now giving them a job is also a solution to a potential hidden danger within us. Lu Zheng also clapped his hands when he thought of the joints. Not bad. Zhou Shanshu's words are what I want. Good. I'll immediately pass on a decree of commendation and issue an order to kill the Japanese. The meeting on this side ended, and Lu Zheng immediately drew up 2 imperial decrees to promulgate. The first royal decree was a commendation for all those who participated in the war. All soldiers and officers involved will be promoted 3 levels in rank, and their current positions will remain unchanged for the time being, pending subsequent reassignment. The people of the Jianghu forces who performed outstandingly were each rewarded with a sum of silver. And in addition to that, The 10 people who killed the most enemies were all rewarded with knighthoods. All 9 were founding county men, barons from the 5th rank up. Liang Tianji was given the position of open county son, a viscount on the 5th rank. All of them had been verbally commended by Lu Zhang, which was a sort of honor. The second imperial decree was, naturally, the order to kill the Japanese, calling on all gang forces in the Tsingtao Empire to kill the Japanese invaders that have invaded the empire's territory and defend our homeland from invasion. The soldiers at the border will be counted, and those who have outstanding performance and killed enough Japanese invaders will be rewarded by the imperial court, including but not limited to gold, silver and jewelry, intensive gongfa, and knighthoods. This imperial decree only says to kill the Japanese pirates in the territory. What the imperial dragon guards revealed to those Jianghu forces, on the other hand, was that they could go deep behind enemy lines to fight, and there would be people to follow and record the results of their battles. However, all acts of conflict occurring off the territory are spontaneous by the population and have nothing to do with the court. However, if they were hunted into the empire's territory, an imperial legion would come out to defend the empire's territory from foreign enemies. Simply put, there are people out there to help with the mess, but you can't say it has anything to do with the court. If you make a big mess, you'll be helped to escape back home, and the court will protect you. If you're brothers, you'll kill Japanese together. When this order to kill the Japanese was interpreted by people with a heart, the entire territory of the Tsingtao Empire was abuzz. Everyone is a bit out of breath from the iron grip of the court's suppression these days. Now it's finally time to take the plunge and loosen up. And there's even the possibility of outright honoring your ancestors and opening up a single genealogy. Everyone is excited about this good thing. A large number of Jianghu people flocked to the border cities. Fishingyang City was a key punching bag location, and the other border cities, too, were flooded with so many people at once. What had been the most desolate place became bustling with activity, seeing that each one of them is going to develop into a big commercial city. After all, each one of these martial artists is also the kind that is not bad for money. A large number of unstable people gathered towards the border, and the entire Cthulhu Empire was cleared. On the other hand, the Edo Kingdom side is in chaos, and something even worse happened at the same time. Ding! Game World Deep Fusion begins. Chapter 25 Vice Fusion. Yagyu Orochi resisting the Japanese. Requests for follow-up reading. Nowadays, the game world has materialized identity and personal items, martial arts cultivation, city real estate, fields and minerals, ministries and beasts. It's safe to say that the vast majority of things have finished merging with reality. But the most special thing in the game is yet to come. Replica World. In the game, Songlong Continent, there are 3 types of copies. The first is a real-life copy. For example, early to learn the art of martial arts, gangs and so on. This copy to meet the needs of the player at the beginning of the learning skills, but for the mastery of skills after the player will not be very useful. However, there is no danger in this kind of copy, and it is definitely the foundation for new players to grow. The second is a copy of the Fey and Strange Flowers category. This kind of copy can be captured in the beast or pick some special drugs. Beast can be a pet training. Exotic flowers and herbs to make medicine or eat raw can let the power greatly improved. And of course, it can be used to sell for money. This type of replica has a certain degree of danger, but if you can obtain treasures, the benefits are also great. Many of the exotic beasts and exotic flowers in Lu Zhang's hands were acquired from other players, or they were offered in exchange for other benefits such as blessings. This kind of copy fuses with reality and is extremely threatening to it, and may even lead to disaster. Because many of these replica worlds are very hostile environments, to fully integrate them into reality would mean drastic changes and impacts to the surroundings. The last one, the dimensional copy. This was a copy that hadn't even been opened until after Lu Zhang had claimed the throne. However, according to the course of the game, when the first great empire is established, the dimensional copies will open. No one knows exactly what's inside and what it will bring to the world at large. However, from the inferences made by the players before, as well as the feedback on top of some of the remnant maps collected by many players' expeditions over the past 10 years, it was very likely that an extremely powerful creature had descended. Only a great empire can resist. By the time he received the game depth integration prompt, Lu Zhang had already arrived within Zhengzhou City in the 12th district and searched for a bit without finding Mu Bai's figure. He was planning to leave Zhengzhou City and go to the previously manifested Baidi City to take a look. He then saw a copy descending not far outside Zhengzhou City. It was a Type 2 copy of a foreign beast in Strange Flower based. Lu Zhang knew all the Type 2 copies within the Tsingtao Empire, and he could tell at a glance that this was the Acacia Valley copy. 2-1. 300-meter high mountains with a canyon in the middle. The valley was filled with a strange flower called acacia. The mere scent of this flower can catalyze the desire to reproduce within the creature. The harmony incense made by using it as the main medicine can make martial artists below the innate master fall into a delirium of love. And only the blood of an exotic beast named Forgetfulness Serpent that survives in the same valley can detoxify the poison. There is no childbearing part of the game, but this is something that can be used to disable a martial artist. But now in reality, what's in here is harmful. After all, there are no limits now, and once it spreads, it will have an extremely bad impact. As a Jindan Grandmaster, Lu Zhang was immune to such things. He flew directly within the Acacia Valley, needing to verify his thoughts. Entering the valley, a flame emerged from his palm, followed by a palm strike. Fiery palm. With a palm strike, the entire ground within the valley sank more than 2 meters deep. Within the huge palm print, a blazing fire burned everything within the valley to ashes. Lifting his hand and fanning it, the entire Acacia Valley was already empty. However, Lu Zhang's brows furrowed, because in his perception, new acacia seeds appeared underground, and even that foreign beast, the forgetfulness snake, appeared with snake eggs waiting to hatch underground. This means that the copies are constantly refreshed. As expected, the deep integration of the game world brought about a certain characteristic of the game world, where copy monsters could be infinitely refreshed. The monsters in here should be refreshed by sucking the energy of the world to complete the refreshment. Direct destruction is no longer possible. Similar copies have to be garrisoned and controlled, and such contraband should never be allowed to spread casually among the people. He immediately took out the holy decree and communicated with Yi Wushuang. Pass on the decree, have the Imperial Dragon Guard seal off all Type 2 copies, not allowing anyone to enter or exit, and wait for approval that there are no hazardous forbidden items inside before allowing treasure hunting. My lord, obey! Yi Wushuang immediately read out the instructions of the holy decree, and without stopping, Lu Zhang had successively communicated with the superior generals of the 6 legions, asking them to divide their troops and station them outside the dangerous copies to prevent certain deliberately destabilizing rebels from using the copies to create panic and chaos. Soon enough, this side of the Acacia Valley replica first ushered in 100 Imperial Dragon Guards to hold down the fort, followed by 1,000 soldiers from the Divine Wind Legion to isolate and blockade the area. Yi Wushuang quickly reported a special discovery about the copy. Among certain copies of Fei, powerful Fei are not limited to existing within the confines of the copy. They will actively leave the copy and attack creatures outside. And the biggest disaster caused by the copy fusion was on the Sakurajima side. The video of the last time the Edo Kingdom sent an army of 10,000 men to attack the city of Fishing Sunshine but was instead completely wiped out was posted on the internet. Immediately, it caused extreme anger among the people of Sakurajima. They cursed the attacking soldiers as losers and relocated their anger to the Edo Kingdom. The Nara Kingdom and the Sakura Alliance took advantage of the situation and caused a large number of players and people who originally belonged to the Edo Kingdom to leave the Edo Kingdom area. Moreover, these two parties took advantage of the opportunity to galvanize the people's discontent with the Edo Kingdom's royal family, causing a number of large-scale riots to break out within the Edo Kingdom. Because of this, General Suzuki Cavalry, who had planned to continue attacking other cities in the Tsang-Dome Empire, had to lead his troops back to quell the rebellion. And at this time, the Tsang-Dome Empire also issued the order to kill Japanese, and many chivalrous men with a passion for patriotism entered within the borders of the Edo Kingdom and attacked its city defense army and other aspects of the imperial forces. This has led to the Edo Kingdom being caught in a situation of internal and external problems. Of course, they don't deserve sympathy. As the initiator of the war, an invader, such a fate is to blame. All of this, however, was nowhere near as big a disaster as the one caused by the fusion of copies. Some of the foreign beasts in the replica were so powerful that their strength was comparable to that of a Jindan Grandmaster. Among the replicas within the confines of Sakura Island, there was such a replica called Fire Poison Swamp, in which the foreign beast, the octopus Orochi, was a Jindan Realm Grandmaster level foreign beast. In the Tsang-Lan continent game world, this beast had been within the swamp, and as long as no one went in, it wouldn't cause any casualties. But now that the replica is fused with reality, the Fae actively leave the replica and unleash their kills on everything around them. The place where this fire poison swamp is located is within the Edo Kingdom. The Orochi opened its 8 abyssal mouths to the Sakurajima people. Chapter 26, Crazy Sky Locusts. Little Sakura sinks, begging for catch-up reading. The terror of a Jindan Grandmaster was self-evident. Lu Zhang had once destroyed a city with a single slap. Although he was a peak realm Jindan Grandmaster, far more powerful than that Orochi. In the end, he was still at an energy level. That was, after all, a terrifying beast that was over 130 meters long, with 8 heads and 8 tails. When the 8 gigantic serpent appeared, it easily devoured 40,000 to 50,000 people in a small city, leaving the entire city in ruins. Such a tragedy shocked and horrified all of Sakurajima and beyond. There were no Jindan Grand Masters in Sakurajima. And those innate master-level shadow ninjas and Inyan masters didn't even dare to fight with the Orochi. So, the first time, the Sakura Union made a decision. They took out their long deep stash of mushroom bombs and threw one over towards the Yagyu Orochi. Even though there were still tens of thousands of people in the area where the Orochi was at this time, they couldn't care less. Otherwise, if this thing killed in front of him, it would be too late to run. However, even after using a mushroom bomb, it still didn't manage to completely kill the Orochi. The severely injured Orochi returned to the copy and recuperated for a moment inside that fire poison swamp. The 6 heads and 4 tails that had been blown up fully recovered. Thoroughly enraged, the Orochi rushed out of the copy and unleashed an even more manic slaughter. Looking at the bloody images relayed from the drones on the battlefield, the Sky Locust's face was filled with a look of fear as he immediately ordered, "Quick! Fire the mushroom bomb! Kill it, destroy that swamp, and completely destroy that copy." The mushroom bomb didn't even kill that Orochi completely, and it even recovered from its injuries quickly, which made him feel like he could be swallowed by this thing in one bite at any moment. So he unleashed his fiercest attacks against all odds. 2 mushroom bombs fall, and Yagyu Orochi is killed, but the next moment its body was gone, and those observing in the middle of the fire poison swamp immediately realized that the Orochi was being repaired in the middle of the swamp. After a complete death, it apparently has a slow recovery process. It's estimated that it will take at least a month to actually come back to life. It can also be resurrected. This was unacceptable to the Sky Locust. The entire copy would have to be completely destroyed for that to happen. Bombardment. If one mushroom bomb doesn't work, then it's 10. In short, never let Orochi still come back to life. Crazy little Sakura is hard to think in terms of common sense. They literally used as many as 24 mushroom bombs to land in the middle of that fire poison swamp and, whether intentionally or unintentionally, detonated a nearby nuclear power plant. An explosion arose that caused the entire land of Sakurajima to shake. Its destructive power directly blew the large chunk of land where that copy was located away from the continent. The broken land settled into the sea and that copy disappeared with it. For this reason, the Edo kingdom directly lost 1/10 of its territory. Because a lot of the soil around that sunken land is contaminated with intense nuclear radiation, it's impossible to survive. As many as 1,600,000 people from Sakura Nation were taken directly by the nuclear explosion, and over 1,400,000 were eaten by the Yagyu Orochi. The loss of population exceeded 3 million. It was definitely a huge disaster. While the Sky Locust was the one who released a video of the nation celebrating the Sakura Union's passing of this extinction crisis when they saw that copy finally disappearing from the Sakura Island soil. And what it did was to cause a furor on the international web, especially in the Dacia League. Shameless little Sakura. They sure did secretly create a lot of mushroom bombs. This group of scum. How can they create such serious nuclear pollution in the water again? How can we coastal people live? Damn it. Why don't they all get eaten by the Orochi? The anti-Japanese general Yagi Orochi was killed just like that. I want to avenge Yagi Orochi. This kind of behavior that disregards the development of the younger generation and is only interested in preserving his own little life is something only a little Sakura can do. Was that copy really completely wiped out? Why do I feel that it's not that simple? Resurrect it. Orochi. The deaths and land sinkings of the little cherry blossom people felt joyous. But the method that led to its sinking was one that angered the people of the Dacia Alliance. Mushroom bombs produce hazards that directly threaten the lives of people on the seaside of Dacia, which is a very huge environmental pollution problem. The people were hoping that the Orochi could come back to life again and continue to kill the Sakura people and make them pay for their stupid and crazy behavior. Lu Zheng's face became very ugly after seeing the video of the land where the fire poison swamp replica was located being sunk. He knew very well that this copy would never disappear like that. The will of the world and the rules of the world could not be changed. At least not enough for any of them right now, with any of the power they possessed, to make it this far. He struck out against the Acacia Valley, experimented, and had a general judgment. However, he still needed a most authentic result. In the first instance, he used an imperial decree to contact the general-in-chief of the Xian Ice Legion, General Shui Wufei. Shui Wudi, see your majesty. After Shui Wuxia greeted him first, Lu Zheng immediately spoke of business. General Shui, you should have seen that the fire poison swamp replica sank, and I feel that the matter is not over, and is likely to have unforeseen consequences. Therefore, I need you to immediately send people to evacuate the people on the nearby coast and relocate them inland. Moreover, people were sent to station themselves at the outermost part of the city where the people live to prevent changes. Eventually you'll have to take a trip to the sea yourself to check what the state of that copy actually looks like. Remember, you must pay attention to your own safety. If the radiation country is strong or there are uncontrollable abnormal energy fluctuations, immediately withdraw back. I will personally go there. When Lu Zhang spoke to his subjects, he basically used I to refer to himself. Unless he was in an extremely serious or angry situation, then he would use a title like I. When he heard Lu Zhang's tone, Shui Wao Shui knew how much importance Lu Zhang attached to this matter. Promised at once. My lord, receive the decree. Before informing Shui Wuhui to go scouting in the sea, Lu Zhang had already dispatched 2 three-eyed cat eagles to scout the sea. Coinciding with the fusion of the copies, Sakura had made such a big mess. Intuition told him that something unexpected was bound to happen in the sea, and he had to guard against it. He not only sighed at the thought, he said that he didn't want to continue doing the job of emperor, but after all, he had been in this position for many years, and when he considered things, he always liked to think in terms of the entire empire. I was going to drop everything and swim, but now, where's the heart? It's just a matter of letting it all go. He will never be able to do it again as he did during his 10 years of business, but for him to let go of the Tsang Dome Empire that he had created with his own hands and watch the people suffer without doing anything about it, that was also something he couldn't do. As things stand now, take a step, look at a step, move with your heart, and the Tao is natural. At this moment, Lu Zhang's thoughts were clear, and he felt that his cultivation, which had not progressed for over a year, suddenly moved, as if it was about to break through. Feeling the change, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment, but didn't care. Instead, he took out a foreign beast from among the storage compartments. Chapter 27 Radiation Crisis. The sea serpent transformed into an augur to rise up. Requesting for follow-up reading, this foreign beast was no more than about 20 centimeters in length, looking like a large white rat, and its true name was Heaven-Stealing Rat. It doesn't have any offensive power, but it has a special skill. Treasure hunt. The treasure here is not gold or silver, but anything that would be considered rare in the context of the world at large. However, in addition to that, it has another use. That's to help find people or find lost items. Simply define the person or item as a treasure and let it lead the way. Although this little guy was small in size, he possessed the natural ability of shrinking into the earth, and his movement speed was no slower than that of an innate patriarch. The natural reason for taking it out was to look for Mubai. At first, Lu Zhang had come looking for Mubai just to have a drink with him, a sort of good friend meet. Purposefulness is not strong. It's just setting a course for your own tour of the earth. But not anymore. The duplicate fusion had led to a crisis like the Orochi, and he had to meet with Mubai as soon as possible and then have him help with the trouble. He was now a bit regretful that he should have sent a holy decree to Mubai as well. If so, he can be contacted directly. But at that time, he only regarded Mubai as a friend, and at a later stage when the two of them seldom contacted each other, he forgot to give a holy decree. It leads to such a struggle to find people now. Luckily, there was a foreign beast like the heaven-stealing mouse in his hands, which could help him find Mubai as soon as possible. Release the sky-stealing rat and have it set off in search of it. Lu Zhang also stopped riding his bicycle and directly flew through the air. With his Jin Dan Grand Master cultivation, his speed was no slower than that of Gao Gao. But on the contrary, the speed of the heaven-stealing rats was a bit insufficient. Luckily, though, according to the feedback from the sky-stealing rats, the distance wouldn't take too long, and it would soon be possible to seek out Mubai. The other side. Upon receiving the holy decree, Shui Wuhui immediately arranged for his generals to lead troops to evacuate the people of the coastal cities. He himself harnessed a foreign beast named Flying Fish and entered the sea. Just after entering the sea, he sensed a strong energy stimulation. There is no doubt that this is radiant energy. This energy is very active and carries an extremely stimulating nature. Little cherry blossom scum, it's all your fault. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, and opened the body shield of an innate clan master to protect himself and the flying fish as he went deeper into the water. His Majesty has given him a task that he must fulfill, just probing the changes in the water. If this one small thing couldn't be done and His Majesty had to personally get involved in the danger, he, the General of Heaven's policy, would be a bit too incompetent. The piece of land where little cherry blossom had sunk was not small, and Shui Wuxi quickly located it. As expected, the land didn't sink much, and was only about 500 meters deep from sea level. The entire continent was relatively well preserved, and apart from some potholes, it could be seen as a whole landmass. The most special place is where that fire-poisoned swamp copy is located. It is gradually recovering. Even in seawater, it didn't affect its recovery. Moreover, it is combining the environment of the seawater, fusing the seawater around here with the marsh to form a new environment. According to the video I saw online earlier, the Yagyu Orochi was bombarded with crumbs, and at that moment, in the middle of the swamp, there was a huge egg. This thing was protected by the replica's environment. and even with Xue Wufei's power as an innate patriarch, he couldn't get close to it. Apparently, this is the new Orochi. The copy really can't be destroyed. At least not yet. It looks like this new Orochi will probably be revived within 3 months. I just don't know if the strength of the revived Orochi is the same as the original. Needless Invincible noticed something. There are a lot of sea creatures gathered around the replica. Together, the replica energy and the radiant energy seem to have a special effect, stimulating those sea creatures to undergo great changes. For example, a crab grows 2 highly poisonous tentacles, a jellyfish grows hard bones, and so on. The variations go in all sorts of directions, but they also all have one thing in common: they all have a huge increase in their size. Casually take out one. All have a size of nearly 10 meters. Some of them are bigger, and can even reach as big as 40 or 50 meters. They were not as clumsy as the large creatures that were already present in the Cloud Blue planet, but instead were very sensitive, extremely strong, fast, and some even possessed special abilities. Xue Wuxi realized that Lu Zhang's fears had come true. The trouble caused by Sakura this time was far more serious than it appeared on the surface. The flood of mutated creatures would definitely pose a great threat to the coast of Daxia, at least in the northern waters. The fishermen would definitely not be able to catch fish in the sea for a living anymore. Sakura is so not something. Xue Wuxi couldn't help but curse again. After observing that there were no other abnormalities, Xue Wuhu immediately returned to the surface of the water and then let the flying fish fly directly into the sky. The underwater radiation and copy energy intertwined with the mutated energy is too strong. His innate astral energy was a bit unable to carry him, and it was consumed very quickly. Get the hell out of the area. Get to shore, and get on the line immediately. Lu Zhang, who was rushing along, sensed that there was a situation and also stopped directly in the air, taking out his holy decree. In the middle of the holy decree, Xue Wuxia bowed before speaking. Your Majesty, I went into the water to observe and learned that the copy is recovering rapidly and has gradually fused with the underwater environment, in which the Orochi is protected by the copy and is expected to come back to life again within 3 months. The surrounding waters have been affected by replica energy and radiant energy, and a large number of mutated sea beasts have been created, with strengths generally at the level of 3rd and 4th grade martial artists, but currently do not have the ability to land in large quantities. So the current pressing matter is still to prohibit fishing operations out of the northern waters. Hearing his fears come true, Lu Zhang ordered in a deep voice, I'll leave the defense of the sea to you, temporarily appoint you as the governor of the North Sea, and in the vicinity of the North Sea, all officials are at your disposal. I want you to make sure that not a single one of the people lose their lives because of this. The people of my Song Dome Empire, the sons and daughters of the Han family, cannot be paid for by the transgressions committed by Little Cherry Blossom. The royal decree will be issued soon, so go ahead and go to the governor's defense work. I, for sure, will not fail your majesty's trust, Xue Wuxi said solemnly. Since the founding of the Song Dome Kingdom, there had been quite a few great generals and generals sealed, but the governor of one side, the governor of a realm under his jurisdiction, had been appointed for the first time. It is a heavy responsibility and equally a great honor. Xue Wuxi had already sworn secretly in his heart, this matter must not go wrong, or else he will be sorry for this trust of his majesty. And just as the two were playing against affairs, in the middle of the North Sea, a huge sea serpent that was more than 30 meters long entered within the fire poison swamp. It rapidly grew in size. A unicorn horn sprouted from the top of its head, and it even grew a pair of claws. It became just like the legendary ogre. And this ogre dragon, which had mutated into a dragon, began to frantically devour the other sea beasts around it, and in less than an hour, its size skyrocketed to more than 100 meters long. Above the calm sea, a huge wind wave suddenly arose. A water tornado forms. Immediately afterward, a hiss came from underwater. A dark red dragon soared out of the water. Chapter 28, Mubai appears. The sea-setting needle slaughters the dragon with a stick. Begging to be read. Xue Wuxi is right on the beach. After receiving Lu Zhang's imperial decree, he began to urgently mobilize officials and soldiers from all over the country to carry out a forced evacuation of the people. There's no way around it. Some people are just shafted in the head. It's silly. It's always a fluke. Thinking that with so many people, even if a disaster erupted, he wouldn't necessarily be the one to die. For this kind of person, Xue Wuxi let people directly knock out and tie them up to take them away. Where is the time to explain to you? And there's no need to explain. Lu Zhang's will for him was to not allow death. He had to make sure of that. So he toughened up his tactics a bit. It took some time for the sea serpent to turn into an ogre, and it took some time to devour those sea beasts. So while the dark red dragon was making waves, the coastal people had already been forcibly evacuated clean. But Xue Wuxi didn't leave the beach in order to react to the unexpected situation in the first place. He was right on top of the coast closest to the fire-poisoned swamp, observing the changes. Before this dragon came out of the sea, there were already quite a number of crabs and other mutated sea beasts that were scared and rushed out of the seawater to the shore. Xue Wuxi immediately sensed that something was wrong. But no sooner had he given the soldiers the order to be on the alert than he saw a huge whirlpool forming on the surface of the sea, followed by a water tornado rushing up into the sky. What he saw in the next moment shocked him even more. Augur, this mythical creature, something that wasn't even in the game, was now emerging from the sea, and after sensing the aura coming from its body, it caused Xue Wuti to thump inwardly. His personal cultivation had only reached the middle stage of the innate patriarch realm. However, the scaly dragon that soared up displayed an aura that was only found in the great circle of innate masters. What's even more terrifying is that the thing seems to continue to grow stronger under the influence of the radiant energy. It was too late to think about it. By now the augur had already flown towards the shore. I shouldn't say flying, but riding the waters. It seemed to be able to affect the radiant energy, with the help of which it drew the seawater and formed huge waves more than 100 meters high. Xue Wuxi glanced at the three-eyed cat eagle in the middle of the sky. He knew that Lu Zhang would definitely pay direct attention to the situation over here, and seeing the presence of this kind of foreign beast, he could basically confirm it as well. Now that the top knows the news, he doesn't have to go to the top. It was still imperative to stop this augur. Sinful animal. The Tsang-Dome Empire's upper general Xue Wuhu is here. You are not allowed to act recklessly. Before the words left his mouth, Xue Wuxi had already rushed in front of Jiaolong on his flying fish. He held a long-handled greatsword, infused innate true essence, and activated the martial skill, Yellow Sky Divine Dragon Chop, slashing up towards the scaly dragon. As an innate patriarch, he had already transcended the realm of mortals. This slash came out with a dragon's roar, and a golden light appeared, like a golden dragon flying out of the void. The blade fell, over 40 meters, towards the augur's head. It was as if the next moment it could be cleaved directly to death. But the results were disappointing. Roar! Only to see that augur dragon hissed, and immediately afterward, the huge waves coalesced into a shape that looked like a cannonball, and crashed towards that blade. This power was not the augur's own, but was formed with the help of the radiant environment. It was an attack that belonged to a level that exceeded that of an innate master, and with this attack, not only did it directly crush the golden blade, the remaining huge wave also pressed up towards Xue Wuhu. Xue Wuxi's face changed drastically. The force was so strong that he realized he would surely be injured if he fought it hard, but he couldn't avoid it either, because the cannonball-like waterball wave had a large range and had reached the point where it was close at hand. In an instant, he made a judgment, put away the flying fish, then chopped up handheld. You can't dodge or defend. The only thing you can do is to rise to the challenge and face the impact of the huge waves head-on. As it turns out, he was right. He managed to rush out from under the impact of the giant wave, and was only slightly injured, and could recover after a slight conditioning using his innate true essence. However, the next attack of that augur dragon was the one that made him face the truly great terror head-on. It opened its mouth wide, and in an instant, an energy that looked like a stream of water and a beam of light impacted Xue Wuhu's body. The dragon spits. The density of that energy was too great, giving Xue Wufei a feeling like the pressure he had once perceived when he had fought with Lu Zhang at the Jindan Grand Master level, and it was simply impossible to resist it. But he couldn't back away. Behind them were the brothers of the Xian Ice Legion. It was the people of the Cthulhu Empire that he needed to guard. Give it to me. Drive. The innate true essence was all mobilized, infusing itself with 90% of its energy in an all-out strike. After a slash, Xue Wuhu almost fell straight down from the air. But there are times when you don't get the results you want just because you've given it your best shot. You're using all your strength is just giving yourself peace of mind. It doesn't change the ending. This augur spit was a product of the fusion of radiant energy and duplicate energy, carrying a very powerful effect. And facing Xue Wuxi's 60-meter-plus greatsword, it easily crushed it. The blade crumbled, and Xue Wuxi seemed to see his own downfall. After all, the strength of one's own flesh plus the astral protection was no tougher than that blade. Your Majesty, I cannot continue to serve you. And just when Xue Wuhu thought he was bound to die, suddenly, a golden light flashed. The energy shock generated by that augur spit was seen to directly collapse away. Xue Wuxi subconsciously looked back. A youth dressed in white and holding a golden long stick stood in the air. He stood there proudly, as if he didn't put anything in his eyes. Even the monstrous waves and the dragon on top of the waves. It was as if none of them were worthy of a proper look from him. In an instant, Xue Wuti recognized this person. The leader of the Jianghu forces of the Tsangdao Empire. The strongest dark sun in the hands of His Majesty, in fact. The Golden Dan Grandmaster of the White Emperor City, who was known to be a stick to settle the world. Mu Bai. His own attack was broken. And that augur was even angrier. even though the aura released by Mubai made it a little agitated. Under the effect of the radiant energy, its ferocity was galvanized to the extreme, and it simply had no qualms about the threat of death. Roar! It hissed and sent out another spit while riding a huge wave towards Mubai. Mubai casually swung out a stick, and immediately afterward, his figure steeply came to the top of that Xiaolong's head, holding the stick with both hands, making a chopping stick shape. He looked to the three-eyed owl and opened his mouth to laugh. Watch this stick, it's going to be awesome. As the words fell, a stick slashed out. In an instant, the giant wave was split in two, spreading towards the sea on both sides. The dragon's head directly burst open under the shadow of the stick. The remnants of its body were struck hard into the water, while the remainder of the club landed on the surface with unabated force. A crack more than 10 kilometers long and hundreds of meters wide appeared on the surface of the sea immediately. It wasn't until 3 seconds had passed and the stick's power had dissipated that the seawater around it converged towards the crack, filling in the lack. With the fall of a stick, not only did it kill the scaly dragon, it even emptied the surrounding radiant energy directly, calming the giant wave completely. That stick was like a pin in the sea. Chapter 29, Seal the King. The position is beyond the first rank. It turns out he's also the emperor's man. Lu Zhang had been utilizing the three-eyed cat eagle to observe the situation on the seashore. The moment Mubai appeared, he had already discovered it. At that time, the water tornado on the surface of the water had just formed, and the scaly dragon had not yet flown out of the seawater. And after learning that Mubai was at the seashore, Lu Zhang wasn't worried about the auger dragon that appeared afterward. To say that the person who was most familiar with Mubai's strength was none other than Lu Zhang. Mubai was intoxicated with martial arts, and after he stepped into the Jindan Grand Master level with the help of Lu Zhang, the rest of the world was not qualified to fight him. The only way to do so was to continue to seek out Lu Zhang to spar. However, Lu Zhang was later busy with the Unification War and did not meet with him several times. Now it seemed that this fellow's cultivation had already reached the level of a late Jindan Grandmaster. It was only a hair's breadth behind Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang was blessed with the Emperor's chi luck, coupled with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures at his disposal, which was why he was able to reach the level of Jindan Great Perfection. Mubai, on the other hand, was purely relying on his own cultivation. The cultivation qualifications of the two actually belonged to half a catty. Not much difference. After Mubai saw the three-eyed cat eagle, he guessed that it was Lu Zhang who was watching the battle over here, which was why he made that remark before making his move. Seeing that the sea had calmed down, Shui Wuxi returned to his senses and hurriedly stepped forward. Many thanks to Mr. Mu for saving my life. Mubai waved his hand and said, no harm done, it's just a show of hands. Shui Wuxi, however, shook his head and said, Mr. Mu didn't just save me alone. I'm thanking you on behalf of the people and generals of this coast for saving their lives. I will report your merits to His Majesty, who will certainly not begrudge you your reward. I am also a member of the Tsang Dome Empire, so naturally I won't turn a blind eye to this scourge of augury. There is no need to ask for credit or reward. As soon as Mubai's words fell, there was a bright laughter coming from mid-air. Ha ha, it's indeed unnecessary to ask for credit. I've seen all of Elder Brother Mu's merits, so there's no need for you to ask for credit for him again. But this reward is still necessary. Before the voice fell, Lu Zhang's figure appeared in mid-air. He looked at Mubai and laughed. Long time no see, old friend. Mubai, however, laughed lightly. It's only been 8 months, and His Majesty has so many things to do that he naturally doesn't have time to meet with me. An idler. Now there is time. Let's go. I purposely went to Jiangzhou City to look for you for a drink, but as a result, you disappeared when I arrived at the place, and I had no choice but to take out the heaven-stealing mouse before I could find your trail. We've met each other once here. It's kind of some twists and turns. It's quite hard, so we can celebrate. Lu Zhang beckoned and said. Hearing that Lu Zhang had actually made a special effort to look for himself, Mubai was still a bit surprised. As the game descended into reality, the fusion of such a behemoth as the Tsang Dome Empire and the Grand Xia Alliance was sure to be a process that was filled with all sorts of trouble. This can be seen in the various big stories that have hit the internet in the intervening period. As the emperor, Lu Zhang was definitely busy. He hadn't realized that His Majesty had taken the time to look for himself for a drink. Not that he was surprised. If your Majesty has this pleasure, of course Mubai will respectfully follow your order. As they spoke, the two of them flew together to the nearest city. At this time, the city had long been empty to escape the plagues of the sea. Lu Zhang and the two of them casually found a tea house and sat down, taking out 10 altars of immortal drunkenness and casually taking out the small dishes that he had bought on the street earlier. Lu Zhang first poured the wine for Mubai. Mubai couldn't help but laugh when he saw what Lu Zhang had taken out. 50 taels of silver for an altar of fine wine. And the next dish is cold vegetables that cost $5 a pound on the street. Only you, the emperor, under the heavens would match it like this. Lu Zhang raised the luminous cup, which was worth 100 taels of gold, and opened his mouth. The price is set by the outsiders. The best is when one eats, drinks and uses comfortably. Come, this time, thanks to your hand, for me to save a general, save a large number of people and soldiers. I toast you a cup. I'll take this drink, and you can forget about this matter. Mu Bai raised his cup and clinked it with Lu Zhang and drank it down. Lu Zhang waited for him to drink before continuing. It can't be left out. The copy fusion has brought about too many changes. Class 1 copies and Class 2 copies have already caused a lot of trouble, and it's the Class 3 copies that I'm really worried about. The truth is not hidden. Originally, after I ascended the throne and became emperor, I planned to quit this hard job. Even at the beginning of the world fusion, it was still the same intention. I left home from the first day of fusion and came out to the side of Jiangzhou City to look for you. Originally, I rode my bike and took my time coming to you for a drink while touring and enjoying the scenery, but it was a journey of troublesome things. My identity as the emperor is still the only binding. Those people are counting on me. I cannot completely abandon the work, also cannot do as if it is ignored, so just head this way while you deal with the unexpected. Speaking here, Lu Zhang paused, poured a glass of wine, clinked it with Mu Bai, and drank the wine in the glass. Until yesterday, I suddenly figured it out. Since I can't let go, let everything go, it should still be managed. Therefore, it turns out that I was only looking for you for a drink, but now I'm looking for you, but I still have something to ask you to do. Mu Bai looked at Lu Zhang. He could see a different kind of aura from this person. The previous Lu Zhang, who was bent on contending for the world, was a standard emperor who aimed for absolute benefits. The current Lu Zhang, on the other hand, was giving off a feeling of affinity and tolerance, and was more attuned to nature. This fellow shouldn't have made another breakthrough, right? Mu Bai thought this in his mind. I can just order you to do whatever you want. I promised you back then that I would serve you for 5 years as long as you helped me break through to the Grandmaster realm, and it's only been just over 2 years now, so you can still feel free to assign me to do things for 2 more years. No, 2 years might not be enough. Lu Zhang waved his hand and said, the third type of replica is a dimensional replica. I don't know what powerful creatures will descend. This is a great threat to the safety of the people of the empire. I need you to help me guard the area on the east coast side of the empire. The threat from the ocean is great, as you have seen this time. The land that was sunk into the sea by Sakura's bombardment, that Orochi still exists. The world rules restrict that the copies won't disappear, and the monsters inside will be refreshed over and over again. With such a big threat, you're the only one who can help me deal with it. Hearing this, Mu Bai was silent for 2 breaths of time. Fine, but I can't protect the entire coastline by myself. You just need to subdue the North Sea. Lu Zhang once again poured a glass of wine for him. On that day, he gave a holy decree. By the Emperor of Heaven's mandate, it is said by Imperial decree that Mu Bai, Lord of White Emperor City, slayed the dragon with a single stick, rescued hundreds of thousands of people, and merited the country. He is hereby appointed as the King of Xinhai. With the rank of first grade, he is also rewarded with 100,000 taels of gold and 1,000 kilograms of star meteorite iron. I am honored. The first King's Duke of the Tsundao Empire has appeared. Originally, Mu Bai, as the city lord of White Emperor City, was considered one of Lu Zhang's secret sons. To crown him directly now is to lay it out in the open, and everyone sees it. This was the only second Jindan Grandmaster in the world who could fight the Emperor. Everything that had happened in the jungle before made sense. It turned out that it was all the Emperor who unified the Central Plains who was secretly manipulating the situation. Chapter 30, World Upgrade? Aura Revival. She's still waiting for you. Mu Bai put away this first holy decree that he had gotten. The expression was a rather breathless one. I quite like the star meteorite iron. What are you giving me so much gold for? I don't even know how to spend what I gave before. Then you can keep it for your children and grandchildren. To give a reward without money, just a name. That seems a bit too petty of me. Lu Zhang said with a smile. Instead, Mu Bai looked proudly at the long stick in his hand. The only thing I have in my heart is the way of the martial arts, and there will be no offspring or descendants. Lu Zhang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It's still you, ruthless up and cursing yourself for breaking off your children and grandchildren. Since you don't want it, I won't give it to you. And now the empire also needs enough gold and silver reserves to stabilize prices. When you need something later, I'll find it for you. Mu Bai didn't pay any attention to Lu Zhang's flirtatious words. He'd gotten used to it a long time ago. This emperor treats other people that is very majestic, but when he speaks to himself, he has no image to speak of. The two were friends. Something occurred to him and he opened his mouth. After the fusion of the copies, I perceived that the energy between heaven and earth became very active. Previously, although martial cultivation materialized, it was obvious that the sense of cultivation blockage in reality was so strong that it was basically impossible to break through cultivation, even if it was a first-ranked step into a second-ranked one. But now, the energy density and activity has tripled compared to before the replica fusion. This change continues to grow. The reason for the birth of that dragon in the sea is multifaceted, and the change in energy should be one of them. Lu Zhang nodded as he sniffed and said, "This is something that I have also discovered. The fusion of the game world and reality brought a lot of new things, but it was nowhere near as great as the energy brought by this replica fusion. The duplicates are like a kind of active energy converter, transforming the ordinary energy of this world into special energy that can be supplied for cultivation. Simply put, the world has been upgraded. To use a word from the internet, it's an aura revival. This thing is good for us. With the third type of dimensional fusion, there will definitely be powerful creatures that will appear, and our overall strength will be boosted so that we can have enough strength to deal with a bigger crisis." Mubai chuckled. "I've noticed that you seem to be different. Your cultivation should have improved again, right? In the game, the Jindan Grandmaster is the endpoint, and you've already reached the Grandmaster perfection level, unable to make any further progress. But the reality is that there can't be an end to cultivation. There must be a higher level, and now that the aura is reviving, that's when the opportunity for a breakthrough arrives. Golden Dan Grandmaster, it's not your end, and it won't be mine either. Right, the Golden Dan is not the end." Lu Zhang smiled as he sensed his soul that appeared to be undergoing some special changes. After the thoughts are realized, the golden elixir nourishes the soul, and there is indeed something different. However, it was still unclear, so it wouldn't be too late to inform Mubai after he had truly made a breakthrough and gained enlightenment. "Alright, I'm not going to continue drinking with you, so I'll give you these 100 altars of immortal drunk. There are also copies of Jindan Grandmaster level Fey Beasts within the Sundou Empire, although they haven't been refreshed yet because I just killed them once. I have to go over and take a look. I'll leave it to you here. Goodbye." Lu Zhang got up and walked towards the door. It was at this moment that Mubai opened his mouth as if he suddenly remembered something. "Wait a minute. I remembered something I thought I should talk to you about." Lu Zhang turned his head and cast a puzzled look. Mubai sighed. "I've seen Red Makeup. She's back at the Tongyue Tavern and is still waiting for you to find her." Gu Hongzhuang. It was a name deep in her memory. Back then, when he was in the Kanglan continent, Lu Zhang would naturally make some friends, and Mubai was the one he met at that time. There were a few other people they knew together, but the only ones who became good friends were Gu Hongzhuang and Mubai. Gu Hongzhuang had followed Lu Zhang for 6 years and helped him a lot, but then left, because she confessed her love to Lu Zhang and was rejected. She just walked away. But before he left, he asked Mubai to tell Lu Zhang that if at any time Lu Zhang agreed, he should let Lu Zhang go to the Tongyue Tavern in Hongluan City, where the three of them initially met, to look for her. Lu Zhang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment at his words. Gu Hongzhuang was his good friend. There was no doubt about it. However, since the beginning, Lu Zhang had indeed never meant that to her. After all, at one time, Lu Hanyan was the woman that Lu Zhang took care of with all his heart and soul, and was the only woman, and for other girls, Lu Zhang would never have a flowery mind. "You started a harem. There shouldn't be more than one of her. No matter what, she shouldn't be kept trapped in that tavern." Mubai persuaded. Lu Zhang nodded at his words and opened his mouth. "Okay, I'll go ahead and make it clear to her." Regardless, it was true that people shouldn't be allowed to be stuck in that tavern because of themselves. The game is over, and now that she's in reality, it's time for her to make a new choice. Hongluan City wasn't far from this side. The location of the copy Lu Zhang was going to was next to Skyblade City in the northwest, and it was considered to be on the way to Hongluan City. With his Jindan Grandmaster's flying ability, he arrived in a little over an hour. He came straight into the middle of the backyard of the Tongyue Tavern, and it just so happened that at that moment, Gu Hongzhuang had just walked into the backyard from the front. After seeing Lu Zhang, Gu Hongzhuang directly froze. Without grip control, the wine jar slipped from his hand. Lu Zhang instantly came to her side, holding the wine jar with one hand, and was just about to open his mouth to flirt with her and ease the atmosphere. Unexpectedly, the next second, Gu Hongzhuang directly hugged him tightly in her arms. After feeling the wetness produced by the tears dripping down his shoulder, Lu Zhang did not ruthlessly push her away. "I knew that you would come to me. You always remembered me and remembered that I was waiting for you, didn't you?" Could Lu Zhang still say no at this time? That would definitely cause Gu Hongzhuang to be directly heartbroken, and might even seek a short-term death, so he could only be silent and let her hold him. That was until Gu Hongzhuang calmed herself down and let go of Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang wanted to say something, but he was pressed against his lips by one of Gu Hongzhuang's slender jade fingers that reached out. Don't you say anything? Let me start. After years of not seeing her, Gu Hongzhuang was still of the same nature, full of the scent of a child of the jungle. You're the emperor, and I haven't seen you fill up your harem for years, but now you've started taking concubines, so I'm sure that you and your original wife have separated. So, the question now is the question of whether or not I am willing to become one of your harem. I can answer you now. Gu Hongzhuang paused, cupped Lu Zhang's face, looked into his eyes and said, I am willing, as long as you don't reject me, as long as I can stay by your side, and only let me be a little courtesan without a name. I'm willing. Lu Zhang sighed. Why do you have to aggravate yourself like this? Gu Hongzhuang didn't answer. She just took a deep breath, looked at Lu Zhang with red eyes, and asked, So are you rejecting me? Chapter 31, I am sorry. Western Xia sends a princess to beg for peace. The Western Xia sends a princess to ask for peace. What lonely man can say no to a girl whose eyes are full of herself? If Lu Zhang still had a wife he loved dearly, he would have refused. But right now, he didn't have a deep love in his heart for any woman. How could he turn down a woman who had her eyes full of herself without that aspect influencing him? And, by the looks of it, if she refused, she would probably just go crazy. Lu Zhang treated Gu Hongzhuang like a friend, at least until then. He didn't want Gu Hongzhuang to suffer any harm. So, he hugged Gu Hongzhuang and whispered in her ear, Commiserations. Gu Hongzhuang cried out again, crying loudly. She had been waiting for this moment for 5 years. After 5 years of waiting in the game, I waited until this game came to reality. She was finally held in Lu Zhang's arms. At this moment, she felt that the 5 years of waiting and the misery in her heart were all worth it. A few moments later, the two sat down within the tavern. The tavern was closed at this time, and there were only two people drinking to each other. Gu Hongzhuang poured out a glass of wine for Lu Zhang, and her eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at Lu Zhang. Seeing this infatuation of hers, Lu Zhang decided in his heart even more that he could not let this friendship down. I'm going over to the northwest Skyblade City next to deal with the matter of the copy. I need to hurry. The road may be a bit hard. Do you want to follow me, or go back to the Imperial Palace first and wait for me? Lu Zhang asked in a soft voice. Gu Hongzhuang said without hesitation. I'm going to follow you. We've been separated for 5 years, and after that, I can't even accept being separated for 5 days. I can be your accompanying palace maid, personal guard. It doesn't matter what I do as long as I follow you around. Although Gu Hongzhuang's martial arts talent was not as good as Lu Zhang and Mubai's, it was still quite good. Moreover, she was also a 10-year veteran player, and after such a long time, her cultivation had already stepped into the upper level of the 9th rank, and she was considered an expert. Not only that, Gu Hongzhuang was also a clan-level brewer, which was considered her side business. Most players will have a side hustle in addition to their martial arts to keep up with expenses. Lu Zhang didn't start out as a lord or king straight away. He also had a sideline. The Forge Master. Well, initially it was blacksmithing. Few people knew that the Emperor was also a great master of forging. The heavenly sword in his hand, the Emperor's sword and the Vein Interceptor stick in Mubai's hand were all divine weapons that he had crafted with his own hands. Looking at Gu Hongzhuang, who was blowing up like a kitten afraid of being discarded, Lu Zhang took her in his arms and soothed her. Fine, then you can follow me. However, being a guard or a palace maid would be too much for you. Well, let's appoint you as a GU first. Among the system of 3 palaces, 6 houses and 72 concubines in the Tsangdao Empire, the emperor shall have 1 empress, 4 wives, 9 concubines, 27 worldly wives, and 81 imperial wives. The 81 imperial wives who were previously ordained were at the bottom of the list. The 27 women in it were considered the middle class and were divided into 3 classes, of which 9 were Jiu. The 3rd grade, 9 were beauty. The 4th grade, and 9 were talent. The 5th grade. Directly sealing a positive 3rd grade Jiu was definitely a great affirmation of Gu Hongzhuang. I'm afraid those ministers would have to argue if they named the 9 concubines or even one of the 4 ladies. Gu Hongzhuang didn't know much about the harem system, and she leaned tightly into Lu Zhang's embrace and said softly, just be around you. Even though she said that, Gu Hongzhuang was still happy to hear that Lu Zhang didn't want to put herself through the ringer. Lu Zhang was a man of thunder and lightning. Deciding to give Gu Hongzhuang a name, he immediately wrote an imperial decree. The holy decree was not for Gu Hongzhuang, but for the cabinet. The 3 palaces, 6 houses and 72 concubines belonged to the part of the ritual system. Even if Lu Zhang casually find a person to appoint a consort, but also have to be filed according to the ritual system, given to the accompanying palace maids, official robes and other things. At the same time, everyone within the imperial palace had to know about this holy decree, because Gu Hongzhuang would be one of the masters of the imperial palace in the future. The palace maids and guards underneath, of course, needed to know, and after receiving this imperial decree, Feng Gao immediately contacted Lu Zhang. Feng Gao. See your majesty. Greetings to your excellency. Lu Zhang introduced Gu Hongzhuang to the side. This is Feng Gao, the left prime minister of the Imperial Palace. Gu Hongzhuang smiled. Greetings, left prime minister. Then she looked at Lu Zhang and said softly, Your majesty, I'll heat up a pot of wine. She's avoiding suspicion. Although she didn't know anything about the hierarchy of the harem, she knew that the harem should not be involved in politics. She didn't really want to get involved in any affairs of state, so she just found a reason to leave. When she left, Lu Zhang asked, Left minister, what is the matter? Feng Gao bowed and said, Your majesty, regarding the matter of enthronement, I don't think that noble Lady Gu can be the only one to be enthroned. It was only above the fourth wife's position that she could be referred to as Nyang Nyang, while the rest of the concubines could only be referred to as nobles. Lu Zhang had been the emperor for so many years, and as soon as Feng Gao's words left his mouth, he realized what the other party meant and what he was concerned about. Now most of the 81 imperial wives inside were the daughters or granddaughters of the various powers, and if one sealed a woman directly above these people, then it would mean that at any time one power could override all the powers. Although Lu Zhang did have that power, but this is something that is not conducive to unity, not conducive to stability. It's not that it can't be done, but it's better not to do it. It's as if you could have gone all the way to the finish line without a hitch and had to go skidding off into the wild next to it. I was still able to make it to the finish line, but I was delayed and covered in mud. Lu Zhang nodded and opened his mouth. Good. I'll send out a supplementary decree later and just announce it together then. When Feng Gao saw that Lu Zhang understood his meaning, he instantly revealed a satisfied smile. Your majesty, there is one more thing. The Western Xia kingdom sent a messenger to send the sister of the king of Western Xia to come and be your majesty's concubine. And the reason for the marriage is to get your majesty to help suppress a copy of a foreign beast within his country. Last time, his majesty made a move to kill the Jindan grandmaster level Fey beast, and now there are still 19 days left for it to resurrect again. The king of Western Xia was probably frightened after seeing the horrible tragedy over at Sakura, so he had to send his own sister, and the man has already left, and because he brought a lot of dowry with him, he won't be able to reach the imperial capital until 2 days later. This Xixia kingdom is not the same as the historical Xixia. Lu Zhang completed the great unification of the central plains, but he had taken down all of them, including the highland areas. This kingdom of Xixia, in contrast to reality, is one of the large kingdoms among the western kingdoms, and the people living in it speak Arabic. Lu Zhang frowned at his words. He didn't really want to care what happened to the people of the other countries, but considering that after the fusion of the bitmap copies, more humans would be needed to resist. This is the time to unite all the forces that can be united. That foreign beast, it was also true that he was the only one who could kill it, and if he didn't care, in case it ran into the territory of the Tsongdom Empire and caused chaos, causing the death of the people of the empire, this was something he didn't want to see. Good. This matter is promised, and I will seal a position for the princess of Western Xia. Chapter 32 Shepherd Yunlan takes charge of the harem. Willow Hanyan wants to offer a dance. 1/5. Nowadays, Lu Zhang just had a little affection for Gu Hongzhuang by his side. The rest of the harem is a means of balancing the forces, so there was no resistance to having another Western Xia princess appointed. There's plenty of room in the harem anyway. However, as a princess of a country, it would be a bit unseemly to seal the level of the 27th wife. It would be even more inappropriate to directly seal the rank of 4th lady. Therefore, it is necessary to choose one of the 9 concubines. The 9 concubines are all of the 2nd rank, namely Zhaoi, Zhaorong, Zhao Yuan, Xiui, Xiu Yun, Xiu Yuan, Chani, Chan Yun, and Chan Yuan. Finally, Lu Zhang issued the holy decree for this harem mobilization. The eldest princess of Western Xia, Li Nianchu Feng Xiu Yuan, is of the 2nd rank. The former Zhang 6th grade imperial wife, Baolin Mu Yuxiao, has been promoted to Zhang 3rd grade Jieyu. At the same time, there were another 8 imperial wives who were promoted to the tier of +4 beauty or +5 talent. Now the highest position in the harem is Li Nianchu, the eldest princess of Western Xia, who is one of the 9 concubines. The 2nd grade, below, is the same level of the 3rd grade of the 2 Jieyu, Mu Yuxiao and Gu Hongzhuang. When he learned that Mu Yunlan, who had assumed the pseudonym Mu Yuxiao, had been promoted by the emperor to the position of Jieyu, Mu Tianxiao was dumbfounded. As the secretary of the Delizi, he is only the 3rd grade. His own daughter, this is already the same level as himself. He couldn't really figure out what it was because of. After all, his own official position was not high, and he did not have much of a background, so it was unlikely that the emperor was giving his daughter a higher rank for his own sake. But the emperor was not even within the imperial palace, and it was even more unlikely that his daughter had been elevated by the emperor's favor. That left him very confused. There has to be a reason, right? If one cannot bear this favor, it may bring great mischief. This really made him jittery. Lu Zheng's intention for this arrangement was simple. Although Li Nianshu's nominal honorary position was the highest, as a princess married out of wedlock, her position, the 9 concubines, came to an end. It's essentially a poser. Then the following people are the actual power holders of the harem, the 2 who are nominally the most favored. Gu Hongzhuang was a white body without any power behind her, and with Lu Zhang by her side, she was not counted in the jockeying of the forces of all sides. In this way, there is only one left. Mu Yuxiu herself belongs to the children of the court officials and really holds the power of the harem. Compared to other unfamiliar people, Lu Zhang was naturally more inclined to leave the harem under the control of his more familiar, former student, Mu Yunlan. To put it bluntly, nowadays Lu Zhang did not treat the women in his harem as his own. At least the harem was used as nothing more than an institution to balance the forces of the empire. Then it is important to choose a trusted manager. After the announcement of the holy decree, Mu Yunlan's residence was moved within the palace corresponding to Jieyu. Now, it's obvious to anyone with eyes to see. The other enthroned Gu Jieyu was not in the palace. That far-married and peaceful noblewoman Xiu Yuan was just for show. And Mu Yunlan was the de facto powerhouse of the harem. As Mu Yunlan's attendant palace maid, Yang Qing's status had risen. During this period of time, after her best efforts to perform and curry favor, she had become the competent courtesan beside Mu Yunlan, promoted from her original position as a third-class courtesan to a first-class courtesan. It was still without rank, but it did have some power and improved food and clothing. Now that Mu Yunlan had become a positive third-grade Jieyu, the number of palace maids around her had skyrocketed, and even Yang Cheng, the palace maid in charge of the palace, had the rank of a positive 8th-grade official. As the saying goes, there are 7 officials in front of the prime minister's door. Although Yang Qing was only of the 8th rank, as the courtesan in charge of Mu Jieyu, the actual person in power in the current harem, she clearly felt that everyone in the harem was quite kind to her, and some of them even carried a bit of flattery. Such a following made her feel very good. Vanity was greatly gratified. The greatest satisfaction, however, comes from the BFF. After Lu Hanyan learned of Yang Qing's promotion, she was first shocked and envious. I should have known that I would go and become a palace maid as well. I didn't expect that I would be able to follow a favored concubine and be promoted directly. Qing, I'm so happy for you to be where you are now. Willow Hanyan said so. Even though she knew that there was basically falsehood in those words, Yang Qing still felt good. I'm just lucky to follow Noble Mac. Other court ladies don't have this kind of good luck. I'm not like Smoke. You still have a skill. If I didn't follow the right person, I'm afraid that my whole life will be just a small palace maid. When there's a chance for you to perform in front of His Majesty once, and His Majesty sees you, you'll be able to soar to the sky and become a concubine directly. That's like being a phoenix on a branch. Lu Hanyan said bitterly at his words. But this Majesty doesn't return to the Imperial Palace at all. So where will I get the chance to express myself? My dancing skills have recently improved again, and my system evaluation has been promoted from a first-class dancer to the level of a flower leader sought after by 10,000 people. But there's no one to appreciate it. She was very confident in herself, thinking that with her looks, body and dancing skills, if she could show up in front of the emperor, she would surely be appreciated. When the time comes to sleep on the dragon's floor and have a night of pleasure, the next day you can change from a lowly dancing girl to a concubine in the harem. And with all her strength and means, becoming queen was just around the corner. But now, the hard part is in the first step. I can't even meet the emperor. What can I do? Seeing their girlfriends from a third-class courtesan, a leap to have the official body of the Ikuan Palace Ruyi Hall of the 8 products in charge of the courtesan, while they are still just a district from the 9 products of the flying dancer. The fallout was very hard on her. She suddenly thought of something and looked at Yang Qing pleadingly and said, Qing, now that noble Lady Mu is in charge of the harem, can you find an opportunity for me to perform in front of her? If I get promoted, I'll share half of my monthly salary with you. If there are any rewards, they will all go to you as well. Okay? Yang Qing sniffed and fell into thought. She couldn't be more clear about what Lu Hanyan had in mind. In fact, she had the same idea as Lu Hanyan. Now that Mu Yunlan was in favor, Yang Qing thought that one day when the emperor came back to visit Mu Yunlan, she could also take the opportunity to offer her body to help. With her experience of serving that Lin Xiao for so many years, she felt that she would be able to make His Majesty's dragon face happy. When the time comes, you can also get rid of the status of a palace maid as a slave, become a concubine, and be the master of this harem. However, she was well aware of her weaknesses. She herself had already been unpacked and was not fresh, and concubines like Mu Yunlan who had been properly drafted into the palace could not compare. So, to get the high ground, she has to have help. although Lu Hanyan is not a good thing, but knowing the roots, as a helper together to fight for favor, the most appropriate. Therefore, after much thought, she agreed. 2 days later, the Western Xia princess will marry into the palace and become one of the 9 concubines. Xiao Yuan, I will propose to noble Lady Mu that you lead the dance. I will notify you when the matter is finalized. If not, there is nothing I can do. Lu Hanyan was overjoyed at his words and hugged Yang Qing, saying excitedly, "Good. You're such a good girlfriend to me." Yang Qing despised it in her heart, but on the surface, she also hugged Lu Hanyan and smiled. That's for sure. We're the best sisters ever. Chapter 33. Where he stood, he was absolute royalty. 2/5. Yang Qing was very efficient and found a chance to talk about it that day. She didn't say who would lead the dance, but only that a welcome ceremony would be held, and that we couldn't let the Western Xia people feel that our Dong Empire had lost its etiquette. Makunaga had a point about that. She was also now understanding Lu Zhang's intention of raising her to such a high position, which was to let her take charge of the harem, to which she expressed her pleasure. She felt happy when she was able to help Lu Zhang. The only regret was that now that Lu Zhang was busy outside, he hadn't been able to meet in person to be favored, but she felt that as long as she did things right, when Lu Zhang returned to the palace, he would surely favor himself fiercely. In the end, the matter was left to Yang Qing. She naturally arranged for Lu Hanyan to be the lead dancer and let her direct this welcome performance. Willow Hanyan took this seriously. Although the emperor was not present, if someone sent the video to the emperor to look at it, it was possible that he or she would be able to get a glimpse of it. Lu Zhang did not care about what happened in the harem. He brought Gu Hongzhuang along to Skyblade City. Even though Lu Zhang had the cultivation of a grandmaster and could fly quickly, it still took him more than half a day to traverse such a long distance. He didn't think it would work, in the event that multiple copies of the crisis appear at the same time, even if one can solve all of them, but after all, they are divided. One has to train a few Jindan Grandmasters to do so. A Jindan Grandmaster was extremely difficult to break through, but it was not impossible to break through. It was with Lu Zhang's help that Mu Bai had made his breakthrough, and at that time, Lu Zhang was still only at the middle stage of the Jindan Grandmaster cultivation. Now that Lu Zhang had transcended the category of a Jindan Grandmaster and had begun a deeper metamorphosis, helping a few more innate sect masters with good natural talent to achieve Jindan should be simpler than helping Mu Bai advance before. This first candidate, the man in front of me, is very suitable. I, Song Dingfeng, see your majesty. The man in front of him was wearing the Tsang Dome Empire's upper general's bright light dragon armor, and was the chief soldier of the Jingo Legion, one of the Empire's 6 legions. At only 34 years old, he was the youngest of the 6 legions. In reality, he also comes from a family of generals, West Qin Song family. This was a big family that was famous in the alliance. However, not long ago, he had an additional layer of identity. Lu Zhang went forward and helped him up with his own hands, smiling. "Ha ha, we're all family. No need to be polite, great uncle." Song Dingfang had a younger sister of his own called Song Xiao, who was now 25 years old, participated in the draft to enter the palace, and was now being honored as a positive 4th-grade beauty. What Song Xiao represented was the level of honored military generals, and Mu Yunlan represented the level of readers and capital officials. The two are pretty much in the same position now. Song Xiao couldn't be positioned too high, just because the Song family already had a Duke of State with millions of troops at his disposal. If he were to raise him to the highest position, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among the civil class. This is something that should be understood. Song Dingfang rose smoothly and smiled. "I'm grateful for your majesty's love. It's an honor for my Song family for my little sister to be favored by your majesty. As a son or daughter from a large family, Song Dingfang knows very well that before, both himself and his sister were unable to decide on their own marriages, and the general proximity of people to both of them would be a huge trouble. Now with the identity of the Tsang Dome Empire's upper general, he was considered to have the ability to control his own destiny and even influence the fate of the entire Song family. But the sister didn't. Song Xiao was very understanding and didn't argue with her family on the matter of entering the palace, directly agreeing to it. If she resisted, Song Dingfang might be willing to help her get a chance at freedom. Now that everything had become final, all he could do was to try to make the emperor trust himself more, thus not daring to bully his sister and giving her a relatively good environment to survive in. Lu Zhang sniffed and directly wrapped his arm around his shoulders and laughed. "There is no need to be so formal. We are friends first before we are monarchs and ministers. Monarchs and ministers are all performances for the outside to see. Friends, we are psychologically clear on our own. I know what you are concerned about. The matters on the side of the harem are all arranged by the left prime minister. The Song family letting your sister enter the palace is naturally the Song family's consideration. Those people in the harem, I won't just move them. Your sister is just living in them. When I go back, I'll make arrangements so that she can come and go as she pleases and won't interfere with her freedom. Song Dingfang's entire body froze when he heard this. He did not expect that Lu Zhang would say this. The emperor usually cares most about the royal majesty. After entering the palace, all the concubines and courtesans are just the emperor's private property. There is no dignity, not to mention anything like freedom. Suddenly, he sensed the aura of Lu Zhang's body, which seemed to be even more ethereal and inscrutable than before. He gets it. Lu Zhang was not one of those ordinary secular emperors who needed to rely on the means of deterrence and the severity of the system to maintain the emperor's majesty. He has the strength to crown the world. One person can destroy a country. The emperor's majesty does not need any other means to maintain. He stands there. Is the absolute imperial power? No one shall be offended. Song Dingfang looked back and smiled. Thank you, your majesty. That being said, he was indeed grateful in his heart, but as a son of the compound, this respect and inferiority aspect was still engraved in his bones. Lu Zhang didn't say anything more, but called Gu Hongzhuang to him and introduced him. You're no stranger to red makeup, now that she's back with me. Song Dingfang had been with Lu Zhang for 7 years, and Gu Hongzhuang had only left Lu Zhang for 5 years, so the two of them knew each other. Regarding the matter of Gu Hongzhuang being enthroned, Song Dingfang had also heard about it and laughed. His Majesty and Your Excellency are also considered lovers. Being told by an acquaintance to her face, Gu Hongzhuang blushed slightly, but she was not as coy as a little girl, but said cheerfully, all these years I was away from His Majesty, thanks to you guys helping out. Big brother Song Hongzhuang is here to thank you. When Song Dingfang saw Gu Hongzhuang salute him, he hurriedly moved sideways and waved his hand. Your honor is overstating the case. It is thanks to His Majesty's appreciation that I have been able to achieve so much. Where is it that I am helping His Majesty? When Lu Zhang saw him in such an attitude, he also knew that the other party was still bound by etiquette, no longer forcing anything, but opening his mouth to ask. Alright, there's no need for polite words. General Song, how long before the ghost-faced devil owls are refreshed? It's about 13 days away, and it's impossible to pinpoint the exact time. Song Dingfang immediately straightened up and reported. Almost, just enough time. Lu Zhang nodded at his words and continued. General Song, nowadays the Songdom Empire is facing an increasingly serious crisis. The strength of an innate patriarch is not enough to overpower the world, so I intend to help you break through to the Jindan Grand Master level. Are you willing to do so? Help me to condense the golden pill. Song Dingfang's body shook. How could this be unwilling? Unless the brain is kicked by a donkey. He said hurriedly. I am willing. Thank you for cultivating Your Majesty. I will definitely go through fire and water for Your Majesty. But don't. I need you to guard the gates of the country. To protect the country. I don't want you to die. Lu Zhang patted his shoulder. Let's go. Let's just go to the copy of the gloomy windstream where the ghost-faced demon owl is located. Chapter 34, blocking my door and saying my looks offend you. 3/5. There was a bone-piercing, sinister wind that existed in the gloomy windstream all year round. Martial artists below the 5th rank should not stay in it for long when they enter it. Otherwise, for more than an hour, the cloudy wind will enter your bones and erode your body. This wind can be incorporated into the true chi and continue to cause damage to the body. However, there was a bone-like grass growing in here, which was a top-grade medicinal herb for hammering a martial artist's muscles and bones and enhancing their qualifications. This herb, if it appeared in reality before the game came down, each plant is estimated to fetch millions of dollars. Those rich people are absolutely swooning over it. A bone-strengthening pill made from the shade bone grass was enough to restore the sinews and bones of an ordinary person from the age of 60 to the prime of 30. In the human body, bone is the foundation of everything. Blood is born from the marrow of the bones and nourishes the flesh. The bones are strong enough to prolong life. $1 million for a bone like grass is definitely priced out of the market. Even in the middle of the game, the price of this kind of bone-like grass was as high as 100 taels of silver per plant, which was almost $100,000. The Songdo Empire is monopolized by the court, and the bone-strengthening pills are also sold exclusively by the court. It wasn't that the court forbade martial artists from picking them. It was only because of the presence of a Jindan Grand Master level beast inside, the ghost-faced demon owl. The windstream's wind could be completely resisted by a martial artist of the 5th grade or above, but with the wind of a ghost-faced demon owl, even an innate master would be sick for 3 days if he was blown. If they were blown for more than a quarter of an hour in a row, even an innate master would be blown alive. Also, this thing can shrill. Its voice was inspired by metaphysical energy, and even an innate master caught off guard would lose consciousness and be eaten by it as food. The ghost-faced devil owl has a wingspan of more than 8 meters and a pair of claws that can break gold and stone. Non-godly weapons will be crushed when touched. This kind of thing could only be dealt with by a Jindan Grandmaster. Every time, It was Lu Zhang who made the move to eliminate them. And before Lu Zhang, the Grand Master, appeared, every time this guy came out to forage and wreak havoc, he had to take out tens of thousands of players and hundreds of thousands of game natives. Definitely a catastrophe-level ferocious beast. Why is Lu Zhang's appeal so strong? A large part of the reason for this is that he wields absolute power against catastrophe. The three of them arrived at the deepest part of the gloomy windstream. Looking at the cave that was shrouded in a gloomy wind, Lu Zhang laughed. Hongzhuang, I remember that the internal skill you cultivate is the Xianin beautiful woman technique, and the energy field here matches your internal skill. So this time it's just right to help you raise your cultivation to the innate master level by the way. Gu Hongzhuang said in surprise. Yeah, that way I can help your majesty even more. Song Dingfang then said. Then, your majesty will help your excellency make a breakthrough first. Lu Zhang waved his hand. No, it's easy for her to break through. You need to set it up first. With that, he took out an elixir and handed it to Song Dingfang. This is the Luo Shangdan. It can help you sense creation. The so-called golden elixir is the light in the virtual room and the sun in the stillness. It is picked and practiced diligently, and transformed into purple gold frost, the true nature in the great furnace, the fire calcined mature, and heaven and earth with the long, with the sun and the moon with the light, is the fundamental of the great Tao. The achievement of Jindan is considered to be the cultivation of some small success. Achieving the golden Dan is not a quick fix. Yuan, take the pills. I will help you forge with my own true fire, with your talent and accumulation, supplemented by the pills and the environment of this place. In 13 days, the golden Dan can be completed. Lu Zhang was experienced in helping others obtain Jindan, so he's confident. At that time to help Mubai obtain the golden Dan, there was no elixir like the Luo Shangdan. The Luo Shangdan was refined by a Taoist priest named Easy Sun and was only obtained a year before Lu Zhang claimed the title of emperor. And there were only 5 of them. Speaking of which, this innate patriarch-level Taoist priest was a very important talent. Previously, his own hegemony had been established, and he did not need more help. Then there was no forced retention of the prowler. But nowadays, the Tsangdom Empire needed more high-end combatants to deal with the dimensional copy fusion that would soon occur. This guy needs to be found. As soon as he thought of it, Lu Zhang directly issued an imperial decree to the Imperial Dragon Guards to go and find someone. Meanwhile, Song Dingfang took the pills and began to cultivate with the help of Lu Zhang. After instructing Song Dingfang for a period of time, Lu Zhang began to give instructions to Gu Hongzhuang, and after only 3 days, he managed to make her break through to the innate master level. Moreover, Gu Hongzhuang had also mastered the Yin Wind, which was considered a special ability. Perhaps Song Dingfang had a good talent, or perhaps it was because the Luo Shangdan was very effective, and it only took 10 days for it to condense its own Jindan. On the day that the Jindan was successfully condensed, a large amount of energy was poured into Song Dingfang's body, allowing his fleshly body to receive a tremendous amount of beneficial feedback. Yin Wind quenches the body. This was the reason why Lu Zhang had allowed him to break through to the Jindan Grandmaster level here. Generally speaking, all those who had broken through to a Jindan Grandmaster would have their physical bodies improved, but the magnitude would not be too great. After all, it was an internal refining technique. As a martial general, especially since Lu Zhang also wanted Song Dingfang to suppress the Yin Windstream, his physical body had to be strong enough, so the plan to have it cultivate and break through here came to mind. Yin Wind quenching breakthrough, and after the breakthrough, he promoted his physique with Yin Wind refining. This gave a significant increase in the strength of its fleshly body. Song Dingfang felt the power he now had at his disposal and steeply swung out a fist, and in the next moment, the air produced a huge powerful wind that exploded. This is the power of the Jindan. It's as if there's an engine that provides a constant stream of powerful force. Lu Zhang said with a smile. This is still only one of the subtleties of the Golden Dan. More benefits will have to wait for you to explore on your own afterward. After a pause, he continued. After the ghost-faced demon owl comes out, it will be given to you to kill, so that it will be convenient for you to familiarize yourself with your power. My lord. Yes. Song Dingfang did not feel that he could be on par with Lu Zhang just because he had broken through to the Jindan Grandmaster level. On the contrary, after Lu Zhang helped him break through to the Jindan Grandmaster level, he only felt that Lu Zhang's strength was even more unfathomable, so it's only going to be more respectful. Soon the time came a day later. In the middle of the gloomy wind cave, the whistling wind became more compact. Only a shrill whistle appeared, as if it was going to penetrate one's soul. With this impact, an innate master would have to break out in a cold sweat if he resisted it head-on. However, under Lu Zhang's protection, Gu Hongzhuang didn't feel the impact and only heard a piercing sound. In the next moment, a black shadow abruptly sprang out from the Yinfeng cave. At first glance it looked like a big bird, but when you saw its face, which looked like a human face but was so hideous and horrible that an ordinary person would be scared to death of their legs if they took a look at it. It was also the first time Gu Hongzhuang had seen such a thing, and she was obviously startled. Lu Zhang wrapped him in his arms, and although the latter was only slightly frightened, she was very greedy for the embrace and did not break free. Song Dingfang, who had long been prepared on the side, held the divine weapon lacking Moonblade, which Lu Zhang had personally forged, and charged directly towards the ghost-faced devil owl. Sinful animal, how dare you offend the face of heaven? Die! If the ghost-faced demonic owl could speak, he would have cursed and disliked him. Are you alright? You guys blocked my doorway and said that my looks offended you. You're just bullying me for not being able to speak, right? Although it couldn't speak, the ghost-faced demonic owl was still taunted to the point that it directly attacked Song Dingfang. A cloudy wind. At first, Chapter 35 Western Xia, my disciple, Li Zhang Yuan, greets his imperial brother. 4/5. Song Dingfang was at the beginning of the Jindan Grand Master level, while the ghost-faced devil owl strength was probably around the middle Jindan Grand Master stage. Although as a human, mastering martial arts and divine weapons, one could basically achieve the same level of suppression when dealing with foreign beasts. But the setting here is the shady stream. Not only was the ghost-faced devil owl's cultivation level higher than Song Dingfang's, but he also took advantage of the environment and was able to fight with the help of the gloomy wind here. Therefore, at the beginning, Song Dingfang fell into a disadvantage. Lu Zhang knew that in the end, Song Dingfang would definitely not be able to turn the tables and could only be suppressed and brutally beaten by the ghost-faced devil owl all the time. Back then, he had first broken through to the Jindan Grandmaster and fought the ghost-faced demonic owl a month later. In order to defeat the ghost-faced demonic owl with a higher cultivation level, he lured the latter to the outside of the gloomy windstream. In the end, with the various elixirs that had been accumulated, sort of drained the ghost-faced demonic owl to death. At that time, he held supreme techniques and martial skills in his hands, and had a large amount of pill resources to support him. Song Dingfang obviously can't be compared to him now. There is no advantage in environment, no advantage in cultivation, and no advantage in experience as well. This is the result of certain defeat, and that was what Lu Zhang wanted. Those who had just stepped into the Jindan Grandmaster level would have a feeling of a fish leaping out of the sea, as if they had seen the vastness of the heavens and the earth in an instant. From then on, there is no restriction and freedom, but in reality, it was just a jump from a small pond to a larger lake. Far from being a true getaway, Lu Zhang was using this to hone Song Dingfang's heart. Song Dingfang was not very old, only 1 year older than Lu Zhang, who was now 33 years old, being in a high position. From being an insignificant young son of the original Song family, he had directly become the person in power of the Song family today. Various situations change and always make him think one way or another, and now one of the strongest few in the world. If he didn't have enough heart to suppress his desires, Lu Zhang was really afraid that this guy would bring this million army into trouble. The sharp claws of the ghost-faced demon owl collided with the blade produced by Song Dingfang's lacking moonblade, and the blade was not able to chop the sharp claws straight down. If the knife was in Lu Zhang's hands, the claw would not be saved. Divine weapons were relative, and at the level of an innate master, it was not possible to directly break any target simply by virtue of the sharpness of the weapon. It needs to be augmented with the power of one's own true essence. Song Dingfang's true essence power wasn't enough to bring the blade to a sufficiently sharp level. An hour and a half later, Song Dingfang was knocked down by a cloudy wind. At that moment, Lu Zhang casually threw out a sword. He took out the heavenly sword, which, with no other characteristics, was sharp. True essence was added and a sword was chopped out. With a flash of cold light, the head of the ghost-faced demonic owl fell straight down. Immediately after that, the sword in his hand was stored in the storage compartment. A box appeared in his left hand. His right hand grabbed towards the head of the ghost-faced demon owl, and a black demonic dan was taken out. Put the demonic elixir into the box and put it away. This was good stuff. One of the main medicines for refining the Luo Shangdan. Having this was the only way to find the prodigal son to continue refining pills for himself. Many thanks to your majesty for saving my life. Your majesty's divine might is overwhelming. I, for one, am ashamed to be inferior. Song Dingfang said with some shame. Just now, he was confident, feeling that he is now much stronger, and dealing with a flat hair is still not a handful. He ended up being held down and thrashed at the start. In the end, it was his majesty who stepped in and took care of that foreign beast with a single move. As a great general who had fought in all directions, but still needed the emperor's personal help, this simply made him want to find a crack in the ground right now. Ha ha, I had just broken through to Grand Master back then, and I was almost killed by this fellow in return when I dealt with him. You are now in the Een Windstream, and the environment here is favorable to it. The next time it appears, you'll lure it outside to fight. Don't be greedy and risky. Put up a bit of a fight to consume it, and you'll definitely be able to kill it. I'm still positive about your abilities. There is no need to blame yourself for losing the first battle. We'll fight again in the next day. With that, Lu Zhang helped Song Dingfang, who was kneeling on one knee, up. Next I'm going to Western Xia to deal with a duplicate alien beast, so I'll leave this place to you. Next time, I wish to hear the results of the battle in which you killed it. I, for one, will not let your majesty down, Song Dingfang assured. Lu Zhang did not say anything more. He had a very clear perception of Song Dingfang's abilities. It was only necessary for a period of time to allow him to master more skills regarding the use of martial arts at the Jindan Grand Master level. And after leaving the environment here in the Yin Windstream, killing the ghost-faced demonic owls, although it would be very difficult, could definitely be successful. He wanted some people to be able to stand on their own, and he definitely had to give these people the chance to fight against Grand Master level Fey beasts. Protection is useless. Only by practicing in life and death yourself can you truly master this powerful force. Last time I reported, the Jindan Grandmaster level foreign beast in Western Xia territory was about to be resurrected again in 19 days. And now, almost 11 days have passed. Although there were still 8 days left, the matter of the resurrection of the foreign beasts could not be accurately grasped in terms of time, so it was safest to go over early. Xixia has been behaving peacefully for a few years now, sort of a barrier to the west of the Tsang Dome Empire. Now sending the princess to make peace is already a desperate attempt to lower her stance. He himself had to show a little bit of great power and go over there early to put the other side at ease. It was reasonable to say that as an emperor, but traveling to within a foreign country with only a consort, this kind of thing was dangerous. But the one who felt the danger should be the whole Western Xia kingdom, because as long as Lu Zhang was angry, the Western Xia kingdom could all be destroyed in 3 days by him alone. Destroy the palace, the kingdom's army, all those in power in the kingdom. Lu Zhang and Gu Hongzhuan rested for the night in Skyblade City, and early the next morning, the two set off to leave. In the afternoon of that day, they arrived at the capital city of the Western Xia Kingdom, Yuanbao City. Although only 2 people had come, as the emperor of the Tsang Dome Empire, Lu Zheng himself could care less about face, but the majesty of the empire had to be maintained. Therefore, he wore a dragon robe with a purple and gold cloud pattern on a basalt background and an imperial crown. Gu Hongzhuan was also dressed in the neon-feathered Lucien dress that Lu Zhang had collected earlier, and wore gorgeous jade hairpins and ornaments. The two of them stood hand in hand on the back of an innate patriarch-level exotic beast, the 4-winged violet gold eagle. The 4-winged purple and gold eagle circled 9 times over Yuanbao City. Realizing that it was Lu Zhang who had descended, the king of Western Xia, Li Zhang Yuan, immediately brought his men to receive him outside the gates of the royal capital. My younger brother, Li Zhang Yuan, greets imperial brother. The kingdom of Xixia was established to the west of the Daxia Alliance, where in reality there are many smaller countries. Li Yongwan knew very well that all people would only choose a not-so-reliable option when their own lives and safety were at stake. The kingdom of Xixia descends from the game in this chaotic zone. One can only stand firm if one gets a strong booster. Otherwise, to find yourself a king is a misnomer. So after many considerations, he decided to send his sister to the Tsangdao Empire to make peace with her, and reach a de facto connection with Lu Zhang. And as long as the nation was allowed to see the power of the Grandmaster level Fey beasts, and see Lu Zhang become even more powerful, then only then would he be able to sit comfortably in this position. Therefore, he showed great humility. It was almost as if they were directly kneeling down to Lu Zhang outside the city gates. Lu Zhang really couldn't let him kneel down to him. After all, he was also considered his brother-in-law. There is no need to be polite. Please rise. Li Zhang Yuan was obediently helped to straighten his body by Lu Zhang, and immediately put his arm around Lu Zhang and laughed. I have ordered someone to set up a banquet. Imperial brother, quickly follow me in to savor the delicacies. Chapter 36. He's so lickable. I'm not willing to do it. 5/5. 4-winged purple and gold eagle with a wingspan of 14 meters. No other abilities, just a pure power-type beast, but fierce and majestic enough. When paired with Lu Zhang's Jindan Grandmaster's pressure and imperial majesty, it made all the rest of the people present, except for Li Zhang Yuan, who was protected by Lu Zhang and who was also a king and possessed an innate Grandmaster-level strength, feel a deep sense of fear. These people are players in the game. He had also felt Lu Zhang's power over the past few years. After all, this foreign beast within the Western Xia Kingdom had always been one that Lu Zhang had helped to kill. However, it is not as real as it is today in the midst of reality. That kind of power made them feel deeply powerless. Well, although Lu Zhang had helped them to kill the foreign beasts, it wasn't actually to help. The help was only incidental. He needed the demon pills of the Jindan realm Fey beasts. It took a minimum of 3 months for a Grand Master level Fey beast to be refreshed out. Demon pills could not only be used to refine Loxodon pills, they could also be used to harden divine weapons. In short, it is a very important strategic material. This time, even if Li Zhangyuan didn't say anything, Lu Zhang would still come over. When they arrived within the palace, Li Zhangyuan called for dishes and fine wine to be served. Lu Zhang introduced Gu Hongzhuang to him. Before, Gu Hongzhuang had never asked for a name when she followed her, and now that she had accepted her, then she had to pay attention to that. Li Zhangyuan immediately saluted Gu Hongzhuang, although Gu Hongzhuang was only a Jiu of the third rank, not even a concubine. But as long as it was Lu Zhang's woman, Li Zhangyuan would treat her as his sister-in-law. Li Yongwan can't be wrong about such details. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sit in the position he's in now. He didn't have the strength that could suppress everything like Lu Zhang, and the only way he could sit in his current position was by being careful and meticulous enough. Even in the game, he made many officials take Chinese names and learn Chinese. He himself speaks even more Chinese. Fong was outside the city, and up to now, had been communicating in Chinese. The Daxia alliance was originally strong in this land, and the Chinese language was widely spread, one of the 3 official languages of the world. By the time they were in the middle of the Kanglan continent, the Tsangdao Empire was imposing on the 4 directions, and many players were taking the initiative to learn the Chinese language in order to search for treasures in the territory of the Tsangdao Empire. Gu Hongzhuang felt happy about Lu Zhang identifying himself for her. It's the equivalent of introducing a girlfriend to an outsider. There is something really pleasurable about having your identity recognized. There was even more tenderness in her gaze towards Lu Zhang. The feast went on for half an hour. The main thing was that Li Zhangyuan kept touting, causing Lu Zhang to be a bit unable to carry on. If this guy follows him around as a sycophant, it's a safe bet that he'll really turn himself into a dim king. It's so lickable. He hadn't realized it before in the game, but now it seemed that the game, after all, was limiting him. When the party was over, everyone retired. Inside the palace, only 3 people remained, Li Zhangyuan and Lu Zhang, as well as Gu Hongzhuang. Li Zhangyuan directly bowed deeply to Lu Zhang. Imperial brother, please also help me this time. Lu Zhang hurriedly helped him up and laughed. What are you doing? I'm already here. How can I not help you? Li Yongwan smiled bitterly. Royal brother, that's not what I'm talking about. He sighed. You should be well aware that so many countries to the west of the Grand Xia Alliance were already in friction with each other. Now, my Western Xia Kingdom has come out of nowhere, with its land sort of interspersed between the various countries, and also occupying some of the nationals of each country. In such a situation, it can be said to be a case of a bellyful of enemies. I didn't dare to take any strong-arm tactics at all, sort of barely controlling half of the army and a third of the city. As for the land, I don't even have the luxury of those, but even with this little thing, certain people still look at me and want to take it from me. He jerked his head up and grabbed Lu Zhang's arm, saying excitedly, I'm not willing to do that. Imperial brother, you two have fought for 10 years from being a straggler to become the current emperor of the Tsangdong Empire. His Majesty, one should understand how difficult it was for me to grow from an ordinary person, a child of what is in reality nothing more than a farmer's family, to the current king of the Western Xia Kingdom. I don't want to just give up the power in my hands. I don't want to have all this that I've worked so hard for, taken away from me by someone else. I can't trust anyone else. I only trust you, Imperial brother. Only you have the power to help me. As long as you help me secure the position of king of Western Xia, half of Western Xia's taxes in the future will be sent to the Tsangdong Empire. Whatever else you need, Imperial brother can ask for it. It was evident that in order to stabilize the power in his hands, Li Yongwan was very determined, and he's working hard in the right direction, because Lu Zhang did need a stable neighbor. We are brothers, so naturally I can help you. How do you need me to help you? Say it for me to ponder. Lu Zhang said with a smile. He spoke without force, as if casually, without actually promising anything. Li Zhangyuan knew that Lu Zhang was waiting for him to voice his demands. He stopped selling the story and spoke directly. I hope that Imperial brother can put on a show. I know that with Imperial brother's strength, a mere Jindan Grandmaster level foreign beast can be destroyed at will. But I need to make these nationals realize how powerful that geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus Rex is. Therefore, I hope that royal brother can wait a little before making his move. I'll have the geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus attracted to the Jade Mountain Belt, where there's been a group of rioters that cut a swath. Just the thing to lend their firepower and their lives to show what a powerful creature that was. And when the panic spreads, then the royal brother will step in and extinguish it in a magnificent way. Then it's time for me to show up again to help solidify my position. Imperial brother, please. It's a very risky behavior. Just a little deviation from the route would likely result in tens or even hundreds of thousands of deaths directly. Li Yongwan obviously didn't care about that, or how many deaths didn't matter to him compared to keeping his position. Lu Zhang naturally cared even less. It wasn't like these people were from the Tsangdong Empire. and he didn't care how many died. What he needs is a stable Western Xia kingdom. That's just the way it's going to turn out. Otherwise, he wasn't interested in paying attention. Fine, I'll strike whenever you want me to. Lu Zhang agreed directly, because it has nothing to lose for him. It's just that there's still a bit of a show to put on. Specializing in killing the geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus in a sufficiently shocking way. Speaking of which, once this guy runs out of the copy, it's a big deal for the modern world as well. Geomagnetic storm dragons can hide from the ground and can use the earth to unleash a close-to-the-ground geomagnetic storm, which can directly cause electrical appliances within a large area to burn or even outright explode. Li Yongwon should understand this as well. Apparently he doesn't care. Thus, Lu Zheng stayed within the Western Xia kingdom for a few days. On the other hand, within the Tsung Dome Empire's harem, the so-called Western Xia princess Lin Yanshu, on the other hand, was completely taken by Mu Yunlun. At the moment, she was carefully sewing something. Chapter 37, So You're That Liberal? The Three of Us. 1/5. Lin Yanshu had reddish-brown hair and sapphire-like eyes with golden eyelashes. Despite coming from a farming family, she had fair skin. Li Yongwon was 15 years older than her and was her big brother. Above her, there were the second and third brothers. She was kind of spoiled growing up, so it's been kept very hydrated. Not at all like the usual people over there who are exposed to the elements and have large pores. Her Chinese is not very good and she can barely communicate. It was natural to be quite timid and cautious when living within such a large palace. Lin Yanshu had just arrived. Mu Yunlan arranged a welcome banquet, which was only attended by the concubines in the palace. Lu Hanyan led the dance and was appreciated by Lin Yanshu. As soon as Mak Yunlan was happy, he raised her from the status of a 9th grade Fei Yang dance lady to the level of a full 8th grade Lu Feng dance lady that day. 3 levels in a row. District dancer. With Mu Yunlan's position as a positive 3rd rank, even if he directly promoted Lu Hanyan to a positive 7th rank amazing dancer, there would still be no problem, but she knew she couldn't just promote to the top, or she wouldn't have the means to hold it afterward. The welcoming ceremony made Lin Yanshu realize who was the master of the harem, even though she was 1 level higher than Mu Yunlan in rank. It could even be said that being a true concubine was on a completely different level than just being a noble at the level of a 27 woman. But she doesn't know this for herself. All she knew was that she had married into the middle of a foreign country as a guest, a bargaining chip. Coming from a small family, she was naturally cautious and did everything she was told. It was also fortunate that Lu Zhang had put Mu Yunlan in charge of the harem. Otherwise, if it was a different woman like Yang Qing, she would definitely have to bully a girl of Lin Yanshu's nature to death. But even though Mak Yunlan was very kind, he still had means. The way she held Lin Yanshu was soft. Wow, this one is so beautiful. Sister, when His Majesty returns to the palace, if he sees the scarf you sewed for him with your own hands, he will be very happy. Lin Yanshu, who was carefully sewing a scarf, stopped her hands and looked up at Mu Yunlan. Thank you, sister. This is for you. Mak Yunlan revealed a surprised expression at his words. Yikes, and mine. What a good sister. I'll be sure to praise my sister in front of His Majesty, so that His Majesty will favor you more. Hearing the word favor, 2 red clouds surfaced on Lin Yanshu's face. Before, she didn't know the meaning of these 2 words, and then after Mu Yunlan whispered a few words of explanation in her ear, it directly made her blush. She whispered sheepishly, "Let His Majesty favor us together." Mak Yunlan immediately stared in shock. Sister, so you're so put out? The 3 of us. Lin Yanshu sniffed with some doubt and asked in return. Me and you. And which sisters? Which 3? Hearing her ask this, Mak Yunlan realized that he had thought wrongly and hurriedly sought to fix it. Ah, isn't there another Gu Jieyu there? Rumor has it that Gu Jieyu is with His Majesty, and they descended on the Western Xia kingdom together, so it's really enviable. Lin Yanshu asked curiously. Sister Mu, have you seen His Majesty? How is he? How is he? Although Lin Yanshu knew inwardly that she shouldn't discuss the emperor in private, she couldn't help but explore a bit when she thought that her future destiny would be tied to this person. Whatever the real emperor was like, at least for now, she wanted to have a good thing to look forward to. Mak Yunlan nodded at his words and said, Met. We've known each other for a long time, but exactly how we met, I can't tell you now. His Majesty is a gentle and modest gentleman in his daily life, treating people kindly and treating everyone with great courtesy. He's someone I've always looked up to. As for ability, naturally there is even less to say. His Majesty used 10 years to not only achieve the martial cultivation of a Jindan Grandmaster, but also established the vast Sangdao Empire, becoming the first emperor of the Kanglan continent. His Majesty, such a man is definitely a big hero in every girl's heart. Lin Yanshu sniffed slowly sketched out in his mind the appearance of a man with a great body rather than elegant. The only shortcoming is that it is impossible to see the face. She asked in a small voice, Sister Mac, Your Majesty, how does he look? Finished, she realized what was going on and hurriedly tried to explain. Sister, don't misunderstand. I'm worried that I won't be able to recognize His Majesty when I see him someday. You are also aware of the fact that pictures of His Majesty's appearance cannot be seen on the internet at all these days, and there are only a handful of people who have actually seen His Majesty. There's nothing wrong with her saying that. Although Lu Zhang had shown his face several times, the electronic devices were unable to capture his face. In fact, as long as one stepped into the level of an innate master, one could allow energy to interfere with the light, preventing one's identity from being exposed out by the camera. And as a Jindan Grandmaster, the energy layer on Lu Zhang's body surface was naturally formed. Not to mention camera shots. Even in person, you can't remember what he looks like. Unless, of course, one has already seen it. Makunaga looked at her and smiled. So sister is still a face control. Don't worry. His Majesty is very handsome and will definitely make his sister like him. Hearing Mu Yunlan flirt with herself like this, Lin Yanchu instantly became even more shy. Sister just makes fun of sister, she said petulantly. When Mu Yunlan looked at her like this, he was certain that this girl was too good to hold, and it would be quite appropriate to let her help him manage the harem in the future. With a few tricks, he had already taken him under his wing. At this time, Lin Yanchu's attendant palace maid Yun Tong walked in. Reporting back to Your Highness. Beauty Song is outside the palace seeking an audience. Hearing this address, Lin Yanchu hurriedly said, invite her in. Song Beauty, that's Song Xiao. Before the news of Lu Zhang and Gu Hongzhuang's descent into the Western Xia Kingdom reached the Imperial capital, there was a message that arrived here first. The chief soldier of the Jingo Legion, one of the Empire's 6 legions, the Duke of Dingwei of the first grade, Song Xiao's elder brother, Song Dingfeng, had broken through to the level of a Jindan Grandmaster with the help of the Emperor, and had become the Tsangdao Empire's 3rd Jindan Grandmaster level warrior. Before coming to the Tsangdong Empire, Li Zhangyuan had explained to Lin Yanchu the need for her to make this trip. Only a Jindan Grandmaster was able to intimidate everyone. Only a Grandmaster could save everyone from the mouth of the terrifying foreign beasts. A Jindan Grandmaster was the existence of one person as a country. The Western Xia Kingdom had asked the Tsangdong Empire for help in order to obtain the assistance of a Jindan Grandmaster. And as a Grandmaster level Imperial Upper General, the Duke of State's own sister, Song Xiao was naturally impossible for anyone to dare offend. When this news reached the harem, the concubines, who were already very wary of her, turned their attitude towards her directly into compliments and flattery. Don't dare to upset the other party in the slightest. Even Lin Yanchu was like that. She was very afraid that she had upset Song Xiao, and in turn, Song Dingfeng would relocate his anger to the Western Xia Kingdom, bringing great disaster to her brother, and to her compatriots. At this moment, she, who was originally a second-ranked dignitary, was the one who took the initiative to get up and walk outside the bedroom to greet Song Xiao, a 4th-ranked beauty. I see you, Your Majesty. Song Xiao started to curtsy when she saw Lin Yanchu, but was dragged down by the ladder. No, no, Lin Yanchu said with a red face. She was not particularly proficient in Chinese, and when she was nervous, she had problems expressing herself. Mak Yunlan followed him out. What Sister Nianshu means is that between us sisters, we don't need to care about all this red tape. Chapter 38, Harem Storm. To contend, or not to contend. 2/5. Hearing Mu Yunlan relieve herself, Lin Yanchu glanced at her gratefully and hurriedly said, yeah, that's what I meant. Mu Yunlan's side was the one who took the initiative to start the conversation. She looked at the things in the hands of the palace maid following behind Song Xiao and said in surprise, what is it? Song Xiao beckoned for the palace maid to come closer, then opened the food box. This is a cupcake I steamed with the game's unique black jade honey. It tastes pretty good. Bring it to the Empress to try. It just so happens that Noble Makoto is also here, so let's have some together. With that, she first picked up a small fork next to her and speared a piece for a bite. This is eaten first to indicate that no poison has been put inside. Song Xiao had also read a lot of various books on palace fighting and harem survival these days. In the midst of gaining trust, it's necessary to taste this delivery for yourself. Mu Yunlan, however, directly took the food box from that courtesan's hands and laughed. Such a good thing. Why don't we go in and eat slowly? And while we're at it, we can still chat. Standing around here, how tiring that is. Lin Yanchu also said hurriedly. Yes, yes, sister inside please. Among the three, Song Xiao was the oldest at 25. Mu Yunlan was only 23, and Lin Yanchu was even only 22. I'm the youngest. I don't know anything. This girl really doesn't mess with anyone. The three entered the house, and the attendant courtesans all went to the hall to wait. They can't eavesdrop on the whispers between the ladies. Song Xiao was a son of the compound, and from Mu Yunlan's body, she detected the aura of a kindred spirit. However, in this harem, she didn't need to fight for anything, because Song Dingfang had made it to a high enough position. The Song family was already very prominent. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around, and when things are in full bloom, they go down, and at this point in time, if she still wants to compete for favor, it might bring disaster. It's the non-contention that is the contention. She is here in the palace to keep the Song family safe, but as a person, Song Xiao still wished that she could live a happier and more nourishing life. It's better to get along and be friends than to be targeted and treated as enemies. Therefore, she took the initiative to come over and befriend the two most talked about concubines in the harem at the moment. She had purposely inquired that Mu Yunlan was here at Li Nianchu's place and specifically picked this time to come over. It's just so the three can talk together. After chatting for a little while, Song Xiao learned that the original Mu Yunlan had known the emperor for a long time and had met him in reality. No wonder the daughter of a third-rank civil official in the district had been lifted straight to such a high position. If one merely wanted to find the daughter or granddaughter of a civil official to balance the forces of all sides, it was not as if there were no better choices than Mu Yunlan. This suggests that the relationship between the two, even before the game came down, was quite uncomplicated. It would be correct to take the initiative to make friends with this Mu Yunlan. Song Xiao herself can't compete for favor to ascend to a high position. Then she has to support a person she trusts to rise to the top. Otherwise, if you let a guy who likes to make things happen get into power, you won't have a good time. Mak Yunlan became her first choice. Unlike the three concubines who made peace, the three halls in charge of the courtesans in the hall are quite a bit of a needle in the eye. Yang Cheng looked at Yun Tong and said with a smile, "Sister Yun Tong is having great luck." All of a sudden she became the supervisor of the Shuero Palace, receiving the official rank of the 7th rank. What a good fortune! In the Tsang Dome Empire, the palace and the hall, there was a clear hierarchical division. The 4th lady and the 9 concubines of the status of these ladies only have independent palace, such as Li Nianchu was appointed Shuero Palace, and just noble identity of Mu Yunlan and Song Xiao is only sealed in Ikuan Palace of Soft Yi Hall and Mo Yang Hall, and other nobles live in 6 common palace. As the courtesan in charge of the 3rd ranked Jeyu Mu Yunlan, Yang Cheng only had the rank of the 8th ranked. Yun Tong, who was originally just an ordinary showgirl, became the supervisor of Li Nianchu, the 2nd grade Shou Yuan, and directly gained the rank of 7th grade, one level more than Yang Cheng. Previously, apart from those palace maids in charge of the 6 bureaus and 24 divisions, she was the highest official among the accompanying palace maids. Now it was falling under Yun Tong. In fact, she knew in her heart what the huge difference between herself and Yun Tong was. Yun Tong is a showgirl origin, a serious and complete body, 20 years old, that face of collagen. Not his own 30-something years old woman can be compared. And Yun Tong was not just an ordinary courtesan. Before she became Li Nianchu's supervising courtesan, she was on duty among the 6 bureaus and 24 divisions. The 6 bureaus and 24 divisions were the administration of court affairs in the harem. It is divided into the Bureau of Shang Palace, the Bureau of Shang Yi, the Bureau of Shang Clothing, the Bureau of Shang Food, the Bureau of Shang Bedding, and the Bureau of Shang Gong. Each bureau in charge of courtesans is a full 5th grade official position. Under the 6 bureaus, there are 4 divisions under the jurisdiction of each division, each of which is in charge of the courtesans, leading the 6th grade official position. Yun Tong was originally under the Shangbei Bureau, within the Department of the Court, the 8th grade of the Palm of the Court. Now that she had become a supervisor courtesan of the Snow Soft Palace from the 7th rank, she had only risen one level. Of course, as an attendant palace maid, one is able to have a high probability of running into the emperor. In a sense, it is possible to just turn over the surf and sing, and become a direct master of the house. So it's not as simple as just going up a level. Yun Tong has no background, comes from the countryside, and relies on her own hard work to get into a major university. But after she learned a lot, she realized deeply how much ability it takes to break this shackle in the midst of a class-consolidated society. She asked herself if she was that good, so it was a shortcut to sign up for the draft. As it turned out, she was on the right track. Let's not talk about the fact that he was chosen to be the head of the Snow Soft Palace to get the girl this time. Just by becoming a palm court of the 8th grade, she could get 20 taels of silver every month, which was equivalent to $20,000 a month. And if she had finished college normally, after graduation, the average salary of graduates in her industry would have been just $7,000. If you want to get a monthly salary of 20,000, you have to struggle for at least 15 years. And how many days have passed since we entered the palace? She has been promoted to the rank of officer from the 7th grade with a monthly salary of 25 taels of silver. And, within the Snow Soft Palace, she was considered to be one person. Life in the palace is not as boring as it was in ancient times. After all, it's the modern world where the game is integrated, and everyone is modern and not that antiquated. A little bit inside the womb. You can play on the computer. On your cell phone. You can play a lot of things together. In addition to not being able to just leave the palace, this is the top of the line. No matter what you eat, live in, wear, or use, even if she was just a palace maid, her life was the envy of more than 90% of ordinary people. So, she's going to keep the life she has now. She knows Yang Qing, the big sister among the accompanying courtesans, an old woman with a strong desire for power. Yun Tong, as a high school student, was also considered an old player who had watched many palace dramas. Naturally, he understood that at this time, he could not back down in the face of Yang Qing's provocation. Ha ha, sister is joking. Serving a country's princess is a difficult errand. Where is the blessing? On the contrary, sister Shizhou, with noble lady Song backing her up. Within this harem, I'm afraid no one dares to mess with her. That's good fortune. Instead of pinpointing the topic, she steered the topic to the side of Shizhou, the competent palace maid of Emoyan Hall who had a confused look on her face. Shizhou was even younger than Yun Tong, only 19 years old. It is said that this seems to be Song Xiao's own cousin, who was specially arranged by the Song family to help Song Xiao. Chapter 39. You pass through here unless I die. Imperial brother save me. 3/5. Yuan Shizhou turned his head to look at the two when he heard these two speak of themselves. Ha! She had no idea what was going on. Entering the harem was indeed arranged by the Song family. One he show is characterized by his goofiness, but that's only on top of his emotional intelligence. IQ and execution are still high. The emotional intelligence aspect can be grasped by Song Xiao, and there is no need for Yuan Shizhou to have his own ideas at all. Being at the mercy of everything is the best aid. Seeing her in this silly state, Yang Qing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This is really a fool's errand. Song Dingfang stepped into the Jindan Grand Master level, and Song Xiao, as his own sister, had a position in the harem that no one could shake. She may not compete for favor, but no one dares to bully. As her supervising courtesan, she was naturally allowed to be unscrupulous. This was something that even Yang Qing, who was the courtesan in charge of the de facto harem lord Mak Yunlan, could not do. Therefore, hearing Shan Yuntong's words, Yang Qing also said rather enviously, Sister Hizhao is the best, and does manage to be free from any bullying. Yuan Shizhou said with a puzzled sniff. No one's bullying me. Ha, what are you guys talking about again? Looking at her like this, Yang Qing felt that she couldn't fake it either, automatically ruling out a rival for power. After his eyes landed on Shan Yuntong, he couldn't help but feel one step lower. In every way, Shan Yuntong had overwhelmed her. She pondered in her mind. This won't work. I can't hold this woman by myself. I have to find a helper. It seems like I have to find a way to transfer Lu Hanyan over to help out. Lu Zhang was not interested in paying attention to the storm in the harem. To him, the harem was a thing of instrumental nature, not a place for his own indulgence. He was a man of great self-control. Over here, the time came to the day of the appointment with Li Yongwan, geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus revisited. This was a beast that looked like an earthworm, with a body length of more than 20 meters. The head was like a drill, the mouth was full of sharp teeth, and the body was covered with a layer of razor-like bristles. The Western Xia Kingdom side had sent a late innate sect master martial artist to seduce him, and he almost folded inside the copy. Geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus produces terrifying geomagnetic gravity. It can distort energies such as true essence, and is extremely damaging to martial artists and other people with various abilities. But well, the guy ran out at the end. Successfully lured the enraged geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus Rex to where the White Jade Mountain was located. And here, Li Yongwan's long-prepared webcast opens. When the geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus appeared on the live screen, many people thought they were seeing a promo for some game. But the next image made them realize that it was all real. The alabaster mountain cracked, rocks tumbled down, directly causing hundreds of casualties. And then the crazed geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus Rex swallowed dozens of people in one gulp of blood and flesh, which would have had to be coded for sure if it was a video. The rioters began to fight back using a variety of hot weapons, submachine guns, sniper rifles, rockets, missiles, all kinds of weapons, huge shells. When those firepowers landed around the geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus, they were resisted by an invisible force. It was as if the direction of the attack had been directly distorted. And not only did this attack fail to hurt the geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus, it instead completely enraged it. It let out a shrill whistle. Immediately afterward, the human bodies within a certain range directly exploded like fireworks. That's what makes geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus the most terrifying. Detonate the electromagnetic forces within the human body. This ability cannot be effective against powerful martial artists. At the current level of the geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus, a martial artist of the 7th grade or higher would not be able to use this skill to directly kill the target. because the electromagnetic field inside a 7th grade martial artist was very stable. It couldn't directly control it yet, but when faced with these ordinary people from Bayou Mountain, it was really a casual kill. The ground shook, and blood and flesh flew. The entire White Jade Mountain mob was slaughtered by the geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus, and even the entire camp was reduced to rubble by it. The geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus Rex that had done this clearly did not rest its anger and turned its head towards the nearest city belonging to the Western Xia Kingdom, Azco City. The people in the city were incomparably panicked at this moment. Through the vibrations of the ground and the live broadcast, they were incomparably certain that the terrifying ferocious beast was killing its way this way. Everyone scrambled for their lives. No one felt that a mere city could block a ferocious beast like that. That's a being that even missiles can't help. On the city wall, a dozen figures stood. Li Zhongyuan spoke respectfully. Imperial brother, I will call upon you to strike in a moment. At that time, please save my life. Lu Zhang nodded. It can't hurt you with me around. The geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus Rex was just a special ability, but in reality, it was just an early-stage Grandmaster Fey beast, not as good as that ghost-faced demon owl. Of course, this special ability makes it battle-ready. It was an ordinary Jindan Grandmaster who would feel tricky to deal with. However, Lu Zhang was no ordinary Jindan Grandmaster. To this day, the metamorphosis in the soul is even more remarkable. He felt himself moving quickly into the next realm. I just don't know what kind of level that stream is, but no matter what level it was, at least for now, he could accomplish this geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus Rex with his hands. Roar! The geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus Rex steeply burrowed out of the ground, and the earth trembled as if the city walls were almost about to topple over. It sensed several not-so-weak scents, so it burrowed out of the ground. It was the aura of an innate sect master level, and it was very angry after the battle it had just gone through. Now that it was preceded by several at once, it had no fear and only wanted to tear apart all the perceived innate clerics. Eat up! In the middle of the live feed, the geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus Rex burrowed out of the ground from beyond the city walls, and the entire city was in jeopardy. Just then, Li Zhangyuan appeared in midair with several people, blocked in front of the geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus and the city. For the sake of the Western Xia Kingdom, I will not let you pass through here unless I die, Li Zhangyuan shouted, and the long sword in his hand cut out a powerful sword light towards the head of the geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus Rex. At the same time, the remaining few innate patriarchs also struck out together. The various energy blasts looked magnificent, but the results weren't very dramatic. The geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus unleashed a berserk energy blast, and a geomagnetic light burst appeared, directly blocking all of the attacks from Li Zhangyuan and the others. Immediately after that, the geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus roared and rushed towards Li Zhangyuan. Seeing this situation, Li Zhangyuan, who had originally planned to show some performance, knew that he definitely couldn't block it and hurriedly shouted, "Imperial brother, save me!" As his words fell, a figure emerged in midair. He wore a basil-colored dragon robe, and his face could not be seen. A single hand clenched in the void, only to see a palm that resembled a cloud formed instantly and directly pinched the body of the geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus Rex. The cloudy hand that looked as if it would dissipate with a breath of air grabbed the geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus Rex within it as if it was pinching a small chicken cub. In the next moment, the geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus's huge body was thrown into the sky by that huge hand of clouds. Geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus let out a roar. Anger was still anger, but this time it was mixed with a horror. That power that could not be resisted made it feel incomparably terrified and frantically tried to break free. But, by the time it was taken by the throat of fate, the end was already predetermined. When the body of the geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus Rex was thrown to a height of 1,000 meters, Lu Zhang had an extra sword in his hand. Chapter 40, The Serpentine Plane. The first signs of the dimensional war. 4/5. In midair, dozens of sword lights that looked like silver meteors flashed. Just less than 10 seconds have passed. Lu Zhang's figure returned to its original position, but the sword light in the air surprisingly hadn't dissipated yet. Pieces of the geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus Rex's body, which had been sliced into hundreds of pieces, fell out of the air. That sword light, surprisingly, hadn't dissipated yet. It was as if it had cut through the void, leaving traces above space. It can't be erased. It wasn't until 3 minutes later that the dozens of sword lights finally dissipated. Shock. The crowd that saw this live feed only felt incomparably shocked. That geomagnetic Tyrannosaurus was already so terrifying. Easily destroys a city of hundreds of thousands of people. You can eat dozens of people in one bite. Such a ferocious and horrible being. But the man took it easily. Literally, grabbed in the hand like a chicken cub. The huge body weighing at least hundreds of tons was thrown thousands of meters into the air. Then, the sword flashed. The terrifying ferocious beast lost its voice. The huge body turned into a piece of corpse of different sizes and fell down. And that sword light, For a long time, the world-destroying ferocious beast that missiles couldn't even break through the defense was easily sliced into hundreds of pieces like tofu under this man's sword. The identity of the man was soon revealed. The strongest Jindan Grandmaster of the world. The only supreme emperor of the Tsangdao Empire. The first emperor Lu Yuan II. No one could get a good look at him. But the aura, the overbearing clothing, the costume full of imperial majesty, was enough to say everything. Just as the crowd marveled at how powerful Lu Zhang was, the navy that Li Zhangyuan had arranged before immediately publicized the fact that the sister of the king of Western Xia, the first princess Li Nianshu, had married into the royal family of the Tsangdao Empire. It was especially emphasized that such a powerful person, someone who held such a huge power of the Tsangdong Empire, was Li Yongwan's own brother-in-law. Such an in-law relationship, though it cannot be said to be the strongest, but it's definitely very compelling. This time, since Lu Zhen could come to the rescue of Li Zhangyuan when he was in danger, he would certainly not stand idly by next time. If they wanted to make a move against Li Zhangyuan, they would have to consider the consequences of offending Lu Zhang. Let all men be afraid. This was the effect Li Yongwan wanted. Getting the feedback he wanted, Li Yongwan was excited. Pulling Lu Zhang, he was about to set up another banquet for him for 10 days. Lu Zhang rejected it outright. He didn't have time to delay here. There were 2 copies of the Jindan realm Fey beasts within the Tsangdong Empire's territory, and having solved the ghost-faced demon owl earlier, he now had to hurry to solve the other one. Counting the time, it will be within these 4 or 5 days, and it will surely be resurrected out. Thanking Li Zhangyuan, Lu Zhang and Gu Hongzhuang changed into their usual attire and flew away in imperial flight. Lu Zhang's flying speed was fast, even though he kept his true essence shield on to protect the 2 of them from the onslaught of the cold wind. But he still held Gu Hongzhuang in his arms. Gu Hongzhuang enjoyed this process. It was as if she had returned to the time when they had ventured into the jungle together and fought for supremacy. Only, at that time, she had been fantasizing about being held by Lu Zhang. Now it was real and true that he was holding him. If this is a dream, then don't let me wake up. Gu Hongzhuang chanted inwardly, shrinking towards Lu Zhang's arms once again. Speaking of which, she was once a renowned figure in the jungle, put in which Jianghu gang also have to be honored as a big sister. Now it's a birdie look. The contrast is still relatively large. Love. It makes people rush. The Tsangdong Empire's second Jindan foreign beast copy was named Divine Skycliff, and the foreign beast inside was called the Running Thunder Rockbird, possessing the cultivation of a late grandmaster and mastering thunder energy, which was very terrifying. The god Skycliff replica was on the south side of the empire, and was relatively far away from the western Xia side. The road was non-stop, and Lu Zhang had to keep flying for 14 to 15 hours. After all, the Tsangdao Empire was too large. After the fusion of the empire and the Great Summer Alliance, the area was a bit larger, and the north-south span, even more so, increased quite a bit. Nearly 2/3 of the way through the flight, Lu Zhang suddenly received a zhang. The fact that someone is petitioning at this time indicates that the situation is very urgent. Lu Zhang hurriedly stopped and opened it. After only a glance, he immediately took out the holy decree and contacted Imperial Dragon Guard Jinfu envoy Mo Jinyan. Seeing the figure inside the holy order, Lu Zhang asked directly without waiting for him to salute. What's the situation now? Mo Jinyan immediately replied. Reporting back to your majesty. It's still within control for now. This dimensional copy descended at a location 40 miles beyond the southern outskirts of Tongzhou City. The initial coverage area of the replica is within a 5-mile radius, and is continuing to expand at a rate of 1 mile per 5 hours. The original terrain was paddy fields, now replaced by desert. There were 2 types of copy monsters found now. One was the sandworm, with the highest level of strength at the 3rd grade martial artist level. Sandworms don't have much intelligence. They are a ferocious beast similar to the Fae, and when they encounter a creature, they will take the initiative to pick a fight. The second is the serpent man, whose lower body is a snake and whose upper body is a man. The strongest person the serpents have found so far has strength at the level of a 6th grade martial artist and is showing clear hostility. The dimensional copy has descended. What Lu Zhan was most afraid of before was the fusion of this 3rd type of copy. This copy of the Serpentine realm was the first realm that the Tsangdong Empire would face. The fusion of dimensional copies is horrible. It's expanding. A new land was born under the copy, and it was a very powerful force. Once again the whole world grew larger and swelled up. Lu Zhang had felt a drastic increase in the energy in the air not long ago, and it had even given him the feeling that he would soon be able to break through to the next level of the realm. I think this is a manifestation of the fusion of multiple copies of the realm. After listening to Mo Jinyan's report, Lu Zhang was certain that the current situation was indeed still within control. Mo Jinyan was the Imperial Dragon Guard Jinfu envoy, an official position from the 4th rank, with strength under the 9th rank. He was in charge of tens of thousands of Imperial dragon guards in his hands, and there were many experts, so suppressing the current copy of the Snake Man would not be a problem. But this copy continues to expand. It's just that the Imperial dragon guards, they may be understaffed. After all, they had a lot of other things to do and couldn't send all their people to guard a single copy. Moreover, it was a realm where no one knew exactly how many sandworms and how many serpents there would be, which had to be guarded by enough troops. Continue with the deployment. Remember not to provoke a fight with the foreigners so easily. In addition, everything should be done to protect the safety of the people as the first priority. Later on, I will send the Thunder Prison Legion forward to garrison the area while you wait to hand over to General Tuoba. Lu Zhang instructed. Mo Jinyan immediately bowed at his words. My lord, obey. Lu Zhang's current location was not far from the Thunder Prison Legion camp, and after more than half an hour, he arrived directly at the Legion camp. At that time, Tuoba Wuhui, the chief soldier of the Thunder Prison Legion and one of the Imperial upper generals, was leading his soldiers in a martial arts drill. When they saw Lu Zhang appear, they immediately came forward to pay their respects. I, Tuoba Wuhui, greet your majesty. Seeing this, the 100,000 troops behind him immediately followed and fell to the ground in obeisance. See your majesty. As far as the eye could see, the 100,000 strong army was as continuous as a tidal wave. At this time together to kneel and fall in, but is neatly organized. Fierce and majestic aura came to the face. Rise, Ai Ching. Generals, rise. Chapter 41, I will not allow it. Performing the laws of the king's way. Doing overbearing things. 5/5. Lu Zhang acted very kindly. It was the way he had always behaved in front of the soldiers, and in front of a group of generals. It was incredibly dignified. Different people have to be treated differently. Treat your soldiers very kindly so that everyone will treat the emperor as one of their own. Let them know that they are serving the emperor, the empire, not some general. These are the trails. Lu Zhang didn't really care now. It's just years of experience that creates habits. Entering within the tent with Tuoba Wuhui, Lu Zhang immediately explained to him about the Serpentine Plain. Snakeman Plain copy. I need you to immediately send at least 100,000 troops to guard it to prevent any chaos. Also, once I've dealt with the running Thunder Rockbird, I'll come back and help you raise your cultivation to the Grand Master level. Only when I reach the level of Grand Master can I leave the defense of this side entirely in your hands. The dimensional copy. It won't be just this one. We have no way of knowing the strongest strength of any realm, so we can only try to be as strong as possible. During this time, you'll also have to place a high priority on the cultivation of advanced combatants. I don't want the lack of combat power to cause too many soldiers to die as a result. Hearing that Lu Zhan was going to help him step into the Grandmaster level, Tuoba Wuhui was a little excited inside. But after hearing the words that followed, his heart felt a heaviness again. The trials people face today are so tricky. Just the preliminary things like martial arts cultivation manifestation, real estate manifestation, and so on, have already caused a lot of chaos and criminals to arise everywhere. Some more copies of Fei were fused later. Just that Grandmaster level copy of the Fei Beast alone had to be resolved by Lu Zhang's hand. Otherwise it would take at least 100,000, if not hundreds of thousands of deaths to get a respite. And now a new challenge has arisen. Dimensional copies. Something more difficult, more dangerous, more unpredictable. All this, if the Emperor has to deal with it alone. What face do they have to wear this armor when they are generals who receive imperial salaries and enjoy the glory of the empire, but cannot protect their families and defend their country? Tuoba Wuhui said in a loud voice. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I promise that after completing the garrison, not a single snakeman will be able to step foot in the Sun Dome Empire's territory without your permission. Lu Zhan laughed. Good. I believe that the upper general that I personally ordained has this power. Go arrange for the defense as soon as possible. I'm going to check the status of that running Thunder Rockbird. My lord. Obey. Tuoba Wuhui left the tent and immediately began to mobilize his troops, heading to the southern suburb of the area outside of Tongzhou to set up defenses at a rapid pace. Gu Hongzhuang suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, let me also go forward and wait for you over at the Serpentine Plain copy. I can't help much by accompanying you to the Foreign Beast copy. If a powerful enemy appears over at the Serpentine Plain, with my cultivation as an innate master, I can play some role. Lu Zhang sniffed and looked at her, seeing the strong reluctance in her eyes. She was the one who had said that she would absolutely not leave Lu Zhan for half a step after that. Her infatuation and dependence on Lu Zhang, that was a very deep feeling. But now, in order to be able to help Lu Zhang, she offered to speak to leave. That's a good point, and it's relatively more valuable to have her stationed at the Serpent's copy. However, Lu Zhang did not want to owe her anymore. I won't allow it. Lu Zhang forcefully built her into his arms and said something as he flew towards the copy of the divine skycliff. I won't let you leave me. I'm the emperor. They have to listen to me. You have to listen to me. I am confident that my generals can accomplish the task I have given them. You being around me is what will give me peace of mind. Having said that, Lu Zhang said nothing more. And he wasn't bull **********. Ting. After accepting Gu Hongzhuan, Lu Zhang got used to her being by his side. And as he was now in the stage of soul metamorphosis, all he needed was a thought to get through and go with the flow. In his heart, he didn't want Gu Hongzhuan to leave, so he wouldn't let her leave. The so-called way of the emperor is the way of the king and the way of the hegemon. It is necessary to practice the law of kings and to be a bully at the same time. Now, Lu Zhang's forceful rejection of Gu Hongzhuan's request was a manifestation of overbearing behavior. Gu Hongzhuan became very peaceful like a kitten. Just like before, he shrank in Lu Zhang's arms, and Lu Zhang, who had done this, clearly felt that the soul metamorphosis had accelerated its progress by quite a bit. Sure enough, he was on the right track, above the realm of the Jindan Grandmaster. He would like to see what kind of heaven and earth that would be like. The progress of soul metamorphosis increased, and this ability of Lu Zhang to master flight was also stronger. A little faster. A few hours later, it was completely dark. Lu Zhang finally reached the top of the divine heavenly cliff. It's dark though. However, it was very bright above the divine sky cliff. Generally speaking, there were certain special environments within the copies where such Jindan exotic beasts were located. For example, the Een windstream where the demon-faced devil owl was located was always blowing a glooming wind. This god's skycliff copy is no exception. This place, perennially shrouded in thunderclouds. Thunder continued to fall towards the middle of the cliff, but it did not fall on the stone walls of the cliff, nor did it fall on the ground. Rather, it hits the void. The entire underside of the divine skycliff was filled with rich thunder energy. It's much scarier here than the electric field that forms after high voltage hits the ground. An ordinary person close by would immediately be burned. Only martial artists of the 7th grade or above could enter this copy in search of treasures. There are 2 treasures of great value in this place. One is the divine heavenly stone, and the other is the thunder element fruit. The former could be picked up by luck under the divine skycliff, while the latter had to be obtained by killing the running thunder rockbird or luring it away. It was because of the thunder yuan fruit tree, which was right next to the nest of the running thunder rockbird. Moreover, the thunder yuan fruit would only grow one after the running thunder rockbird was resurrected. A tree that grows one fruit at a time. Very outrageous. However, thinking that this kind of treasure could be harvested for almost 3 months for one, it was also very good. The Lei Yuan fruit could be used to refine the Luo Shangdan. It can also be taken directly, hammering the physical body, or helping to break through to the innate master level. It can even help with the sensation of condensing the Jindan. It was definitely a supreme treasure level spirit fruit. Lu Zhang arrived atop the divine skycliff and took a look at the soon-to-ripen thunder yuan fruit on the thunder yuan fruit tree, and then took a look at the huge cluster of thunderstorms suspended in the middle of the skycliff. It seems that tomorrow at the latest, this originally rock bird will be resurrected, just in time. In fact, Lu Zhang felt that the probability was that this running thunder rockbird would not want to rush out of the copy like the other Jindan exotic beasts, because this guy is a guardian fae. It was specifically to guard the thunder dollar fruit tree. Normally, it doesn't go out without being messed with. The reason for inviting it is to steal the thunder yuan fruit. But you can't bet on such things. That was why Lu Zhang still rushed here immediately without stopping. In the future, we'll have to let Takumi Wuhue keep an eye on this place as well. But wanting to Oba Wuhue to kill the running thunder rockbird is a bit difficult to do. And for the time being, he can only be handled by his own hands. Take one step at a time. At that moment, a thunderclap fell from the sky. Rumble. Chapter 42. In today's chaotic world, the Taoist priest descends from the mountain and clarifies the true heart. Requests for follow-up reading. Beneath the divine sky cliff, the thunderstorm cluster was struck by the thunder from the sky and suddenly contracted. After reaching a minimal state, it exploded violently. Immediately afterward, a rockbird with 2 wings harnessing thunder was born from the thunder and fire. It lifted its wings and flew to the top of the cliff, only to see a person plucking the freshly ripened thunder origin fruit straight off. This behavior is like seeing your daughter, whom you have raised for 18 years and watched as she has just reached adulthood, being tricked by a yellow hair. The running thunder rockbird's anger reached an extreme point in an instant. It grumpily released 2 thunderbolts directly. The purple and white thunder was as thick as a water tank. With the terrifying energy, even if an innate master was directly struck, he would be instantly burnt to a crisp. An ordinary Jindan Grandmaster would not dare to take this hard, because that would cause the body to go straight into rigor mortis. Once his body was controlled, the next moment he would be slapped into flesh by the sharp claws of the running thunder rockbird. Fortunately, Lu Zhang was not ordinary. His figure instantly disappeared in place. The next moment, it was directly above the head of the running thunder rock bird. The leaning sword entered his hand with a flash of powerful sword light. As strong as the running thunder rock bird, it could not block Lu Zhang's sword. If it was when the game had just descended into reality and the martial cultivation had initially finished materializing, Lu Zhang would not have been able to do this. But after these days of metamorphosis, he had a different sense of the great power of heaven and earth. This sword chop did not just rely on the true essence within his body. It was even more dependent on heaven and earth. And the might of heaven and earth was added to this sword. Even just a little bit. Nor was it something that the running thunder rock bird could resist. A sword lords. This was the crushing manifestation of the power that Lu Zhang had at his disposal nowadays against the Grandmaster level. Why could he help others break through to the Grandmaster realm? Naturally, it was because he was in a higher realm. Although he had yet to truly break through that layer of shackles, he had definitely surpassed the category of Grandmaster. Taking out the demonic pills of the running thunder rock bird, Lu Zhang returned to Gu Hongzhuang's side. Let's go. It looks like we'll have to wait 4 months for the next refresh. It seems that the time between refreshes has lengthened again when the copies of the Fae have arrived in reality. It's a good thing at least for now. As Lu Zhang said this, he wrapped his arms around Gu Hongzhuang and flew towards the bottom of the cliff. Unexpectedly, just after arriving outside the copy, he sensed a not-so-weak energy feedback. A Jindan Grandmaster who still looked like he had just broken through not long ago. The fact that someone could break through to the Grandmaster realm on their own made Lu Zhang quite curious, and he came directly to that person's side. When he approached, he found that he was an acquaintance. Easy, old friend, long time no see. When the young Taoist dressed in the clothes of a young Taoist priest saw that it was Lu Zhang, he immediately shot a Taoist salute. Guru is courteous. The abbot is here. And that running thunder rock bird, it should have been killed by you, right? Lu Zhang nodded as he sniffed and said, yes, just killed. Could it be that the Taoist priest has other uses? Easy said, shaking his head. I came here because I was afraid that it would go out and cause trouble. So I came to take a look. Jusher already in a high position, but still so mindful of the world. In the 4 directions to suppress the plague. Really rare. Let a person admire. Ha ha, the Taoist master has praised me too much. This world is originally my world. If I don't care, then who else can? After a pause, Lu Zhang changed the topic. Congratulations to Taoist master on his cultivation breakthrough and the formation of the Golden Dan. I wonder where the Taoist master is going next. I'm sending people to look for the Taoist master. If the Taoist master can come and help me, I can give you the position of state master. Originally only at the level of an innate sect master, Easy Sun had concocted pills that could help break through to the Jindan Grandmaster realm. The prosperous Sun, who had now condensed his Jindan, might even be able to help himself go to the next level. What's more, Lu Zhang also needed his help to cultivate more Jindan Grandmasters out. If it is to assist the monk to save the people of the world, the poor Taoist is willing to help. The position of state master, however, is not necessary. The poor Taoist only seeks a Taoist temple. Supplying the poor Taoist to refine pills is. The Prowler is a Taoist priest in reality, from an unknown small Taoist temple called Lookout Mountain Temple. He himself is the master of the watch. The master has long been ill, yet he kept on practicing, certain that all cultivation would eventually pay off. At that time, when I came into contact with the Sunglan continent game, it was still before my master passed away. Master Myo Yunzi took the initiative to buy the equipment, so that the free sun can feel this rolling dust in the game. Mingzheng Original Heart. Today's chaotic world. The Taoist priest came down from the mountain. After the game descended and fused, Easy left the Taoist temple and traveled to various places, helping the commoners along the way. He knew his power alone was limited. He even knew that he was no match for the running thunder rock bird today, but he did it anyway. That's what he is. After the Jindan coalesced, his cultivation speed was instead faster than before. Prosper understood what Lu Zhang needed him to do. It's nothing more than helping to make pills, and in order to refine pills, one did need the help of someone with enough influence and strength. Various herbs, some of which are among the copies, are difficult to obtain. There is no way for one person to collect it in a short period of time, but these are troubled times. He had even heard of a serpent race descending and invading this world. In a situation like this, you need to scramble. Working with Lu Zhang was the best way. Through his observations in the game, Easy was well aware of Lu Zhang's character and acting style. One's own pills could only be maximized when they reached him. Hearing that Easy Sun was willing to come to his aid, Lu Zhang was instantly overjoyed. He had thought that a cultivator like this one would aspire to freedom, and that it would take a lot of words to try to persuade the other to come to his aid. Even hold on to the mental note that you will fail the first time. But I didn't expect the other party to agree to it. In this way, Lu Zhang could quickly cultivate a few Jindan realm experts to suppress the four directions. It is a blessing for the people of the world to have the help of the Taoist master. The Taoist master does not seek false fame, but I cannot treat you poorly either. I'll issue a decree writing your name. Lu Zhang was afraid that this guy would back out, so he hurriedly finalized the matter. Immediately, he took out his holy writ and began to write. A few moments later, the seal of transmission was capped and the world was informed. Emperor Fengtian Changyun, the Imperial decree, Wanshanguan Taoist Master Frizi helped the world to save people. There is a great good. To get the wonderful method. It is hereby ordained that he is, Guangying Tongfa free real person. The position is more than one grade. See, the emperor does not worship. The White Mountain Temple of the Imperial capital is hereby bestowed upon him as the Taoist Temple of the True Lord. Here it is. The holy decree was promulgated, and Lu Zhang directly gave the resulting original draft of the holy decree into the hands of the prosperous son. True man. In the future, you and I will not have the rights of a ruler and a subject. We can just get along as friends. Now we're going to the southern outskirts of Tongzhou City to deal with the matter of the Serpentine Plain. So come with us. That's good. Just so I can see if there are any materials that can be used for alchemy in this new realm. Easy said as he put away the holy decree. This holy decree is important. The prowler felt as if a force had descended upon him after the reading of the holy decree was completed. The speed of cultivation was much faster again. This surprised him quite a bit, but it was a good thing. He was more than sure of his decision. For now, just listen to Lu Zhang's arrangements and help him stabilize the world and rescue the people. And just as the three of them were heading to Tongzhou City, an army had quietly finished assembling in the Serpentine Plain copy and was coming towards the copy beyond. Chapter 43, Snakeman Invasion. 100,000 people writing your face in one flash, begging to be read. Lu Zhang was very concerned about the copy of the Serpentine Plain. As the first dimensional copy to descend into the territory of the Zan Dome Empire, how it was handled and the results of the handling would become the standard for similar copies faced afterward. If even this copy fails to achieve a satisfactory result, then the situation is even less optimistic after the latter copy descends. After receiving Mo Jinyan's report, he first released two three-eyed cat eagles to come into the copy to scout the situation. In fact, Mo Jinyan and the others had wanted to use drones to go in for reconnaissance at the very beginning, but when the electronic device entered the scope of the copy, it was found that all those things lost their effect. It was as if the electromagnetic force had changed its nature in the midst of that copy. So, it was left to the surveillance methods of the Cthulhu Empire. That is, using people to monitor. But it's also just a matter of laying it out outside of the copy. The three-eyed owl was an intelligent creature, and Lu Zhang asked it to deliver a message to the Imperial Dragon Guards when he saw a large number of snakemen moving. It completes the message. Mo Jinyan learned that the Snakeman army was out, but he didn't panic, because by now, the Thunder Prison Legion was almost there. He first sent his men directly into the desert to ascertain the enemy situation, and then contacted Tuoba Wuhue to inform him of the current situation. It is expected that the Serpentine army will rush out of the desert copy range in 20 minutes, numbering around 30,000, with the highest battle strength possibly reaching the innate cleric level. When Tuoba Wuhue got the news, he flew into midair and drank to the soldiers. The entire army boosts its speed. Run the blast thunder flash. Within a quarter of an hour, we must arrive at the front line of the battle. Among the 6 legions of the Empire, the Blood Soul Legion and the Thunder Prison Legion didn't have a specific style of combat, but they had never lost a battle. The Thunder Prison Legion. All the soldiers uniformly cultivated the Heavenly Thunder Divine Heavenly Leader, and more than 90% of the soldiers were only able to cultivate the first volume, but it was enough to make them powerful, especially in the midst of a large number of group battles. Practicing the same thunder feat could create resonance. Just like at this time, all of them were using the Blast Thunder Flash, a light-type martial art. The consumption was greatly reduced, the durability was greatly increased, and the overall nature was very strong. After unleashing their martial arts, 100,000 people, like a whole, a single flash moved a huge body overall. It was like a person using an instantaneous skill with an electric light that was blinding and eye-catching. They were infantry, armed with steel spears. Above the spear, electricity flashed. Imagine 100,000 people writing your face in one flash. It was like thunder landing, incomparably terrifying. The infantry marched sharply and charged short distances faster than the cavalry. Quarter-hour high-speed traveling. It took only 12 minutes, to be exact, for them to reach the designated garrison site. It's still a ways away from the Serpentine Plain copy. It wasn't stationed directly on the edge of the copy. Mo Jinyan brought a tablet to Tuoba Wuhue's side and tapped on a screen and said, "Admiral, this is the road that must be traveled in the direction of the Serpent People's incoming attack, and they will arrive here in about 5 minutes." but after we get out of the replica's range, we don't know where they'll move next. By the direction in which the Serpentine legions were marching, it was possible to tell where they were coming out from, but there was no way of knowing what these serpent men were aiming at with this army outing. So, their true marching movements cannot be determined. Tuoba Wuhue said in a cold voice. No matter where they're going, leaving the replica range is an invasion of my Tsung Dome Empire's territory, and is a way to seek death. As the words fell from his lips, he rose directly to his feet and drank to one of his men. Yunhui General Li Tan, I order you to be the vanguard and lead 10,000 soldiers in a frontal charge. General Yunhui, an official position from the third rank. In the Tsung Dome Empire's martial system, from the third rank up, all had to possess the ninth rank of force. Li Tan's strength had already reached the top of the ninth rank, and he was lacking a military honor to be promoted to the third rank. At this point, he was named, and immediately answered back in a loud voice. Understood. Tuoba Wuhue continued to order. General Gu Day, General Long Wu, listen to the order. I order you two to lead 10,000 soldiers each. Go around the enemy's back and outflank them on the left and right. Make sure not to let any of the snake people go. Gotcha. These two were also generals from the third rank, and after receiving the order, they immediately set off with their men. The rest of you, fight with me. The 100,000 men were soon divided into four parts. 10,000 in the vanguard, 20,000 in the right and left envelopes, and 70,000 in the main front. The total time from the time the order is given to the time the whole army is in action does not exceed 2 minutes. The army marched in the direction from which the Serpent Army had come out. According to the feedback from the Imperial Dragon Guards, the enemy numbered just over 30,000 people. 100,000 Thunder Prison Legion's army was enough to sweep through, and Tuoba Wuhue felt that the victory in this war was 9 out of 10. The only area of concern is to keep the soldiers alive as long as possible. He wasn't sure about the other legions, but with the Thunder Prison Legion, the death of a single soldier was rare. Because the entire Thunder Prison Legion constitutes a giant thunder network, we all link up and help each other, and there are very few sacrifices. Desert Edge. More than 33,000 serpents have gathered here. The serpent General Sagam held a steel fork, and his huge body stood upright at over 5 meters tall. It flew into mid-air, a pair of vertical pupils scanning the distance. The serpent man is a cold-blooded creature. Although they have a certain degree of intelligence and a basic civilization, they are brutal by nature and love to conquer and kill. In the middle of the Serpentine Plain, the desert is the main terrain. The rest of the oases, rivers, glaciers and such, blend into the desert. The serpents are the most powerful race and rule the entire desert. In the absence of an external enemy, civil unrest is definitely present. The serpent people clan possess 10 great serpent kings, dividing different territories. Sagam was the subordinate of one of the serpent kings, and the scope of the copy of the initial fusion of this realm belonged to the territory of this serpent king. The scope of the copy as it appears to the people of the Cthulhu Empire. To those in the serpent's realm, it was as if they had been swallowed up by something and were missing a large chunk of land. Upon learning that there was a new side of the world out there, the Serpent King Solus immediately sent his generals out to explore, conquer a piece of land, and establish an outpost. As for the talk of making peace, there is no such practice among the serpents. All that is seen shall be conquered. That's the way the serpents have always been. Sagam looked off into the distance and vaguely saw the scent of thunder and creatures. Depart. Conquer them. Instead of being concerned about anything when it saw a creature, it became more excited. It hasn't fought in over a decade. After the serpent people had unified the entire desert, all the races dared not resist. It's not like you can just start infighting with each other. And being a serpent, aggressive, brutal, and bloodthirsty, fighting is what they crave most. The yellow sand continued to spread outward along with the advance of the serpentine army. It's only a thin layer, but that can add a great deal of travel speed for a serpent. Finally, the two armies were short of each other. To be precise, it was Cloud Banner General Li Tan who led 10,000 soldiers of the Thunder Prison Legion and flashed into the face of the Serpentine army. The terrifying power of thunder heated the blood of these cold-blooded creatures in an instant. At the same time, it caused a state of paralysis. In the next moment, steel spears ran through the heads of each of the serpent men. At this moment, the thunder transformed into an inferno. Chapter 44. Wherever I go, it turns into a thunder inferno. Requests for follow-up reading. Sagam was furious when he saw his people being slaughtered in a lopsided manner by the Thunder Prison Legion. With a swing of the steel fork in its hand, the yellow wind rolled furiously and the sand blew wildly. Immediately afterward, it slammed down in the direction where the Legion was. Sagam's cultivation was at the level of an innate master, whereas Li Tan was only at the 9th rank. but Litten wasn't scared in the least. The technique he practiced was also the Heavenly Thunder Divine Heavenly Leader, with 10,000 soldiers united behind him, generating an energy resonance that allowed him to invoke even more powerful forces. Facing this attack from Sagam, Ritan directly raised his Silver Guts gun and met it. In an instant, the Thunder True Chi on the 10,000 people resonated and was added on top of Ritan's Silver Gallbladder Spear. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Boom! The power of thunder and the yellow sand clashed together, and the Silver Gallbladder Spear and the steel fork struck each other. Ritan's strength. Sagam could feel it. It was because he sensed that there were no opponents among this army of 10,000 men who could match him that Sagam cared nothing for these enemies, but he didn't expect that someone on the other side would block his blow. Sagam had no appreciation for his opponent, and only felt angrier that his attack hadn't had the desired effect. He began to attack even more furiously. That steel fork was not known to be made of any alloy, and when it was waved, it could induce the power of sand and dust. Even though Li Tan could resist with the power of the Legion's thunder, he was after all only a 9th rank and had not stepped into the realm of the innate. The gap was relatively large. Therefore, they could only manage to resist, but were unable to make a counterattack. And that's enough. As long as this innate patriarch was not allowed to enter, then the following battle would be a one-sided slaughter. The spears of the Thunder Prison Legion stabbed through the heads of one serpent after another. Sagam soon realized this as well. He rolled up the yellow sand and rushed towards Ritan, and the next moment he suddenly dropped to the ground, aiming at those ordinary soldiers of the Thunder Prison Legion. It was at this time that Sagam suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from him. Immediately after that, the entire body was pushed into midair by a huge force. Looking down, his snake body was actually penetrated by an arrow that flashed with electricity. Its serpentine body was covered with a layer of scales. That was an existence that was difficult to break even the steel fork in one's hand. As a snake general at the innate master level, his own defense was incomparably powerful. But now, it is indeed pierced. This arrow was strong, and the person who shot it was even stronger. Not far away, Tuoba Wuhue, who had arrived at the head of the main army, held the purple sky-shocking bow and shot an arrow once again. It was like the first appearance of heavenly thunder, striking out violently. Electricity flashed as if it had already arrived at his heels, and there was no time to dodge. Sagam swung the steel fork in his hand with all his might and blocked the arrow, but the huge force and thunderstorm coming from above caused its body to fly backwards again uncontrollably, and it fell into a brief state of paralysis. By this time, the third arrow had been shot. Sagam tried to parry with his weapon at this point, and could no longer do so, his body in paralysis. However, his first thought was to directly unleash his true essence and fight against it with the power of yellow sand. Put! An arrow from running thunder pierced through its true essence defense and nailed into its chest. Thanks to the resistance just now, it didn't directly penetrate out a big hole. However, his chest was also blown open by thunder with a huge wound. What made him most desperate was that this time, the thunder paralyzing effect was even stronger. Not only was it difficult to control the body, the true essence was all pulled by this thunder energy and could not be mobilized. A fourth arrow that went through its head. After seeing the only innate cleric-level enemy killed, Tuoba Wuhue put away his heaven-shaking bow. Shooting an arrow like that was very exhausting for him. After all of the true essence was consumed, at most 7 arrows could be shot. 4 kills against an opponent, which is considered within an unusual range. This suggests that the opposition is not particularly strong. The main army could have actually caught up a long time ago, but he needed to give time to the armies encircling left and right. After completing the pack, the main force pressed on. 30,000 snake people were slaughtered by an army of 100,000 Thunder Prison legionaries in a matter of moments. Wherever I go, it turns into a thunderous inferno. This is the terror of the Thunder Prison Legion. The addition of 10,000 soldiers could allow a 9th-grade martial artist to resist the pressure of an innate master. 100,000 soldiers would allow a 9th-grade martial artist to defeat an innate master. With millions of soldiers added, an innate master could also touch base with a Jindan Grandmaster. Well, of course it's just touch and go. Defeat is unlikely. Jindan Grandmaster. One man with 1,000,000 divisions. With a single blow, killing over 100,000 people is like playing. 1,000,000 people united together doesn't change anything. In the face of absolute power, mole crickets are just mole crickets. Just as Sagam's head was penetrated. Serpentine plane. One of the beads on the wrist of Serpent King Solace burst precipitously. Solace, who was in the process of crossing tails with the 3 female serpent men, immediately stopped and then let out a roar. Heresy! Damn it! Of course, this was shouted in the language of the serpents. Solace sent Sagam into battle with an army of 30,000 serpent men, expecting to at least take over a piece of land then bring back some news to himself about the other world, without ever thinking about it. Just died after such a short time on the march. he also had only 8 great generals in his hands. Each of the great generals is his most important resource. It was a key force in his battle for territory with several other serpent kings. Because of the destructive nature of the power of the Grand Master level, the 10 of them, the Serpent King, made a pact that they would not go down personally. This would require an innate cleric-level snake general to step in and compete for the benefits. I was thinking of going to the New World first to see some of the benefits, but now I have directly lost a major general. It angered it beyond measure. Angry, he directly mobilized half of the army under him, a full 800,000 serpents, and personally led the troops, killing beyond the copy. The replica energy at this point engulfed nearly a tenth of its territory. If the expansion continues, all of its territories will be integrated inside another world. He had to kill and establish his roots. The movements of the Snake People's army were now relayed in real time to the crystal ball in Lu Zhang's hand by the three-eyed owl in the sky. Ever since he left the Divine Sky cliffside, he had been holding the crystal ball to check the situation over at the Serpentine Plain, sort of a primer on the size of that realm. Noticing the movement of the Serpent King in the army, he estimated his travel and speed. Just in time, before the Serpent King's army reached the edge of the replica, Lu Zhang took the first step into the Thunder Prison Legion's quarters. Seeing Lu Zhang appear, Tuoba Wuhui and the others were immediately about to bow down. Lu Zhang, however, jumped ahead and said with a wave of his hand, "Don't salute me. Reorganize the army at once. The Snake People's 800,000 strong army will be arriving soon. Get ready. We'll counterattack the Snake People's plane." The crowd almost thought they had heard wrong when they heard the words, "People's 800,000 troops are coming, and 100,000 people on their side have to counterattack back." But after seeing Lu Zhang, they felt that this was as it should be. His Majesty is here, and a mere 800,000 troops can be reduced to ashes with a laugh. Tuoba Wuhui immediately turned back to the sky and shouted, "His Majesty has decreed." The entire army prepares for war immediately and counterattacks the Serpentine Plain. In the next moment, all the soldiers of the Thunder Prison Legion shouted together, "Kill!" Chapter 45 Imperial Sword, I am the human emperor. I can cut down heaven and earth. Requesting for follow-up reading, when the 100,000 soldiers shouted out that one word "kill," thunder flashed as if it shook the entire world for a moment. The position of Lu Zhang, the emperor, in the hearts of the 6 million troops was unshakable. His mere presence was enough to increase the legion's overall combat power by 10%. As an emperor who had risen up from the smallest of beginnings, using honorable means and being the first to fight, he had fought his way to a great empire. His will is the will of the 6 million strong army. No general can command a particular army in rebellion, because all the soldiers were loyal to Lu Zhang alone. Remain loyal only to this empire. That was why Tuoba Wuhui had directly read the decree instead of relying on his own military orders to get the army ready for war. This is how you can maximize the war effort of your army. On the battlefield, know how to use every advantage. In 1 minute, the integration of 100,000 troops is complete. Lu Zhang flew into the sky, wearing a metaphysical dragon robe and holding the emperor's sword, and pointed in the direction of the Serpentine Plain. All hands on deck. The next moment, the army opened up. 100,000 people ran as one toward the middle of the desert. They don't care how many enemies there are or how powerful they are. The point of your Majesty's sword is the direction of the army. No matter what the enemy was, they would crush and sweep it away completely for His Majesty. Lu Zhang was trying to let them enter the copy world first, instead of waiting for the Snake King to lead the 800,000 strong army to kill them. Through observation, it was found that the serpents could change the terrain once they were in large numbers. They bring sand and wind and turn the land outside into sand. This ability to destroy the environment, or rather, change it into an environment favorable for one's own combat, rises as the number of serpents increases. If we let the 800,000 strong army out of the copy world, the consequence, then, is that the environment around the copy is greatly damaged. Lu Zhang would not allow his empire's territory to be destroyed like this. It was his home for survival. So, he's going to set up the battlefield in the middle of a replica. Nowadays this replica expansion is very large. It was as big as a state of the Tsangdao Empire, definitely enough for a couple million troops to have a good battle. However, Lu Zhang didn't like any hardy battles. When he led his troops, it was a lopsided slaughter. Every one of his own soldiers was a brother in arms, and he wanted to make sure that he minimized their casualties. 100,000 soldiers of the Thunder Prison Legion had just entered the desert. As it happened, he was greeted by a sky of yellow sand. An army of 800,000 serpent men attacked. Salas, who had reached the level of a grandmaster, had obviously noticed the 100,000 soldiers of the Thunder Prison Legion as well. This made it even angrier. Not only did the other party kill one of their own generals, it looked like the 30,000 Snakeman army, too, had been wiped out by the other party. Now, there is even a counterattack on the Snakeman kingdom. It's a huge shame. As a Grandmaster level powerhouse, one of the 10 most powerful kings in the Serpentine Plane, he had never had such a humiliating moment. Raising the steel fork in his hand, in the next moment, a tornado of yellow sand hundreds of meters high formed. Death to all. Solace let out a roar. His every move was under Lu Zhang's surveillance. At this time, when he reached the front, Lu Zhang directly sized up this great master-level monster. Not bad. In Lu Zhang's eyes, this snake man was of the same nature as the Fae he had just killed. It's just a monster. This guy is also very much worthy of the word monster in terms of his looks. More than 8 meters tall, the huge snake's tail took on a yellowish-brown color, and the upper half of his body resembled that of a human, but was covered with a yellowish-white layer of cuticle. There is no hair and the top of the head is covered with a layer of scales. With fangs protruding from his mouth and ears inwardly retracted into his cheeks, he could only look human, but it's clearly not a system. This thing opens its mouth and spits out a long letter, speaking words naturally not Chinese. The house wow. Do not know what to say. Instead, you could see that it was very angry. Seeing this fellow unleash a wind and sand tornado with the intention of slaughtering his own men, Lu Zhang sneered. I had wanted to keep you for a while longer to observe how different powers mastered by different great masters are different, but you yourself are in a hurry to send yourself to death. Have to say, that huge tornado of wind and sand was like a gigantic serpentine, so loud and powerful that it was naturally not bad. It looks oppressive. The power of a grandmaster level, with the help of the power of heaven and earth, exerted a pressure on ordinary people that was difficult to resist with the so-called will. How can mankind resist the might of heaven if it cannot be strong enough? Heaven's mighty. However, none of the 100,000 soldiers of the Thunder Prison Legion had any intention of retreating. They are not the least bit afraid psychologically, except physically, simply because their emperor is here. In the hearts of soldiers and officials throughout the Songdong Empire, the emperor was an invincible existence. There is no doubt about that. If there is anything in the world that the present majesty cannot solve, then they will have no choice but to wait for death. His majesty is everything, the last hope. Lu Zhang, on the other hand, did not let them down. Humph. The figure in the mysterious dragon robe flew into midair and let out a cold snort, just like heaven and earth shaking with anger and thunder rolling. For a moment, heaven and earth seemed to be quiet. Only the tornado of wind and sand was still violently rippling. The Serpent King Salas looked at Lu Zhang in shock. It hadn't been able to perceive the existence of an individual of the same level just now, but this person in front of it was definitely not weaker than itself. That cold snort made its soul tremble for a moment. Such a powerful existence should never be easily crossed with. Even if he was able to win in the end, the remaining few Snake Man kings, who would not let go of this opportunity to fall into the well, would definitely take advantage of his injuries and take his life. Just as it was thinking about how to deal with Lu Zhang next, Lu Zhang had already taken out the Emperor's sword in his hand. In front of 10,000 armies, the Emperor's sword has the majesty of an emperor to add to it. Usually when fighting in front of a formation, Lu Zhang would wear a dragon robe and hold the Emperor's sword to give the soldiers the biggest shock. With the Emperor's sword in his hand, Lu Zhang looked towards the Snake Man King. Salas was flustered by this glance, as if he had become an ant in the eyes of an emperor. This made him, who was a king, incomparably angry and feel great shame, but at the same time, there was so much fear. It cried out, followed by another swing of the steel fork in its hand, making the tornado of wind and sand even bigger. Because it didn't dare to directly fight Lu Zhang itself, it chose to use this might of heaven and earth to attack Lu Zhang. However, it was all in vain. Lu Zhang had already swung his sword. I am the human emperor. I can cut down heaven and earth. The emperor's sword was the most suitable treasure to fight against the great power of heaven and earth, using humanity to fight against the way of heaven. With a sword slash, the wind and sand tornado was split in two and directly dissipated. Salas raised his steel fork in horror, parrying it while trying to escape the sword's attack. Chapter 46 Getting the Treasure. His Majesty is still as invincible as ever. Requests for readings. But, if heaven and earth can't escape, how can it escape when it's just a small snake? This sword chopped away the wind and sand tornado, and also chopped the Serpent King Salas together, into two pieces. Strictly speaking, the sword only cut Salas in two, not enough to kill him outright. However, this sword of the Emperor's sword could be more than just an attack of a physical nature. The Emperor's might accompanied this sword chop. It was directly shattering the soul of the Serpent King Salas. Seeing this scene, Tuoba Wuhui exclaimed in admiration, Your Majesty is still as invincible as ever. Opponents at the level of Grandmasters are also decapitated with just one sword. General Li Tan of Yunhui also said adoringly, "The Songdome Empire was founded by His Majesty, and now His Majesty has to guard it with one man's strength. Well, don't lament, it's time to go to war." Tuoba Wuhui drank. Just now, due to the presence of the wind and sand tornado, neither side took the initiative to charge. Now that the tornado of wind and sand is gone, the opposing kings are dead. Just the right time for a big attack. "All troops, follow me and kill," Tuoba Wuhui bellowed, and one person took the lead, holding a spear and rushed up. However, now is not the time for him to take the field, because Lu Zhang did not stop. 800,000 Serpentine troops versus 100,000 Thunder Prison Legionnaires. The latter was not without a chance of victory, but if it was really such a lopsided fight, it would have ended in a crushing victory. Lu Zhang could not allow mass casualties to occur. His fights are all about winning by a landslide. Therefore, after killing the Serpent King with one sword, he didn't stop directly, but once again chopped out 3 swords. With the first sword, there was a flash of sword light, and more than 200,000 serpent people had their bodies crushed by the sword chi. It wasn't chopped in two, but turned into powder. Lu Zhang's sword chi was very violent in its energy. The fleshly body of a great master could still withstand it, but an innate master couldn't even carry it. Not to mention these mole crickets that didn't enter the innate. Under the great master, all are ants. With a single sword, more than 200,000 snake people directly turned into powder. With 3 sword cuts, the 800,000 snake man army was already less than 100,000 people. The remaining 100,000 serpents are too spread out. Instead of continuing to kill, Lu Zhang handed these snakemen over to the Thunder Prison Legionnaires to kill. They need to have experience in engaging a serpent army in such desert terrain. After all, Lu Zhang's idea was to have them stationed here and occupy the entire Serpentine plain step by step. Though he could clean up the strongman, he needed to take it one step at a time. After all, you can't just kill off the top brass. That would be a direct loss of order and harder to deal with. Look at the progress of this copy fusion. There's no intention of slowing down or stopping at all. It's supposed to fully integrate the entire Serpentine plain into the Songdome Empire territory. Such a large area of territory. Although it is all sandy, it is also of considerable value and needs to be acclimatized in advance to facilitate subsequent management. Of course, he'd have to root out the threat once and for all. Lu Zhang entered the Serpentine plain and launched a hunt for the Great Master-level Serpentine King. For this dimensional copy, only one Archon Snakeman King exists to control those snakemen just fine, and the rest of the Snakeman Kings are to be killed. After Lu Zhang left this place, there would only be Tuoba Wuhui, who had risen to the level of a Grand Master, guarding the town alone, leaving a weak Snake King Archon for him to use as an opponent. It could both hone Tuoba Wuhui's strength and prevent the Serpentine plain from falling into complete chaos. Eventually all these serpent people must have been killed. From what I've seen so far, it seems that the monsters among the dimensional copies don't refresh. After the copies have completed their complete integration with this world, it's time to completely cleanse the serpent people. It was clear from the initial contact that this was a conquering and brutal race, and the only way to get rid of the scourge was to completely overthrow it. Leaving seeds behind will only lead to bigger problems in the future. There were 9 remaining serpent kings, and Lu Zhang quickly decimated 8 of them, leaving behind only the weakest one amongst the senses. In the process, he also searched their treasure trove in passing. It really gave him an unbelievable treasure. Item, Petrified Spirit Bead. Characteristics, Earth Elemental Energy Affinity plus 100. Effects, injecting energy can stimulate the petrifying aura. Changing a certain target into stone, refining the spirit bead. There is a probability of obtaining the petrifying aura avatar. Lu Zhang felt that this petrified spirit bead should be the most valuable thing in the entire Serpentine plain. There were quite a few special items in the Kanglan continent. Fei, too, are considered one of them. However, this was the first time Lu Zhang had ever seen one that could be refined to obtain a divine ability. After condensing the golden Dan, one possessed the Dan Flame, which could just be used to refine treasures. Originally, he had only come to kill the enemy, but he didn't want to have such a pleasant surprise. Lu Zhang even felt like looking at those snake people felt a lot smoother. Go outside the copy. Lu Zhang sought out the progenitor and opened his mouth. There's only one Grand Master level Snakeman King left inside, so you can go in and look for medicinal herbs. And by the way, watch that guy for me as well. I have to take Tuoba Wuhui to the Divine Heavenly Cliff first, where it would be most appropriate for him to break through to the Jin Dan Grandmaster level. No problem, just leave it to the poor Taoist. Easy, agreed readily. Lu Zhang had already eliminated nearly all the threats, and of the 10 major Snakeman Kings, 9 were gone. The remaining one is probably scared to death. The progenitor felt that the probability was that he would not have a chance to fight with the other party, and that finding the herbs was the most important thing. A desert of that size would surely have quite a few special medicinal herbs present. After condensing the golden dan, Easy Sun wanted to improve the formula of the Luo Shang Dan and at the same time research a more effective elixir. It's just a matter of developing new herbs. Back then, in the middle of the game, in order to help Easy Sun refine the Luo Shang Dan, Lu Zhang had almost searched the entire Kanglan continent for top-grade spirit medicines, wanting to find a new elixir to experiment with. The only way for the Prowler to explore was from this never-before-seen copy of the realm. After having Tuoba Wuhui arrange for the garrison, Lu Zhang led him and Gu Hongzhuang to the Divine Heavenly Cliff. The martial art practiced by Tuoba Wuhui was also the Heavenly Thunder Divine Shaoyin, which was definitely a very powerful internal art, cultivating in a step-by-step manner. His qualifications were quite good, and it was very easy to step into the level of innate master. It was only that most of the people's qualifications were not yet at the level of okay. After all, martial arts talent wasn't something everyone had. After the game materializes, the potential for development of this feat is even greater. After all, the game is just running code. It can't really simulate heaven's might. And in reality, there is no need to describe how powerful a real heavenly thunderbolt is. If he was able to master the true heavenly thunder, Tuoba Wuhui would be able to say the same as Lu Zhang. A Jin Dan Grand Master is nothing more than that. The Divine Skycliff was the most suitable place to cultivate this technique. Lu Zhang took out a Thunder Yuan fruit and handed it to Tuoba Wuhui, smiling. I won't give you the pills. This is the thing that suits you best. Starting now, with a bang. Within 3 days, the heavenly thunder will be refined into a golden pill. Chapter 47, Acquiring Divine Power. Willing to meet all enemies for your majesty. Requesting for readings. Tuoba Wuhui cultivated in the Divine Skycliff for 3 days, and at noon on the 3rd day, he condensed his Jindan, became the 5th Jindan Grandmaster of the Tsangdao Empire. After he made his breakthrough, Lu Zhang let him return to the garrison camp next to the Serpentine Plain, and it was asked to deploy another 400,000 troops to garrison it together. The entire Serpentine Plain was so large that it was impossible for 100,000 troops to make a complete defense. As a matter of fact, even if all of the Million Thunder Prison Legion soldiers went over, they still couldn't lay down a defense without any dead ends. Only a system of repression and patrols can be used to keep the snakes out. But if people from the Tsang Dome Empire wanted to enter it and explore, this was not to be stopped. There's a lot of resources in there, and it's better to let the people of this empire utilize them than to let the snake people waste them. Moreover, such a large area of land, even if it is sandy, has to be developed and utilized. Getting some people into acclimatization ahead of time is also necessary. These 3 days at the Divine Skycliff, Lu Zhang had not only helped Tuoba Wuhui accomplish a breakthrough in his cultivation, but his own cultivation, too, had seen a significant increase. The treasured petrified spirit bead obtained from the Serpentine Plain was quickly refined with the help of the power of heavenly thunder. No surprises, he got the avatar. Avatar, Petrifying Aura. Effect, can turn targets with energy density 1 level below yours into stone. Targets with energy density the same level as yours or higher than yours will fall into petrified stasis after being hit. The avatar lives up to its name. Obviously, even against opponents stronger than themselves, this divine ability could still be effective, though it may only be fixing the target for a very brief few seconds. That might be the chance to turn the tables on yourself. With this divine ability, Lu Zhang was quite excited. He is also considered to have a method of evening out. The rest of the cultivation proceeds, in addition to Jindan, are just external. It was very rare for this divine ability to merge into itself and grow as one. After mastering the avatar for a bit, when they arrived at Tongzhou City, Lu Zhang met up with Easy Sun. Makoto, this is the inner Dan of the Golden Dan Foreign Beast, as well as the various medicinal herbs needed to refine the Luo Shang Dan before, so you can take them and use them. This time, you can only let yourself go back to the Imperial capital to refine the pills first. I will have someone meet you. The world is not peaceful today. I need to raise a few more grandmasters out. The 6 legions, the 6 upper generals, other than Shui Waopei, the generalissimo of the Xianbing Legion. The other 5 were all at the perfect cultivation level of innate masters. Now that Song Dingfang and Tuoba Wuhui had both stepped into the ranks of Jindan grandmasters with Lu Zhang's help, Lu Zhang had to help the remaining 4 to advance as well. The threats faced by the Tsangdao Empire were still growing, and Lu Zhang needed to boost his men's high-level combat power as much as possible. Therefore, he could not return to the Imperial capital yet. Everything is according to what your majesty has said. This time, entering the Serpentine Plain, the poor Taoist has gained something, and when the new elixir is refined, I will inform your majesty to come and get it. The prowler nodded and laughed. Lu Zhang also smiled at his words. Good, then I'll wait for good news from the real person. This time, after refining that petrified spirit bead, Lu Zhang had not only obtained a yes divine power, but the metamorphosis of his soul level had also received great benefits, closer to moving into a new phase. After Lu Zhang and Easy Sun parted ways, they immediately headed to Blood Soul City, where the Blood Soul Legion's main camp was located. Blood Soul City. This was the only city in the Crowning Vault Empire that was named after the name of a legion. In the early days of Lu Zhang's venture, the veterans of the Blood Soul Legion, who were still the Blood Soul Prohibition Army at that time, fought in a bloody battle and held out for 17 days under the siege of 10 times the enemy. In order to recognize their achievements, Lu Zhang changed the name of the city to Blood Soul City. Next to Blood Soul City was a very powerful copy of a foreign beast called the Blood Spectre Cave copy. There were no powerful Jindan realm Fey beasts in this copy, but there was a powerful Fey beast colony, the underworld bloodbats. Among them, it contained a dozen or so innate sect master level spectral bloodbat kings and tens of thousands of spectral bloodbats with an average battle strength at the 4th grade martial artist level. One of the Blood Soul Legion's important tasks was to suppress this copy. Every day some men had to be sent into it to clear it out. Otherwise, once these spectral bloodbats flew out of the replica at night and inflicted attacks on the surrounding crowd, the consequences would be severe. The Blood Spectre Cave produced a gem called the Blood Soul Crystal, which was extremely helpful to the techniques cultivated by the Blood Soul Legion. It's kind of a perk for them to be stationed outside of this replica. While Lu Zhang was heading to Blood Soul City, he gathered several people together to rush over here. They were Divine Wind Legion's chief soldier, General Che Weiyuan, Blazing Fire Legion's chief soldier, General Fan Changfeng, and Xian Ice Legion's chief soldier, General Shui Wuwu, as well as the chief commander of the Imperial Dragon Guard, Yi Wushuang, the Blood Soul Legion chief soldier. Upper General Wen Daoquan naturally couldn't be missing. Lu Zhang arrived at Blood Soul City one step ahead of these people. Seeing Lu Zhang, Wen Daoquan was quite excited. Your Majesty, I am truly ashamed that I cannot share your worries. Wen Daoquan and Lu Zhang had been friends many times over, and Lu Zhang had taken great care of him. He was able to reach the innate master perfection realm thanks to the pills given by Lu Zhang last time and personally helping to elevate him. Wen Daoquan was 36 years old and had a 42-year-old sister named Wen Machi. 14 seats in the Imperial cabinet, the right and left prime ministers, the 6 ministers and the ministers in waiting, and only one of them is a woman. It's Wen Machi, who is the Minister of Rights. 2 siblings, one is a cabinet minister of civil affairs, holding the power of the Ministry of Rights. The other is an imperial general with millions of soldiers at his disposal. Since ancient times, the emperor's biggest taboo was that civil and military officials colluded together. Lu Zhang, on the other hand, had directly allowed 2 members of the Wen family, one to sit in a high position in the cabinet, and the other to become a representative of the founding martial arts. It represents absolute trust. Because of this, after the game materialized, when Daoquan had been worried about Lu Zhang's safety, he had the holy decree in his hand that could directly contact Lu Zhang, but he could not easily use it for non-emergency military situations. The realization of a military general is to wait for the emperor's orders, not to spy on his majesty's will. Then a series of things happened. When Daoquan confirmed that Lu Zhang was still safe and still as powerful as ever, he focused his energies on stabilizing the areas under his jurisdiction. In his heart, however, he was still hung up on Lu Zhang. He had been waiting for Lu Zhang's summons. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhang had come to see himself in person. It made him emotional a little more. I've seen everything General Wen has done. You've done a good job. How can you say that you didn't share the king's worries? What you have done, I know all about it. Has the Blood Spectre Cave caused any trouble lately? Lu Zhang asked with a smile. Wen Daoquan gathered his emotions and replied. There's no problem with the Blood Spectre Cave. I've sent people to complete the suppression from the beginning, to ensure that not a single Spectre bloodbat will fly out of the copy. Good. I'm still comfortable with you doing your job. I didn't come to find you just to catch up. Not long from now, the remaining 3 Legion chiefs as well as Yi Wushuan will all rush over. Next, I will do my best to help the few of you to condense your Jindan and achieve Grand Master cultivation. Only by mastering greater strength will we have the ability to face greater threats in the future. Lu Zhang said seriously. When Daoquan immediately responded in a loud voice. I, for your majesty, would like to meet all enemies. Chapter 48 Balance in the Harem. Striving for progress. Lu Hanyan, begging for a follow-up read. After Lu Zhang arrived at Blood Soul City, the rest of the several upper generals also arrived here one after another. The way to help them raise their cultivation level was simple. It was to use pills to stimulate their potential and then use their own Dan fire to assist them in raising their level. Lu Zhang was very confident in this, even if it was Shui Wuhu, whose cultivation was not yet at the perfection of the innate Grandmaster. Together they could allow him to step into the Grandmaster realm. However, it will take a little time. Just as Lu Zhan was devoting himself to the cultivation enhancement of a few of his subjects, the prosperous son arrived at the imperial capital. Taking the royal decree of enthronement, he entered into the new Taoist temple, and with him came news of the Serpentine Plain and that battle in the imperial capital. No video was recorded and no photos were taken because the electromagnetic forces were interfered with in the middle of the desert. But it didn't stop people from getting key information through the descriptions of the adventurers who were in it at the time. The most crucial thing was naturally that His Majesty the Emperor had personally visited the Serpentine Plain, decapitating the wind and sand tornado with a single stroke of his sword, while at the same time directly decapitating the Serpentine race's Grandmaster-class Serpentine King. Then, the three swords destroyed the Snake People's army of more than 700,000. Once again, the world was shown the terrifying power of a Grandmaster. Harem. Inside the Jushu Hall, 4 people were sitting around a mahjong table. Song Xiao played a 2-barrel and took the initiative to ask, "Yu Shao, you and His Majesty have known each other for a long time. Have you seen His Majesty strike with your own eyes?" Mu Yunlan touched the 2-barrel and played a 90,000. "Right. His Majesty is very powerful. At that time, he wasn't a Grandmaster, and he hadn't even reached the innate Master realm yet, but he was still invincible, because at that time, His Majesty's cultivation level was even lower." "Then you didn't strike after His Majesty reached the Grandmaster realm?" Li Nianshu weakly asked, then silently played an east wind. Her cards stunk, and she played all the way to the northeast, southeast, and northwest. Mak Yunlan shook his head. "No, His Majesty is very busy, and after he became Lord, he has been campaigning until the day the game comes down and he ascends to the throne as Emperor." Speaking here, after a pause, she looked at the 9 cylinders played out by her opponent. "Zheng Manyu, I touch 9 cylinders." Zheng Manyu smiled and handed the 9-barrel to Mu Yunlan before hitting a 7. "Oops, you're just going to play another hand, aren't you? Counting this one, you've won the 5th game in a row." Mak Yunlan laughed. "Not yet, just heard the cards," Song Xiao said as she hit a 1-cylinder. "You're not going to woo this card, are you?" Mak Yunlan pushed the cards in front of him forward and smiled. "I'll take this one. It's a clean slate. Thank you for your help." Li Nianshu breathed a sigh of relief at the sight and lightly stroked her chest. "I'm glad it wasn't me." In the 4 games that Mu Yunlan had won before, except for the first game, which was a point shot by Zhang Manyu, the other 3 games were all pointed by Li Nianshu. If this was still her, she would have lost. Zheng Manyu said with a smile, "Sister Barbara is the big winner today, so you have to treat us to a good meal tonight." Within the harem of the Tsangdom Empire, everyone had to go to the cafeteria to order food for dinner. It is not uniformly equipped. Of course, courtesans and concubines are different levels of restaurants. However, both have a certain limit of free meals per day, beyond which, you have to pay for it yourself. For more money, you can eat better. The restaurants within the palace were all the top imperial chefs in the game, and that cooking skill was enhanced with true qi, so it was naturally very powerful. But a few of the people here are not short of money. Zhang Manyu, like Song Xiao, was a 4th-grade beauty with a monthly salary of 90 taels of silver. Jiu Mu Yunlan, a 3rd-grade beauty, had a monthly salary of 200 taels of silver, and Li Nianshu, a 2nd-grade beauty, had a monthly salary of 500 taels of silver, and that's just their salaries. 4 people, each with an uncomplicated identity. Li Nianshu was a Western Xia princess with a generous dowry. Mu Yunlan had a father who had accumulated 10,000 pounds of family wealth as an official for many years as the secretary of the Dalizi. Song Xiao had an older brother who had been appointed as a Duke of Dinghua, and Zhang Manyu represented the pure power of the Daxia Alliance. Zheng Manyu came from the Zheng family, a powerful family in the Grand Summer Alliance, and had just graduated from the National Wind Dance Department, the same age as Mu Yunlan, 23 years old. These 4 women, respectively, represent the 4 powers of the foreign states, the civil officials, the military honors, and the Daxia Alliance. Although Lu Zhang was not within the imperial capital, he relied on the occupancy of the harem to balance several parties. It doesn't matter what happens to the women inside. It just depends on who is in that position to put everyone at ease. Having been a lord for so many years, Lu Zhang still knew something about balancing. When Feng Gao brought up the matter of choosing a consort, he understood that the matter was not for his enjoyment and to give him the option of choosing a canary to hide in the harem. Rather, they want Lu Zhang to take a stand and show an equal attitude towards the various interest collectives. Mu Yunlan was indeed the biggest winner of the day, having already won more than 80 taels of silver. That's the equivalent of over $80,000. It was definitely enough to get 4 people a good meal. Good. Today's my treat. Let's continue, Mak Yunlan said with bravado. Immediately afterward, she called out to the outside. Yang Qing, come in. Yang Qing immediately walked in from outside and saluted. Greetings, your highnesses. Here, Li Nianshu was the highest. Even if she was Mu Yunlan's attended palace maid, she had to salute Li Nianshu, the only one of the empresses. First, Mu Yunlan took out 10 taels of silver and put it in her hand, smiling. I'm lucky today. These silver taels, give them to your sisters outside to share together. Yang Qing immediately laughed out loud. Thank you for your honor's reward. The slave girl leaves. With that, she walked out of the inner room with 4 other courtesans outside. Yang Qing said as she waved to a few people. This is the reward from my nobleman. A total of 10 taels of silver. The 5 of us, 2 taels each. Today is not the first time this has happened. Ever since the 4 of them started playing mahjong, each one of them would give them, the little palace maids who followed them, a reward after winning. According to the calculation of hitting once every 2 or 3 days, 10 times a month, then 1 month could get 20 taels in reward money alone. It's worth the monthly salary of an official of the 8th grade. Shan Yuntong, Yuan Shizhao received the silver from Yang Qing, who looked at the other 2. The other 2 were both Zhang Manyu's attendant palace maids. One was the supervisor palace maid Zhang Jiayan, and the other was the first-class attended palace maid Lu Hanyan. Zhang Jiayan was the one who had followed Zhang Manyu since she entered the palace. She was an orphan raised by the Zhang family since childhood, an elite talent trained according to the housekeeper's standards, also 23 years old, but already a double master's degree graduate. As for Lu Hanyan, it was with Yang Qing's help and some maneuvering that she was seen by Zhang Manyu. Lu Hanyan, who got the silver, was quite excited. Sure enough, it was the right choice of path. Though after becoming an attendant courtesan, her official position changed from a full 8th grade flowing wind dancer to a 1st grade courtesan with no rank. The monthly salary was even cut from 20 taels to 7 taels, but just by following Zhang Manyu, the reward that he received in a month was as much as 40 or 50 taels of silver. However, she didn't feel any gratitude towards Zhang Manyu. Instead, she felt that she should be able to gain more if she became a concubine. After becoming the emperor's woman, instead of being satisfied every day because of a little reward, she wants to progress. Becoming a courtesan from a dancing girl is just the first step. She wants to get the emperor's sole favor and sit on that hitherto unoccupied empress's throne. Chapter 49, The 4 Realms First Enter Fusion. The nuclear energy behemoth wreaks havoc on Little Cherry Blossom. Requests for follow-up reading. Yang Qing thought that Zhang Manyu was able to look at Lu Hanyan because the latter possessed uncommon dancing skills. In reality, Zhang Manyu had allowed Lu Hanyan to stay by her side precisely because Lu Hanyan and Yang Qing were just good friends. It was different from Song Xiao, who had Duke Ding's own brother as a backer. Zhang Manyu, who did not have the support of any power in the Tsingtao Empire's courtroom, wanted to obtain a high position. She would have to fight for it. She needed to know more about Mu Yunlan now that she was in charge of the harem. Lu Hanyan is a good pawn. Through her relationship with Yang Qing, it would be possible to bring herself closer to Mak Yunlan. So there was a card game. With 4 people, it kind of formed a small group. In name only, of course. In reality, it is 4 people representing different interest groups in each of the 4 directions. Zhang Manyu had always felt that there must be something else going on with Mu Yunlan ruling the harem by virtue of her status as the daughter of a mere 3rd-rank civil official. When we became friends, we realized that it was true. This daughter of a civil official who seemed to have little background was the one with the most background. She and the emperor had long known each other in the game and were acquaintances in reality. This is very telling. An acquaintance in reality, a close friend in the game. And now she has taken the initiative to enter the palace to become the emperor's concubine, and has been given a high position. It shows that the emperor trusts her very much. It could also be very spoiled. The former is a little more likely, because if it's a favor, it's impossible to go so long without coming back for a visit. Zhang Manyu learned that in the entire Tsangdom Empire, there were no more than 5 people who knew the emperor's real identity before the game descended. One of them was Makunaga. That trust is not something that can be shaken lightly. Therefore, Zhang Manyu's current strategy was to take the initiative to show goodwill and support Mu Yunlan first. Waiting for the other side to make a mistake and fall out of favor is your chance to rise to the top. Otherwise, one should never take the initiative to do anything to affect unity. As a child of a large family, she knew very well that the emperor's harem was not only a place for women to fight over their jealousy, but also a wrestling ground for various forces. The apparent harmony needs to be maintained or it will be replaced. Zhang Manyu chose to enter the palace to take advantage of this opportunity to soar, not to come in and mingle. The women within the harem each had their own agenda, but it all had to wait until Lu Zhang, the emperor, returned to the palace. However, at this time, Lu Zhang could not return. Helping 5 people step into the grandmaster level in one breath required Lu Zhang to constantly temper each of them. During the process, Lu Zhang realized that he had gained a deeper level of understanding of the Jindan. It's been busy though. Lu Zhang still took the time to come out and read the international news. This third type of copy, dimensional copy fusion, doesn't just take place within the Cthulhu Empire. Along with it came 3 other copies. The first to bear the brunt of the behemoth plane located beyond the eastern sea of the Dome Empire, respectively, was Little Sakura. The monsters that appeared in the middle of the behemoth plane were all behemoths that started at a height of 30 meters or more, wielding the power of nuclear energy, and were very fond of Sakura's side of the world. And there were already a lot of behemoths that had landed on Sakura. At present, the strongest individual that had appeared was only equivalent to an innate master, so it was still within a controllable range. The second was the Night Demon Plane located within the Sith Alliance and northwest of the Dome Empire. The native forces of Cloud Blue Star could be roughly divided into 3 parts of power: the Daxia Alliance and neighboring countries, the Sith Alliance and neighboring countries, and the Western Continental Alliance and neighboring countries. The Sith Alliance occupies a very vast land, and the Nightmare Plane that descended there gave birth to a brutal creature that haunts the night, hunting humans and devouring their flesh and blood. The highest level of their strength was only at the level of innate master for the time being. It should be noted here that the tidal wave of energy brought about by this fusion resulted in the birth of a Grand Master level expert among the Sith Alliance. So even though the Night Demon Plane had caused a huge mess, the Sith Alliance, on their side, were still confident that they could control the situation. Lastly, there is the Demon Hunting Realm located in the Western Continental Union. Among the Demon Hunting Realm, there are vampires and professional demon hunters, which are 2 opposing forces. There were actually demon hunters in the Nightmare Realm, but the power they wielded was too weak to be relied upon. Instead, the demon hunters of the Demon Hunting Realm wield enough power to restrain vampires. The confrontation between the 2 parties did not result in a devastating disaster either. Overall, none of the first wave of dimensional copy fusions caused any devastation, at least for the time being. Comparing from all sides, the top 10 Serpent Kings of the Serpent Plane were all at the Grand Master level, and the danger was considered the greatest. But words can't be dead. This was because Liu Zhang only realized that there were 10 Serpent Grand Masters because he had directly killed his way into the middle of the Serpentine Plane, while the other 3 copies of the plane were not explored in depth by anyone at all. Haven't really touched the full power of the strongest force inside. Each dimension fuses at a different rate. The Serpent Plane is considered the one that fused the fastest, followed by the Behemoth Plane. The Behemoth Plane is an ocean plane. There's no real land in it, just an island and a rising mountain. Raging energy erupted from these high mountains. On top of almost every high mountain, a powerful nuclear energy beast existed. In the middle of the ocean, there exists more. On the 10th day of dimensional fusion. At this point, despite the fact that the strongest nuclear energy behemoths that appeared were only at the level of innate sectors, Little Sakura didn't have that many innate sectors. Numerous nuclear energy behemoths have landed on Sakura's land from all directions, wreaking havoc on the buildings therein, devouring and slaughtering humans. Sakura was able to deal with it at first, sending in a large number of troops and suppressing fire with missiles and other weapons, barely keeping the borderline secure. But at the start of the 7th day, nuclear behemoths 3 times more numerous landed on the coast, and the real killing time came. Nowadays, the little Cherry Blossom Island, due to its fusion with the world land of the Tsan continent, caused it to be connected to the Grand Xiao Alliance, constituting the piece of this continent that broke through into the middle of the East Sea. This naturally became the first location where the nuclear energy behemoth landed. After all, distance is the closest. And while the nuclear energy beast was wreaking havoc in Little Cherry Blossom, the Grand Xiao Alliance and the Dome Empire urgently dispatched experts from all sides to the border to suppress it. Because previously, in order to guard against the revival of the Orochi, Liu Zhang had Mubai guard the seashore. Now it was just the right time for him to lead the many innate clerics together to fend off the giant beast invasion. The number of innate masters in the Dome Empire was also small. After all, an innate master was the realm of the Celestials, and there were very few people who could reach this level. Even within the Dome Empire, there weren't many of them, and they were basically the kind that held important positions. For example, the previous 6th Legion's Generalissimo. Other than that, it was the old honored nobles who had retired to the second line of some of the state prince's seals. After these people obtained the position of Duke or Marquis back then, they entered a state of leisure, purely treating the Kanglan continent as a casual game. Now that the empire is in danger, as an imperial lord, you should step forward. Coupled with the fact that there was Mubai, a great master, suppressing the situation, everything was still relatively stable. Chapter 50, we can only continue to suffer a little bit for the people of Little Sakura. Requested for reading. The number of nuclear energy behemoths was considered small compared to the night demons on the Sith Alliance side or the vampires on the Western Continent Alliance side. However, every head had a battle power of at least 8th grade martial artist level. Its size is enormous, its vitality is tenacious, and its destructive power is unparalleled. On the 15th day of the dimensional copy fusion, Sakura couldn't take it anymore and started to go crazy. They fired all of their remaining nukes, aiming them at the ascendant cleric-level nuclear energy behemoths that had landed to wreak havoc on the borders. Great masters could harden themselves against nuclear bombs without dying, but innate masters couldn't do it yet. Hardcore washout. A large number of nuclear energy giants were killed. The entire Sakura Union, both from the Edo Kingdom and the Nara Kingdom, fell into cheers at the sight of this scene. They felt they were finally saved. The celestial locusts still blessed them. However, the joy did not last long. Widespread nuclear explosions have brought nuclear radiation to an extremely horrific level along the coast. And that's the great attraction for the nuclear energy behemoth. Right, Prime Minister Liu Chang had sent his people to study the nuclear energy giants when they first appeared. It was discovered that the ability of this behemoth to grow so large was dependent on the energy of nuclear radiation. Although the impact and heat of a nuclear explosion can make them die, as long as they can't die, they can absorb the energy and become stronger. And the huge amount of nuclear explosion energy released by Sakura was the biggest temptation to those giant beasts in the behemoth plane. Early in the morning of the 16th day of dimensional fusion, a huge figure entered the East Sea from within the behemoth dimension. Half an hour later, landed on Sakura. At a huge size of over 180 meters tall, it looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex at first glance. Sakura ran out of nukes and shot all of her missiles towards this huge beast that was releasing the oppressive force of the Grand Master level. This giant beast, named the Nuclear Energy Tyrannosaurus Rex by the top management of the Tsongdom Empire, opened its mouth and spewed out a high-temperature particle ray, directly sweeping out more than 90% of the missiles at a long distance. The rest of those that fell on it were about as good as scratching an itch. This big guy launches a sweep of Sakura. The nuclear energy behemoth has one very distinguishing feature. They have an extreme preference for disrupting continental plates and wreaking havoc on the land. The people of Kozakura were getting on airplanes and scrambling to escape in a direction away from Kozakura. In just half a day's time, more than half of Little Sakura's land, which had expanded tenfold, was destroyed by this nuclear energy Tyrannosaurus Rex. This scene was watched by Liu Zhang. At this time, he was still a day away from helping the five complete their final breakthrough. Therefore, he sent a message to Mubai. Mubai, go and take care of those nuclear energy behemoths in Little Sakura, and take care of them. Mubai, who received the message, didn't ask for a reason and flew directly over Little Sakura's country. At this moment, many countries and media released drones to broadcast the situation here live, and everyone was surprised to see a person appear suddenly. At this point in time, could it be that there were still Sakura people who dared to face this terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex head-on? Mubai, who held the pulse interceptor stick in his hand, spoke proudly. By order of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tsongdom Empire, execute. As the words fell, he held the stick with both hands and dropped it. It was seen that the purple golden stick that was just over 2 meters long steeply formed a shadow of a stick that was over 300 meters long. A stick Joe on top of that nuclear energy Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. Boom! A huge explosion accompanied by a shockwave like a nuclear explosion appeared. The nuclear energy Tyrannosaurus Rex that had just tried to open its mouth to spray high-temperature particles to counterattack had no time to unleash its attack before its head exploded from this stick. With just one strike, the giant beast that had destroyed half of Sakura Island was killed just like that. Mubai took out an energy core from within the broken body of that giant beast. It's something like a golden elixir. Any creature that reaches the level of a Grand Master will have such a thing born inside their body. It can be a golden elixir or any form of energy. Compared to a martial artist's Jindan, this energy core contained a lower level and less energy. After all, as they were also creatures at the Grand Master level, the nuclear energy Tyrannosaurus Rex had already stored quite a bit of energy in that huge body alone, and comparatively speaking, the energy stored in the core wasn't that much. After getting the core, Mubai began his slaughter of the other nuclear energy giants. Whether it was an 8th grade, 9th grade or even an innate master level beast, if he attacked it casually, it would die directly. The Grandmaster level ones were killed in one strike. And these low-level behemoths were even weaker. Soon, Mubai cleared all the nuclear energy behemoths that had been ravaging Little Cherry Blossom. There were still quite a few nuclear energy giants converging towards this site in the sea, which Mubai couldn't care less about. He returned directly to the eastern sea border of the Tsongdom Empire to continue his guarding work. And he's made a huge splash on the internet with this one. This is the Great Master, right? It's too powerful. It's worthy of being the first king's title possessor of the Tsongdom Empire, King Jinhai. That kind of behemoth. I thought the end of the world was coming, but it looks like there's no need to worry. The Jinhai king is already so strong, and an even more powerful sire protects us. What are we afraid of? I am truly proud and grateful to be a Tsongdom Empire citizen. This is a direct loss of half of Little Sakura's country and 2/3 of its population. It's horrible. No, why did your majesty let the Jinhai king take action? Is it never good to let little Sakura die? Right. On what grounds should they be allowed to remain alive? Your Majesty is really confused. Is it hard to believe that little Cherry Blossom sent the daughter of the heavenly locust to make peace? Please, Grand Master, take action and swat down little Cherry Blossom. I say, can you guys have some brains? Is your Majesty trying to protect little Sakura? Your Majesty is protecting our east sea borders from the threat of nuclear energy behemoths. Once little Cherry Blossom is completely sunk, the first to bear the brunt will be our East Mountain State. Right. You inland ones are really standing around. It's fine that we have little Cherry Blossom standing in the way for us now, but if we were to directly face the nuclear energy behemoth, I don't know how much land would be contaminated, and we would be at a huge loss. I see. I told you that His Majesty is still bent on giving our empire a good life. What kind of person is His Majesty? That's a saint who established the Kanglan continent's first great empire in 10 years. Let us mere mortals not worry about such matters of state. Lu Zhang did have such an idea. The nuclear energy behemoth is too much of a hazard. According to a recent study forwarded to him by Rushang, the nuclear energy behemoth not only carries its own violent nuclear energy, but can also induce the surrounding high-density energy to produce a nuclear fusion reaction. It's too dangerous. No part of the empire deserves such suffering. So, it's just going to have to continue to suffer a little bit for the people of Sakura. No matter what. This time, it was also considered that he had saved the rest of them, so maybe they would even have to thank us. Chapter 51 Your Majesty cannot be defamed. Sisters, take action. Begging to be read. Mubai's order to exterminate the nuclear energy behemoths that had landed on Little Sakura had indeed aroused the gratitude of many of the people of Little Sakura. Some of them even sent video recordings of themselves kneeling and kowtowing in the direction of the Tsangdom Empire with a message of gratitude to His Majesty the Emperor. But, the vast majority of the little cherry blossoms were not thankful. Instead, they called out the Cthulhu Empire online for its inhumanity. Obviously having so much power, he watched the people of Sakura suffer and die from the disaster. Now stand up and be nice. They don't take it. It doesn't matter if they take it or not. Lu Zheng didn't care about the idea of what they felt. He was just standing in the perspective of the Tsangdom Empire, taking a big picture view and doing what was good for the stability of the empire and the safety of the people of the empire. However, some people were furious when they saw the screaming little cherry blossom netizens on the internet. The Tsangdom Imperial capital, within the back garden of the Imperial Palace. Mu Yunlan was furious when he saw those little cherry blossom netizens slandering and even insulting His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tsangdom Empire. In her eyes, her teacher was a very perfect person, warm and gentle like jade without losing the majesty and dominance, with outstanding ability in treating people kindly, whether in the game or in reality. He is being a good person. Even if the Lu Zhang who was once in reality was just an elementary school teacher, that was an excellent teacher who really made every child love and respect him or her from the bottom of their hearts. With Lu Zhang's ability, he had in fact long been qualified to become a teaching director or to enter a high school or even the Ministry of Education. But he just accepted the title of extraordinary and outstanding teacher and stuck to his dedication above the front line of a middle school teacher. Not to mention, nowadays, after the game materializes, he didn't crave for pleasure, and had been running around for the stability of the empire, leaving the huge imperial palace unreturned, and leaving the beauties in the harem unfavored. It can be described as a conscientious and wise ruler in the world. It's amazing that such a great and nearly flawless person could be subjected to such an unwarranted insult. Mu Yunlan couldn't bear the fact that the person he admired the most was subjected to such slander. She was alone on the internet and those little cherry blossom netizens spraying butt. So directly to the harem of all the concubines and their accompanying palace maids called to this back garden within. Listen up, all of you, every temple, and get back to me with at least 1,000 comments for them today. This was the first time that Mu Yunlan had directly ordered the entire harem. Although nominally, under the premise that Lin Yinshu, the outsider princess, didn't care about anything, she was the biggest within the harem, but she wasn't such a strong person before, and she was still a little worried about not being able to control the scene at this point. Lin Yinshu stood out and said with a hard slate, "The people of Little Cherry Blossom, how dare they slander His Majesty? This palace is also angry. We must dislike them together. What the Empress said is true. Your Excellency has spoken. Sisters, let's all take action. This is something we're doing for His Majesty, and if His Majesty knows about it, he should reward us." Song Xiao also voiced her solidarity. "I've posted over 100 of them long ago, so you guys can do it." Zheng Man Yu said to the other concubines. The entire harem of concubines and accompanying palace maids launched themselves in defense of Lu Zhang, and even Lu Hanyan and Yang Qing were playing their hearts out in order to stand out of it. Song Xiao, Zheng Manyu and the girls are living on too high a level, and Lin Yinshu and Mu Yunlan are both too cultured. Lu Hanyan and Yang Qing were very familiar with this matter of quarreling. The two of them fired off their spray at full force while being automatically converted to Sakura language by the software to make sure they could read it. The girls were so energized and excited to be doing it. Without realizing it, the man they are now fighting so hard to defend is the so-called poor and broken man they once looked down upon. The action on the harem side is not to be mentioned, after all, and is irrelevant. Lu Zhang had other things to do. This nuclear energy behemoth plane. He was definitely going to enter and explore it first. The security of the serpentine plane has been resolved by letting Tuoba Wuhue hold down the fort. The last great master serpent man king couldn't make any waves, although the behemoth plane was now focusing its main firepower on Sakura's side. In the end it was still within the eastern sea of the Tsangdome Empire. As long as there is no stability, it is impossible for the lives of the coastal people to return to normal. The day after Mubai killed the nuclear energy Tyrannosaurus Rex with a stick, Xue Wuxi formed the Golden Dan. This meant the birth of the 10th Jindan Grandmaster of the Tsangdao Empire. 10 great masters, each suppressing one orientation, and still leaving 2 empty. One of the 2 vacated is Lu Zhang, who needs to run the show. The other one is the Prowler, which requires alchemy. On top of that, Mu Bai, Song Dingfeng, Tuoba Wuhue, Wen Daokuan, Che Weiyuan, Fan Chongfeng, Xue Wuwang as well as Yi Wuxuan all had to contribute their efforts to suppress one side. When fighting the world, Lu Zhang, as the emperor, should hold absolute power and control all the forces in his hands. But at this point, he had become the supreme being of the Tsangdome Empire, in charge of such a large territory and ruling over so many people. There's absolutely no way to hold all the power in your hands. That would be exhausting. Even though he was a grand master, he wouldn't die even if he didn't eat or drink every day to deal with political matters. But he didn't want to labor like he had for the last 10 years. Grasp the big and learn to delegate in order to give yourself a relaxing environment. So now the specific aspects of internal affairs were left to the cabinet by Lu Zhang. As for military affairs, these newly promoted Jindan Grand Masters were in charge. He, himself, needs to capitalize on the major current conflicts and threats. That is, the problem of integration of dimensional copies. There were 4 initial fusion copies, and there were 2 that directly threatened the security of the Cthulhu Empire. A copy of the Serpentine Plane had been arranged, and he had also obtained a treasure and comprehended a divine ability in the process. At the same time, it was also significantly helpful in breaking through to the next level and metamorphosing the soul. The next thing to deal with is a copy of the Behemoth Plane. Perhaps, in there was also something that might bring some help to one's cultivation growth. Lu Zhang still brought Gu Hongzhuang along to this side of Linhai City. Of course, there was also Xue Wuxi who came over together. After all, the Xian Ice Legion was here, and he had to continue to lead his troops to guard the place. After arriving over here, Lu Zhang found Mu Bai at the first opportunity to understand the situation. After one's cultivation stepped into the level of an innate master, one could possess absolute perception, the legendary sixth sense. It has an exclusive name in the game, Mind's Eye. As the name suggests, you can watch the world with your heart. It is actually the ability to perceive the composition and movement of energy and to see the world as it essentially is. And after achieving the Great Master, one sees more comprehensively. You can even see the general process of formation and direction of development, which is a different level of perception of the world. Hence, Lu Zhang could get the most accurate information about the nuclear energy beast by directly asking Mu Bai. Mu Bai pondered for a moment and gave a definition that surprised Lu Zhang. Nuclear energy behemoths with no spine, which means no bones. They're like a bunch of cells plus a core piled on top of each other, born as if for destruction and nothing else. Chapter 52. If Lu Zhang doesn't come out, she'll just keep waiting. Requests for follow-up reading. If analyzed from the perspective of biological evolution, such creatures should not exist. After all, it was only born to destroy. That wouldn't make any sense. For if the will of a world wants life to be destroyed, or even an entire world to be destroyed, there are many ways to do it. There's no need to make a bunch of stuff like this, but it makes sense when you think about how this originally belonged in the middle of a game. It's just a bunch of monsters, a copy of the realm. Conquering it is the greatest meaning of all. Lu Zhang no longer dwelled on the nature of these nuclear energy giants, but instead looked at Mu Bai and asked, are there any resources available? Since he decided to continue to exercise the Emperor's power, he had to think on the Emperor's level. A new realm doesn't just represent a realm, it's a resource. No opportunity to help the people improve their quality of life should be missed. When he was a junior high school teacher, Lu Zhang did his best to help each student find his own direction and method of effort in life. In the game, he puts his all into it and succeeds in leading his men to build the Cthulhu Empire. Now that he's become an emperor, a real-life emperor, he has to think about making the people's lives better. Not just security, not just food and drink. Make sure they live happily ever after. Of course, to do this, Lu Zhang would also take into account his own enjoyment. He can fulfill his responsibilities without neglecting himself anymore. Before that, it was because he had Lu Hanyan as his wife. So he put his mind on the other party. Now that you're the only one left, you have to take care of yourself. Mu Bai took out a crystal as big as his head, which flickered and released light inside. This is the energy core inside those giant beasts. Even one of the weakest behemoths has this kind of core in its body. The core produced by that nuclear energy behemoth in the Jindan realm is this one, and it's a more stable core structure than that of the weaker nuclear energy behemoths. Theoretically, this is a nuclear energy storage device that can be utilized in a reusable manner. The nuclear energy inside is in an activated state, very easy to mobilize, and if a proper device can be made, it's considered a very powerful nuclear energy battery. Lu Zhang's eyebrows raised as he pursued. What happens when this thing detonates? Mu Bai chuckled. This energy core is harvesting nuclear energy, and if detonated, it would produce a collapse inward, turning it directly into a broken rock, rather than it would burst like a bomb. So don't even think about using it to make explosive weapons. But if it was used to make an electromagnetic laser weapon, it was very suitable. An energy core, compressed to a small enough size, should be very effective. By the way, in this regard, Right Prime Minister Liu Cheng has already ordered Minister of Works Su Leisure to study it. If you want to know what's going on, ask the courtside. Lu Zhang nodded. It only collapses inward and doesn't explode, which is kind of a good thing. If it can be utilized, it's one more stable source and store of energy. I just don't know how this nuclear energy behemoth is created. I'll have to go in and take a look. Mu Bai sniffed but said in a deep voice. I just turned around from the entrance of that realm. The environment of that realm is very harsh, and there are many powerful auras in it. It is estimated that there are quite a few individuals at the Grand Master level, and there may even be Grand Master Perfection level existences. If you go in there, you are also in danger. Lu Zhang, however, smiled easily. But it can only be me who goes, can't it? After he uttered these words, Gu Hongzhuang beside him was the one who nervously grabbed Lu Zhang's arm, revealing a worried expression. Lu Zhang clutched her hand and stroked her hair, smiling. As the strongest man in the Tsung Dome Empire, the supreme emperor of the empire, and the spiritual pillar of the people, the emperor, if I can't even get out in one piece, the behemoth plane will be the end of humanity, the end of the entire world. So whether I go or not, the result will be the same. That means that if I don't survive, everyone will have to be buried with me. Not some vicious curse, but a true fact. Speaking here, Lu Zhang looked at Gu Hongzhuang's eyes. Wait for me to come out. Gu Hongzhuang nodded. She didn't want to drag Lu Zhang down. She had previously said that she wanted to go back to wait within the Imperial Palace, and now she would even less likely have to follow to the behemoth plane. I'll wait for you. 1,000 words were reduced to just those 3 words. She said the same thing back in the game. After waiting for Lu Zhang for 5 years, and after the game descended into reality, she finally waited for Lu Zhang to come to her. For now, she can keep waiting. If Lu Zhang didn't come out, she would just keep waiting. Only Mu Bai, Gu Hongzhuang, and Xue Wuxi knew about Lu Zhang's entry into the behemoth plane. The main reason was that he was worried that his entry would cause the behemoth plane to riot to the point that a large number of nuclear energy behemoths would flood into this world all at once. So he had to notify Xue Wuxi so that he could prepare his defenses. Even though the main defense still had to rely on the 2 Grand Masters, Mu Bai and Xue Wuxi, if they wanted to protect the borders of the empire without any dead ends, they still had to rely on the warriors. After everything was arranged, Lu Zhang entered within the behemoth plane. Just after entering this place, Lu Zhang was certain of one thing. That is, the spatial extent of the behemoth plane is much larger than the serpentine plane. Entering this realm, one sees a dimly lit side of the world. The environment was cold, but not completely frozen. Because there are volcanoes all around and violent crustal activity under the water, the sky seemed to be condensed with a thick layer of sand and dust, and the whole world was very depressing, with only the flames and high-energy particles erupting from everywhere giving so much light. By all rights, with so much seawater in the behemoth plane, there should be a massive influx into this world. But the fact is that it didn't happen that way. As if it was a fixed excision, the behemoth plane fused into this world part by part, and therefore did not cause the marine system of this world to collapse directly, but it's also being transformed is all. Lu Zhang needs to consider all this, and the issue of the ocean concerns the livelihood of the coastal people. There are so many things to consider as a good emperor, but the most important thing now was to explore the dangers of this world and whether there were any resources that he could utilize. Without flying far, Lu Zhang spotted quite a few nuclear energy giants. It seemed that the weakest one had the strength of an 8th grade martial artist level, which could be judged from the energy content. After flying more than 100 kilometers, Lu Zhang finally saw one of the things he wanted to know. The creation of nuclear energy behemoths. Right in the middle of a volcano, a huge meatball kept writhing, constantly absorbing the surrounding radiant energy and rapidly expanding and growing. After only 2 hours had passed, a large ball of meat that had originally grown to over 10 meters in diameter turned into a creature that at first glance looked like a hairless goat. It's just random looking. However, judging from perception, this thing did have the energy level of an 8th grade martial artist. It was at this time that suddenly, the sea shook and a crocodile-type beast with a body length of over 300 meters appeared, swallowing the goat beast that had just formed into its stomach with a single bite. It was a huge beast at the late Grandmaster level. Chapter 53, Emperor Behemoth. The Imperial capital is boiling as the Emperor returns to the palace, begging to be read. It seemed that the monsters in the middle of this behemoth plain weren't able to live in harmony either. Thought it should be. How can such brainless creatures, which are only aggressive and predatory, tell the difference between friend and foe? Within this realm, it appeared that no other lifeforms existed, only a variety of nuclear energy giants. Big fish eat small fish. Those great master-level nuclear energy behemoths probably grew up by devouring other nuclear energy behemoths step by step. If there is no limit to this growth? A bad feeling arose within Lu Zhang. He sank his heart and collected his breath as he flew towards the depths of the realm. With just a slight perception, Lu Zhang was certain. The entire surface area of the Curie's first surface was definitely not smaller than Cloud Blue Star. In other words, once it was fully fused, it was enough to make the Cloud Blue Star, which had already expanded to about 10 times its original size, double in size again, reaching 11 times its original size. That's still a low estimate. The energy content of the behemoth plane was high, although it was all fused, and subsequently, when it was fully fused, the escaping energy might lead to a secondary expansion of the area. At the current rate of fusion, it would take about 3 months to fully fuse. After flying for more than 8 hours, Lu Zhang sensed no less than 12 nuclear energy beasts at the Grand Master level. The vast majority of these energy level reactions were above the mid-Great Master level, with 2 heads reaching the Great Master perfection level of energy level. Currently, these Archon behemoths were still far away from the spatial extent of the fusion Cloud Blue Star. If they had been moving within their respective territories, counting the time, the next Grandmaster class nuclear energy beast would be attracted and enter within the Cloud Blue Star in 4 days. Nowadays, although Lu Zhang had single-handedly cultivated several great masters, however, most of these nuclear energy behemoths had battle strengths above the mid-Grand Master level, and apart from Mu Bai, they were the only ones that could be resolved by themselves. However, what Lu Zhan was really worried about was not solving these things, but rather, he was afraid that solving these contraptions would lead to an even more powerful existence. If one could keep getting stronger by devouring all the time, it was very likely that there were nuclear energy behemoths in this realm that were more powerful than Grandmaster level combatants. That, in a nutshell, is the real threat. Lu Zhang's gaze was cast to the bottom of the sea, lost in thought. As a Cloud Blue Star's strongest person at the Great Master Perfection realm, half a foot into the next level, he needed to consider this matter from the perspective of the entire Cloud Blue Star. The nuclear energy behemoths that might exist in the behemoth plane at a higher level of battle power were tentatively referred to as Emperor Behemoths. Once this Emperor Beast was angered, it might directly lead to the destruction of the entire Cloud Blue planet, so it can't be taken lightly. The safest method was still to wait for the dimensional fusion to proceed step by step while one seized the time to find the opportunity to step into the next level. If one mastered a greater power, then this possible threat would be nothing to fear. Thinking about it, Lu Zhang just strolled around this behemoth plane and determined that there were 32 Grandmaster-level nuclear energy behemoths that existed openly in this plane, but it was unclear how many there were in the shadows. The waters of the behemoth plane were deep and filled with radiant energy, making it difficult to probe what was really going on inside. However, Lu Zhang estimated that there were at least twice as many Grandmaster-level beasts in them as there were on the surface, and it was likely that there was an even more powerful Imperial beast. Leaving the behemoth plane, Lu Zhang directly called for Mu Bai and Shui Wuxi. Seeing Lu Zhang's serious expression, Mu Bai raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is there something in there you can't fix?" Lu Zhang shook his head and said, "There are a lot of Grand Master level behemoths in there, no less than 32 on the surface, and probably a bit more in the water, but as long as they're Grand Master level, I can take care of them all." "So, you've seen a more powerful being?" "No, if you had seen it, you wouldn't be shaking your head." "So, you were thinking that there would be a stronger individual?" Mu Bai knew Lu Zhang well, especially the way he spoke, and guessed some of the contents by looking at his answers and actions. Lu Zhang nodded and said, "The way nuclear energy giants grow is by devouring each other, and in such an environment, analyzing the current number of those nuclear energy giants, the possibility of the existence of a more powerful individual sleeping on the bottom of the sea is very high." Shui Wuxi said in fear. If His Majesty can't even be defeated, then how can anyone survive in my Dome Empire? Not yet. Lu Zheng paused and continued, but that day will come sooner or later. That's why I have to find a way to break through my cultivation and reach a higher level as soon as possible. By the way, here's my standard topographical map of what the Behemoth Plain probably is, mainly labeling the locations of the Grandmaster level behemoths as a way to predict the time of their appearance. If I wasn't here, the task of killing this Grandmaster beast would have fallen on you too. The two closest ones have already been killed by me, but I can't rule out that there are more underwater, so prepare yourselves. Xue Wuxia was the first to take a stand at his words. I vow to die to guard the empire's borders. Lu Zhang patted his shoulder and smiled. Don't be so pessimistic. We, together. For an emperor to be able to say these words to his subjects is definitely the greatest encouragement to his subjects since ancient times, but the presence of the emperor himself on the battlefield would boost morale. Of course, there will be rollovers, but obviously that situation wouldn't happen to Lu Zhang. Mu Bai followed. I will definitely do what I promised you. Unless this stick breaks in my hand, I will not let any nuclear energy beast land in the Tsangdao Empire from in front of me. It's still you, as dominant as ever. Lu Zhang gave him a thumbs up, then wrapped his arms around Gu Hongzhuang, who was on the side. I have to make a trip back over to the Imperial capital to see how Easy's pills are being refined. Perhaps the key to my breakthrough lies there. Greetings, Your Majesty, Your Excellency. Xue Wuxi saluted. In the next moment, Lu Zheng flew directly into midair and quickly disappeared from the two men's view. Nowadays, due to the integration of the game worlds, the terrain has changed dramatically and transportation is basically paralyzed. So the fastest way to get there is to fly there yourself. By virtue of the wind, 1,000 miles a day is just the most basic operation. Thousands of miles per hour didn't put any pressure on Lu Zheng either. The emperor returned to the palace. It's a big deal. Lu Zheng originally wanted to just go back quietly. After all, he couldn't possibly stay in the imperial capital for a long time, and the Behemoth Plain side hadn't been completely stabilized yet. So just inform the cabinet. But the left and right prime ministers together suggested that he make a formal trip back to the palace. That is, to let all the people of the imperial capital, civil and military officials meet. In this way, the people can be stabilized. After all, up until now, Lu Zhang had never officially appeared in front of the people of the Dome Empire. All of them appeared in the midst of battles before, and were not enough to show majesty. Lu Zhang thought about it briefly, and agreed straight away. Nowadays, the internal affairs of the empire are handed over to the cabinet to do. So many things people have done, and they themselves show up to show their majesty. It's a bit unorthodox indeed to not be able to agree to such a small thing. Lu Zhang still respected these imperial executives and did not treat them as toolmen. Thus, on this day, the entire Dome imperial capital was abuzz. Nearly everyone in the entire city gathered outside the gates of the imperial capital, and the civil and military officials went out of the city for 3 miles to welcome the supreme being back to the palace. Chapter 54, Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty come to the harem? Requesting for follow-up readings. Imperial capital. Outside the city gates, more than 2 million people gathered at the gates and greeted them. The Imperial Dragon Guards were divided on both sides to maintain order while keeping the passageway tidy. The civil and military officials stood at the front, wearing official uniforms, each solemn and waiting quietly. Finally, it appeared, wearing a dragon robe with purple and gold cloud pattern on a basalt background and an imperial crown. Gu Hongzhuang was also dressed in a neon-feathered Lucian dress and wore gorgeous jade hairpins and ornaments. The two stood hand in hand on top of the four-winged purple and gold eagle, rapidly approaching from afar before landing in front of the many courtiers. Right Prime Minister Lu Chang shouted loudly, Greetings, Your Majesty. Saying this, he fell down on his knees in a direct curtsy. The rest of them saluted and shouted together, Greetings, Your Majesty. The shouts of more than 2 million people shook the sky, and even the concubines within the harem could hear them clearly. Lu Zhang stepped forward with one hand and assisted the left and right prime ministers to get up. Said one side, All the beloved ministers rise up. All the people rise. Although he was alone, his voice was so loud and his chi and blood were so thick that everyone could hear him clearly. Thank you, Your Majesty. The crowd shouted together. Lu Zhang did not represent the same thing as those ancient emperors. In ancient times, the emperor was a symbol of power, and Lu Zhang, holding the strongest power, he is power itself. In the present chaotic era, Lu Zhang alone suppressed a realm, killing those threats that were enough to wreak havoc on the entire empire and cause great casualties. Its irreplaceable influence. Under the attention of all the people, Lu Zhang held Gu Hongzhuang's hand and walked step by step towards within the imperial capital. Along the way, the procession of imperial dragon guards kept closing in, with the civil and military officials following behind. Just like that, He walked step by step to the Dome Empire's interior hall. Lu Zhang sat high up on the dragon chair, and the vast majority of the officials had already returned to their respective posts, leaving only those above the third rank to remain in the Great Hall. Gu Hongzhuang, on the other hand, returned to the harem. She said that she wanted to go and see what kind of house Lu Zhang had arranged for her, as well as meet the other sisters. Lu Zhang scanned the crowd and suddenly laughed out. Ha ha, all of you love ministers, don't stand, all sit down. We are considered to be the first meeting of the netizens offline. I didn't let you down, right? Your Majesty's dragon walk is truly a true dragon descending from the earth. Left Prime Minister Fengao was the first to come forward and laughingly praised. Immediately afterward, the people from the Ministry of Household and the Ministry of Rights, which were under his jurisdiction, followed suit and stood out in appreciation. Lu Zhang listened to these words of praise with great interest. Rather, it was Right Prime Minister Lu Cheng who couldn't stand to watch and coughed lightly, stepping forward to say, Your Majesty has returned to the palace this time. It is better to seize the time to deal with internal affairs. Lu Zhang, however, directly waved his hand. I am at ease with the cabinet and the officials of the 6 ministries handling matters of internal affairs. There's no need to tell me about any of this. And this time I didn't come back to deal with these trivial matters. The reason for entering this great hall is to let everyone take a look at me, to see that His Majesty, the Emperor of this Dong Empire, is still alive. Knowing that is enough. Speaking of this, Lu Zhang directly stood up and laughed. As for internal affairs, I would like to ask you all to take more care of them. I only hope that every Dome Empire's people can safely rely on the Dome Empire's court, and I don't want to hear about internal problems, let alone have them appear. External problems, I'll take care of them myself. Well, retire from the court. There were no positions like eunuchs within the Dome Empire. There were female officials within the harem, but the outer court wasn't that much of a mess. All sorts of things still need to be communicated that simply aren't necessary. As a Grand Master, Lu Zhang's words within the Imperial Palace could be transmitted directly to the outside of the city. Seeing Lu Zhang with such a swinging attitude, Lu Chang sighed, revealing an expression that it was true. Fenggao's face remained unchanged. He had never expected Lu Zhang to directly intervene in internal affairs. Being an emperor, a good emperor, is very laborious. Those ancient emperors, one living a shorter life than the other, could be considered the pinnacle of laborers. It was normal for Lu Zhang to want to enjoy himself after a decade of contending for supremacy. Young man, can't you enjoy yourself yet? What's more, Lu Zhang was already doing a good job of dealing with the mess outside. These dangers are more important than a little tiny problem with internal affairs. After leaving the interior Great Hall, Lu Zhang did not go to the harem, but went directly to the middle of the mountain watch. The harem is nothing more than an institution used to balance the forces of each party. Lu Zhang had things on his mind right now, and he didn't have the heart to have fun. While he was heading to the mountain watch, Gu Hongzhuang was led by a palace maid to her Lingyue hall. Gu Hongzhuang was also only a third-ranked Jiyu without a consort position, so she just had a hall, not a separate palace. However, Gu Hongzhuang was still satisfied with the furnishings and things inside. She was an orphan in reality, and in the game she was just a Jianghu person. Now that she could have such a luxurious one, and still live with her beloved, she was already satisfied. At that moment, several people came through the door. Fenggao's specially selected attendant palace maid for Gu Hongzhuang, Xiao Pan, came up to report. Noble person, outside, Nyang Li, noble lady Mu, noble lady Song, and noble lady Zhang are here. The 4 of them, they are currently the managers of the harem. Gu Hongzhuang answered and walked to the living room, and saw that the 4 had already come in with their maids. Please don't blame me. My sister was too eager to inquire about His Majesty's recent situation, so she came right in. Mak Yunlan spoke first. Gu Hongzhuang didn't understand the etiquette of the palace and didn't salute Li Nianshu. At this time, when she heard Mu Yunlan speak first, she immediately responded, "It's fine. Have a seat, a few sisters." While she was talking, Xiaopan had already commanded a few palace maids to pull out the chairs for the ladies and started pouring tea for a few people. But several people were not in the mood for tea. Song Xiao couldn't wait to ask, "Will His Majesty come to the harem?" To say that the emperor returned to the palace this matter. Which people are most excited? Of course, is the harem these people. Whether it's a concubine or a palace maid, they can all come in for the emperor. Unexpectedly, this emperor was not doing his job. Put a good 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, 72 concubines do not go to favor, but even blindly wandering around. Now, the emperor is finally coming back. Their hearts, which wanted to get to the top, could not help but become restless. Without the emperor, the competition for favor has no goal. Immediately after the emperor's return, their lives were a struggle. After so many years of courtroom dramas, Now it can finally be of use. When they heard the voices of those millions of people shouting in unison, many of the palace maids and concubines felt as if they were going straight into the clouds. It's men like that who are worthy of themselves. Each of them even wanted to rush out to greet the emperor personally. But as concubines, they are not allowed to leave the palace. Especially now that the emperor is returning to the palace at an important time. It is absolutely impossible to let them go out of the palace to make any mess. After waiting for a long time, the emperor finally arrived at the interior hall outside the palace. They all desperately wanted to know when the emperor would come to the harem. Not to mention Li Nianshu's 4 daughters. Even small courtesans like Yang Qing and Lu Hanyan had their ears perked up, hoping to hear a good news. Chapter 55, Lu Hanyan, I'm just here to be a vase. The vampire initiate descended. Li Nianshu, Lu Hanyan, and the others all looked at Gu Hongzhuang with anticipation, hoping to hear a desired message. However, Gu Hongzhuang shook her head and said, His Majesty did not say he was coming. He came back because he had something to do, and whether he came to the harem or left afterward, I'm not sure. The moment these words came out, a lost look appeared on the faces of all the women. But the good thing is that there is still hope nowadays. As long as the emperor has not left, then it is still possible to come to the harem. Mu Yunlan came up to hold Gu Hongzhuang's hand and said with a smile, Sister has been following His Majesty these days. She should have experienced many interesting stories. Why don't you tell us about them? The sisters are all pining for His Majesty and wish to hear more about him. Open your mouth and hang on to all your sisters. Gu Hongzhuang naturally couldn't refuse, and along with her, she went to the table and sat down, then began to tell something about Lu Zhang. When they heard that Gu Hongzhuang and Lu Zhang had accepted the pilgrimage together before the 10,000 soldiers and received worship in the Western Xia Kingdom, the women all revealed a look of longing. Vanity is something that every human being has. To be able to receive a pilgrimage in front of so many people, something that was so dignified in front of people, was really very desirable. I really envy Sister. The few people here, except for Sister Yunlan, no one has ever seen His Majesty. Sister, however, can accompany His Majesty everywhere? Such a favor. It's really something we can't envy. Song Xiao sighed. Zheng Man Yu followed suit. Sister Hongzhuang is still an innate master and can help His Majesty with many things. Unlike the few of us who can only be a vase within this deep palace. Gu Hongzhuang hurriedly waved her hand and said, No, His Majesty has said that he will not force you to become his women. The empire needs to be stabilized nowadays. And you guys being here is just an attitude he's giving to the forces of the world. When everything stabilizes in a year or two, you can freely choose whether or not to leave the palace. Moreover, His Majesty also said that even if you become his women, you won't be allowed to just stay within the deep palace and not be able to go out. You're free to come and go as you please, find something to do, and have an independent self. Hearing these words, several women revealed their surprise. Mak Yunlan's heart was even more quite excited. She knew that her teacher back then was such a dedicated man that he surely wouldn't become promiscuous all of a sudden. Everything that is done today is just to balance the forces. He's still so gentle and gentlemanly. I believe in His Majesty. His Majesty is such a gentleman. Mak Yunlan opened his mouth and praised. Li Nianshu and the others also nodded their heads. Zhang Manhwa spoke up. To wield supreme power and yet still be able to maintain one's heart. Truly worthy of a generation of overlords. A true king. This is the man I'm going to marry. It seems my choice wasn't wrong. And Lu Hanyan and Yang Qing glanced at each other, both seeing what the other was thinking. Although they also boasted of their independence, they had entered the palace in order to fall in love with the emperor. A great tycoon. What independent work? Your own thing. It doesn't exist. They are trying to become the emperor's woman. They are trying to be a vase. They are trying to sit in that motherly position. The discussion about Lu Zhang and the harem would not end for a while. Lu Zhang had already arrived within the Lookout Mountain View. At this time, the prosperous son was not refining pills, and he happened to sense it when Lu Zhang came in. Your Majesty, the new Dan formula, which the poor Taoist has not yet been able to perfect, will probably be ready in another 10 days. Perhaps this elixir of mine will be able to help Your Majesty step into the next level. Lu Zhang nodded and said, Discuss it with me. One day faster if you can. The danger of the behemoth plane is far greater than first envisioned, and I need to step into the next realm sooner, so that I can be sure of fighting that threat. The prowler chuckled. Just in time. I have some doubts about that nuclear energy beast's energy core, and if Your Majesty can help me solve it, this Dan formula might be perfected within a day or two. Although they were both at the Grandmaster level, Easy Sun knew very well that today's Lu Zhan was considered to have 1 foot already in the next realm. In terms of understanding the structure of energy, it was definitely stronger than him. A beginner at the Grandmaster level, he named this Dan formula, which was improved upon the Luo Shang Dan, Tian Luo Dan. with the same utility as the Luo Shangdan in that it could increase perception, allows the target to enter the state of seeing heaven and earth for a short period of time. At the same time, the soul had to be tempered, making it more solid and reaching the realm of true metamorphosis. This soul-quenching aspect, he needed to consult Lu Zhang to gain more information. At the same time, it was necessary to master the method of containing a huge amount of energy in a single elixir, which was the mystery of that giant beast's energy core. Lu Zhang could indeed help him a lot. 3 days and 3 nights passed in a flash as the two discussed and experimented. The originally boiling harem cooled down, and the concubines and palace maidens didn't seem to have as much hope in the matter of the emperor returning to the palace. Even Gu Hongzhuan was a bit worried. After being confirmed with Lu Zhang, the longest time the two had spent apart had not exceeded 1 day. Now all of 3 long days have passed. No news at all. She did worry a little about Lu Zhang's safety, but at this point, it was clear that nothing could be done lightly. She knew that Lu Zhang had gone to find Easy Sun in order to break through to the next level of the realm. In order to face the huge crisis that might arise, this is definitely not the time to add to the chaos. And on this day, the news from the Western Continent Alliance's side was one that shocked the entire Songdome Empire. Or rather, the entire world. In the midst of the demon-hunting realm, the vampire patriarch led his 8 superior vampires under his command whose strength was assessed at the level of Grand Master to descend. They created tens of millions of blood slaves in a single breath, transforming millions of vampires directly through blood-sucking infections. The top brass of the Western Continent Alliance were all transformed and reduced to blood slaves. The entire Western Continental Union is subverted and becomes a vampire backwater. Humans were reduced to food for the vampires to feed on. And from being the rulers of the high and mighty, they became inferior beings. Vampire originator Klaus releases a video of humans across the globe washing their necks and waiting for him to taste the blood. The first group of vampires had already departed on ships in the direction of the Cthulhu Empire and in the direction of the Sith Alliance. And it was expected that within just the next 2 days, they would land and start killing and spreading the word. This news shook the entire court, causing the entire Songdome Empire to be on edge. Luckily, Lu Zhang's descent into the Imperial capital 3 days ago was considered to be a shot in the arm for the entire Songdome Empire. Still, a lot of people on Netflix have expressed great concern that this vampire could spread like the zombie virus in the movie. There was a rush by the people to buy food and hoard it. It was a good thing that both the Songdome Empire and the Great Summer Alliance had stored enough food before. There were no food shortages. Things were still very grim, and the important thing was that the vampire patriarch, who had demonstrated a power that surpassed that of a Grand Master, had made the court officials quite worried. That night, the Right Prime Minister Liu Chang, with the expectations of the 100 officials, came to Wang Shanguan and drank at the door. Minister, Liu Chang, there is a book to present. Chapter 56, Land Gods. Don't speak bird language. Chinese language. Can you speak it? Liu Chang didn't expect much from this invitation. Just coming over to make a gesture so that the 100 officials can see that they are trying. Only that His Majesty can't spare the time nowadays. But to his surprise, Lu Zhang granted him entry. Go inside and talk. Lu Zhang's voice reached his ears. My lord, obey. Saying that, Lu Chang immediately stepped inside the mountain watch view. It didn't take long for him to find where Lu Zhang was. It was an alchemy room. Easy's face was pale, and it looked as if he had been injured. But with a smile on his face, Lu Zhang's face was quite serious, and it seemed that his aura was a little more powerful. What is the Right Honorable Chancellor's business? Lu Chang sniffed and immediately took out his tablet, tapping on Klaus' video and holding it out to Lu Zhang. Your Majesty, please look. The Western Continent Alliance is now overrun by vampires and has almost fallen into vampire territory. This is that vampire patriarch Klaus, suspected to have strength beyond the Grand Master level, reaching the next realm. Klaus threatened to turn everyone around the globe into blood slaves, and at this point has sent a group of people to our side, estimated to arrive at the East Sea in a day and a half. These vampires are not to be feared, but this initiate, I cannot take. Lu Zhang watched this video carefully, and after watching it 3 times, he laughed lightly. He hasn't really broken through to the next level. He's on the same level as me. At best he's considered a half-step Yang God realm. After a pause, Lu Zhang took the initiative to explain. Yangshan is the realm after the Jindan Grandmaster, truly integrating into heaven and earth, mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. And with a lift of the hand, one can call for wind and rain. Lu Chang marveled. Calling the wind and the rain? Isn't that directly becoming a god? Lu Zhang laughed lightly. Perhaps it could also be called a land god. I wonder when your majesty will be able to step into such a realm. If my Songdome Empire can have this blessing, it will be free from those demons and devils. Lu Chang pursued. Lu Zhang looked towards the arrogant vampire initiate in the middle of the tablet and smiled. Originally, it would have taken a month or 2, but now it seems that 3 or 2 days is enough. Right, Prime Minister. The court and the current situation need you to stabilize it. Those vampires? You don't need to worry. I will take care of them. With that, Lu Zheng directly disappeared in place and flew into midair, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Cheng froze for a moment, then looked at Easy Peasy in astonishment and asked, Makoto, where is His Majesty going? Prosperity's face hadn't returned to normal, but he was still maintaining his smile. His Majesty is going to fetch a medicine. Ru Cheng asked subconsciously at his words. A medicine guide? What is it? That's the vampire originator. Easy's words made Lu Cheng's entire body dumbfounded. Didn't you say just now that vampire originator is in existence on the same level as His Majesty? Both were at the level of half-step beyond God. And this was going to go and kill each other. Wouldn't that be a bit too risky? Lu Cheng was very worried inside. But he couldn't do anything at all at this time. After all, he only had the cultivation of a mere 7th grade martial artist. And it was impossible for him to go and kill that vampire initiate for the Emperor. He didn't ask anything else and directly left the mountain watch. Nowadays, all he could do was to stabilize the court and not to create any more chaos. And they also had to block the news of Lu Zheng's departure from the Tsang Dome Empire first, so as not to cause panic among the people. After Lu Zheng left the mountain watch, he first sent a voice message to Gu Hongzhuang, telling her that he was going on a long trip and would be back in 2 days. Leaving without saying goodbye is a very annoying behavior. Lu Zheng had already accepted Gu Hongzhuang as his wife, so he naturally wouldn't do such a thing. At the very least, she has the right to know. However, Lu Zheng did not meet with her. Time had to be grasped. He just transmitted his voice to inform her, and then directly left the Imperial capital. His altitude and flight speed were significantly higher than before. The prodigal son had refined the heavenly Luo Dan, and the elixir was a success. When the Dan was completed, the might of heaven and earth caused the chi and blood of Easy Sun to suffer serious damage. Or Lu Zheng carried off all that energy. A total of 3 pills were formed. Lu Zheng took one directly, and the effect was very good. Not only did it allow Lu Zheng's soul metamorphosis to advance a great step, it was also stronger in terms of its perception of heaven and earth. But it was still far from the point of allowing him to directly achieve Yangshen and step into the realm of the land gods. There was no problem with the efficacy of the heavenly Luodan. The problem was that the cultivation level of the free spirit was too low. The prodigal son said that the complete look of the elixir should be imbued with the energy of heaven and earth, causing it to undergo another metamorphosis. However, he was merely at the beginning of the Great Master Realm and could not do this. There is a way to make up for this. Provide enough energy. When they hadn't seen the news of the vampire patriarch, Lu Zheng and Easy Sun discussed how many energy cores of nuclear energy behemoths at the Grand Master level would be needed to be enough. Nearly the result. Ru's son came. After Lu Zheng saw the power displayed by Klaus, Lu Zheng was certain that this was the best medicine. As long as one could seize Klaus's energy core, accompanied by taking the heavenly Luodan, it would definitely be enough for one to complete this final step of metamorphosis. Lu Zheng did not directly descend to the western continent. He went to the sea first, found the vampire ship that was preparing to travel to the Cthulhu Empire, and simply slaughtered them all. There were 2 Archon-level vampires on board, and Lu Zheng had taken out 2 blood cores from their bodies, a kind of energy core that was born in the vampire's heart location. Seeing this, Lu Zheng was satisfied. Previously, he was a bit worried that the energy within the vampire patriarch was not easy to obtain, and even had to bring it back to the Tsang Dome Empire if necessary, so that the prodigal son could refine it into a Dan. Now after seeing this blood core, it was determined that the vampire had a standard energy core. As long as one took out Klaus's blood core accompanied by the Tian Luodan and took it, the desired effect would be achieved. Lu Zheng, who had further grasped the power of the heavens and earth, flew at an extremely fast speed, and after only 13 hours, he managed to arrive above the western continent. Nowadays, the Cloud Blue Stars area was more than 10 times larger than before, and the distance between the 2 sides that was very far. It was already extremely rare to have such a speed. The place where Klaus was located was very easy to find, right in the middle of the most prominent white palace in the western continent. The vampires themselves rule among the demon hunter realm. Demon hunters, nothing more than a bunch of low-powered resistors, and within the Western Continent Alliance, there was only a weak portion of martial artist and sorcerer power. Weapons like the so-called missiles couldn't do much against the small and extremely fast vampires. Klaus gained direct control of the place, and the former military juggernaut, the Western Continental Union, was reduced to a vampire's paradise overnight. Just as all the people of the Western Continent fell into despair, a terrifying sword she landed on top of the White Palace. The White Palace was split in 2, and a crack over 300 meters long appeared on the ground. Klaus, whose wings had been chopped off in one piece, flew into midair and looked fearfully at the person in front of him. You, who are you and how do you possess such a powerful force? Lu Zheng frowned. Don't speak bird language. Chinese language. Can you speak it? Chapter 57, Lu Hanyan, absolutely impossible. How could you be the emperor? Grand finale. Unfortunately, this vampire originator Klaus did not know the noble Chinese language. It was already good enough for it to be able to master the bird language of this western continent in such a short period of time. And trying to get it to master the Chinese language is really hard for him. Seeing his confused and frightened look, Lu Zhang didn't bother to say anything more to him. Villains die from talking too much, though one is obviously a decent person. However, he really didn't have the habit of talking much, and only wished that he could get the blood core earlier to complete his cultivation advancement. The strongest being in the demon hunting plane seems to be this vampire initiate, not to be feared. However, the threat of the behemoth plane was still unclear, and it was important to enhance strength and still maintain sufficient speed. Lu Zhang swung the Etienne sword in his hand once again. A sword light flew out as if from the void and was about to shatter the void. Such a terrifying might made Klaus very alarmed. Although he did not feel that irresistible oppressiveness from Lu Zhang's body, he knew that he would not be able to withstand the power of this sword. Hurry up and dodge. He also possessed a half-step Yongshan cultivation in his body, so this sword still wasn't able to directly take its life, yet it still allowed it to injure a broken wing. After realizing that the visitor was not good and could not be negotiated with, Klaus' first choice was not to fight back, but to just run away. The power displayed by Lu Zhang gave him a feeling of being unable to resist. Such a feeling he had never had before. Precisely because he hadn't faced such fear, his first choice was not to resist, but to escape. Certainly not a pure escape. Klaus released a blast of blood-red mist that instantly filled a large portion of the sky. This blood mist had a strong isolating effect on perception, completing its blockade of Lu Zhang in almost an instant. An innate patriarch would never be able to walk out in the blood mist, while even a great patriarch would not be able to get out of it for a moment. This blood mist possessed a pressure that seemed to flow like water from all directions. Martial artists below the 7th rank would be instantly turned into part of the blood mist, and for individuals who can withstand this pressure, this force balances out the gravity of your body so that you can't perceive up and down. Lu Zhang, however, gazed in a direction and steeply chopped out a sword. Ah! A scream came from the half-running Klaus as his left wing was completely chopped off. After realizing that Lu Zhang was surprisingly completely unaffected by the blood mist, it directly burned half of its own blood, and after releasing an attack on Lu Zhang, it turned its head and continued to run. The burning blood transformed into a huge blood-colored bat that tore up towards Lu Zhang. However, in the next moment, Lu Zhang's figure directly disappeared. With a single step, he actually came to the side of that Klaus. Sword out, head down. Lu Zhang's left hand grabbed in the void, and he saw the entire headless body of Klaus explode, leaving behind only a blood core that continuously condensed the escaping blood energy around it. Blood core in hand, Lu Zhang directly took the blood core and Tian Luodan in place and began to refine them. This kind of growth of strength, put in the hands, is equal to funding the enemy. Only as soon as possible to transform into a part of their own strength, can be truly considered to get the treasure. After eating the blood core at the first opportunity, the medicinal power of the heavenly Luodan began to fuse with the blood core. Lu Zhang's body burned with blood-colored flames. The soul undergoes a complete metamorphosis, a life with a harmony of yin and yang, with the physical body as yang and the soul as yin. The soul is protected from sunlight by the physical body. When the physical body dies, the soul is dispersed, and turning the soul into yin to yang and transforming it into a yang god would allow the soul to directly perceive heaven and earth and truly grasp the power of heaven and earth. At this moment, the metamorphosis is complete. With the yang shen out of his body, heaven and earth seem to be grasped between one hand and the other, turning his hand to the clouds, turning his hand to the rain. After returning to his physical body, Lu Zhang's divine thought swept through the Western Continent Alliance, directly taking out the blood cores of the remaining 4 Grand Master vampires before returning to the Tsang Dome Empire. As for that, the other vampires ravaging the Western Continental Union, he didn't care. Instead of returning directly to the Tsang Dome Empire, Lu Zhang flew towards the Behemoth Plain. He sensed that the expectedly powerful being had descended. In the East Sea, a 4-winged flying fish with a body length of more than 2,000 meters appeared on the surface of the sea, bringing with it shocking waves. The terrifying waves were more than 1,000 meters high, and once they landed on the shore, it meant a huge impact that destroyed the world and a monstrous flood of annihilation, so majestic that it was streamed live to the internet. Almost the entire population of the Tsang Dome Empire was in despair. But there are still a number of people who hold out hope, who believe in their Imperial Emperor, His Majesty. Countless people prayed and shouted, hoping that His Majesty the Emperor would appear. People from other countries were sneering and saying that the Emperor of the Tsang Dome Empire was just a coward, in the face of a real threat, chose to defend himself rather than protect his people. Once again, Mu Yunlan brought her harem of concubines along to spar with these people on the internet, defending Lu Zhang's righteousness. With the gradual approach of the giant wave and the four-winged flying fish, the entire Pale Dome Empire almost fell into deposition. Suddenly, a sword light appeared as if it was a crack in the sky, and that four-winged flying fish's gigantic divine body abruptly shook. The next moment, it was actually split in two from the center. A 4-meter, four-winged flying fish of light appeared, looking into midair in horror. There, a man in a basalt-colored dragon robe stood with a sword. The majestic voice reached everyone's ears through the live broadcast. My territory. I will not allow demons like you to wreak havoc. Die. Another sword light flashed by, and the four-winged flying fish's Yongshan was destroyed, leaving only a huge, house-like energy core to be taken out by Lu Zhang. Immediately after that, Lu Zhang waved his hand and the waves subsided. The people of the entire empire were thrown into cheers. Lu Zhang brought this Yang God-level energy core to the middle of the behemoth plain, took out the last Luo Shangdan, and took it. Start refining. A true Yang God-level energy. Refining it allowed Lu Zhang's cultivation to take a huge step forward. After the breakthrough, Lu Zhang directly launched a major cleansing of the behemoth plain. A total of 178 great beasts at the Grand Master level were all killed by him to obtain the energy cores. Returning to the Tsungdao Imperial capital, he gave all the cores to the prosperity. Raising his hand, he mobilized the power of the heavens and earth, allowing Easy Sun to continue refining pills after recovering his depleted life potential. After arranging these, Lu Zhang took a step inside the harem. Gu Hongzhuang was a bit incredulous when she saw Lu Zhang who appeared in front of her, but still, after she was sure it was him, she rushed up at the first opportunity and jumped into Lu Zhang's arms. Your Majesty! At this time, many concubines were sending messages together in the middle of the back garden. All of them froze at the sight of Lu Zhang, who appeared in a dragon robe. Mak Yunlan was the second to react and blurted out, Teacher! After Li Nianxu and Song Xiao and the other concubines reacted, one by one they saluted. Your Majesty! The concubines and palace maidens all knelt down, except for the two women, Yang Chang and Lu Hanyan, who looked at the person in front of them wearing a dragon robe in a stupefied manner. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you be the emperor? Lu Hanyan shouted like a madman. At this moment, Lu Zhang let go of Gu Hongzhuang and turned his head to see the lunatic Lu Hanyan in Yang Chang, who was so scared that she sat on her but on the ground. Lu Zhang said indifferently, these two have no honor. Press them into the raccoon cleansing bureau and die. In the next moment, 4 female Imperial dragon guards appeared, grabbing Lu Hanyan and Yang Chang and dragging them away towards the raccoon wash bureau. No! You can't do this to me! Lu Zhang! You can't do this to me! New book, After the Divorce. The gods and goddesses came after you. Link below goes straight to it. Recommendation, just divorced. Being forced to kiss by dogs from the world of the heavens.